Hello, good morning, and welcome to Big Ideas Live. Today at this Sky News special event, we are hoping to answer one really big question. Who owns the future? Well, welcome and come on in, because to do that today, we have invited the very best of business leaders in science and technology, some of the biggest thinkers and innovators. We've got the UK Atomic Energy Authority here, and Spot the dog. I've got a feeling he is going to be taking centre stage and steal a lot of the limelight. There he is. More about Spot the dog later. And of course, we've got our award-winning team of Sky News journalists on hand as well. Well, what a week it's been for big tech, the likes of Meta and Twitter. Could be a big day for Twitter today. With that in mind, we're asking the question, what happens next to big tech companies? We're also going to be talking about space. Space is big business, but do we really need to keep sending people up into space and spending for that matter? And plus, we're talking about artificial intelligence. Should these huge advances in AI be a concern, or actually should they be celebrated? We're going to be showcasing so much great technology here today as well at Big Ideas Live. All the technology that's helping us make big leaps forward in science, in sport, and in dating. And we'll be considering the question about what the UK has to do to become a science and technology superpower. So some big questions there, and big questions, of course, need big ideas. And who better to get the ball rolling than our Sky News science and technology team?
The scientists have done it, and they've used the virus itself to perform a kind of biological jiu-jitsu to turn the virus on itself in the form of a vaccine.
The first live Omicron variant. Now they've got the sample, they can grow it up, infect human cells with it in this laboratory.
How long will it be until the physical and digital collide and the online world is as tangible as this?
Look, no hands. Speak to the automotive industry and they'll tell you that the technology for automated driving is effectively already here.
We're in a Bitcoin boom, and this is the frontier.
A visible military campaign against Islamic State was mixed with the more covert one, with cyber spies targeting the group's ability to use phones and other devices to communicate.
These British weapons are vital for Ukraine, giving troops the ability to hit valuable Russian targets at a distance with precision.
And this water is rain that has fallen on the soil, come through the rock. And as you can see, it's been so dry, there really isn't much of it.
Delaying climate action will simply dial up the heat.
Are you feeling that there's still real anger from developing nations that wealthy nations are not doing enough?
Sure, I think it's understandable.
This is a traditional way of making steel, burning coal and emitting a lot of carbon dioxide. But that is on the cusp of changing.
When green steel becomes commercially available in a few years' time, it will cost more.
If you're in doubt about how significant these new images are, I wish you could be in this room. Already, just with these first 5 images, we've seen things we've never seen before.
So this is a mock-up of Columbus, which is the European laboratory on board the space station.
Go, Jeff, go, Mark, go, Wally, go, Oliver. You are going to space.
And today isn't just about talking. We want you to get involved, immerse yourself in what's going on here today. You're watching at home, you can get involved, and we've got a live studio audience with us here throughout the day. Plenty of companies showing off the tech that they're using and the innovations they have at their disposal, lots of them dotted around. Anything from a company that's printing 3D organs for surgeons to practice on, to fashion and what 3D printed can do for fashion. We've mentioned Spot the dog. Like I said, much more from him later on. We've also got a bookshop over there as well. So everybody you hear from in today's panels, the expertise have published works so you can get signed copies of their works throughout the day today. And be part of the conversation. We want to hear from you. If you're watching at home, head to Twitter, #BigIdeasLive22 to send us your questions. And for those of you sitting here, you might have sat on them, but there were QR codes on your chairs. If you scan them, you can send your questions to us for any of the panels that are running throughout the day. We're going to begin with the big picture. Now, back in 2021, the government signalled its intent to make the UK both a science superpower and an innovation nation. And on Thursday, the Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt, in the budget spoke about this, and the encouraging news was that he is protecting the UK's research and development budget and also doubling down on that pledge to increase it by 2025. So it got us all thinking, what does the UK actually need to do to become a global science and technology superpower? Well, Sky News science and technology editor Tom Clark is leading our first panel to discuss this. Tom.
Thank you very much, Sarah Jane, and thanks to all of you for joining us here and those of us who are joining us remotely. I hope it's going to be interesting. We have got a stellar panel here to explore the question of, can the UK become a science superpower? On my immediate right, my left, your right, Daniel Korski, CEO of Public, former special advisor to David Cameron, I understand, on these sorts of issues, and Public is a venture capital firm focused on helping technology startups transform public services. Next, we have Sir Mark Walport, former chief government science advisor, so he knows a fair amount about how politicians think about science, and I'm hoping he will share some of those secrets with us. Before that, he was head of the UKRI, which is the body that decides how to distribute our R&D budget to the right kind of scientists in the right way. And last but not least at all, Zoe McDougall from Oxford Nanopore. Now, if you haven't heard of them, Nanopore makes scalable DNA and RNA sequencing devices for research, biodefense, water testing, agriculture, all sorts of medicine, you name it pretty much. Before we delve into this question, though, I thought we'd just take a quick listen to our new Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt, what he had to say in his budget speech on Thursday about the UK's science and technology position.
I want to combine our technology and science brilliance with our formidable financial services to turn Britain into the world's next Silicon Valley. I want to go further, so today I protect our entire research budget and confirm that we'll increase public funding for R&E to 20 billion by 24-25 as part of our mission to make the United Kingdom a science superpower.
We'll get into the wording of that statement in a second because it's slightly misleading in my opinion, but we'll discuss that further. But I thought I'd just start by asking all of you guys, starting with you, Dan, can the UK become a science superpower, or is it already?
I think it's fair to say, if we've got to stick to the language of international politics, that we may not be a superpower, but we're sort of a rising power. You know, we've got a lot of the basics, right? We've got lots of great companies. Nanopore is, of course, one fantastic example. We've got a big investment sector that's willing to pour money into it. But the truth is also, we haven't quite done all the things that we need to do in order to build up our arsenal. We haven't been spending enough on R&D, we don't have enough people studying various STEM subjects, and frankly, funding isn't really what it is in the US if we had to compare ourselves. So we can get there, but there's still work to be done, and the budget we've seen has taken some steps forward and a few steps backwards, so we'll see over the next coming period.
Mark, science superpower?
Well, I mean, the first thing is, it's good news that that is a government aim. It's really important. And it really matters for the future of the country, because we're going through an industrial revolution, amazing new technologies, amazing new businesses, and we've got all the challenges of climate, demographic change, so we need to be. We're extraordinarily good at research, there's no question about that. Do we exploit it most effectively? Probably not yet. And the money is really important, but also the environment in which researchers and innovators work, that's really important. You know, can we continue to bring the best people from overseas? That's a really important test. So I think, you know, it's all good news, but there is a huge amount to do.
Yeah, I want to get into the money and those other issues in just a second. Zoe, superpower or not?
We are the centre of some of the most extraordinary science and innovation, and I think we can talk about academia, but we can also talk about industrial R&D, which is a huge focus in this country. And We are amazing at spin-outs. You've obviously funded many of them, but we're not so good at scale-up. And the Life Sciences Industrial Strategy that was published about 3 years ago said we, the UK, should have, in the next few years, at least four companies worth £20 billion. We're not quite there yet. Our scale-up ambitions really have to be bigger as a country.
Now, I thought I'd stay with you, Zoe, because one area where I think certainly during the pandemic, we demonstrated the UK does lead in human genomics, getting information out of our genes, using them for the good of medicine or humanity at large. Your company makes very clever devices that do that. I thought just by way of introducing nanopore and what you do, could you just talk us through what you make?
Of course. So we were spun out of the University of Oxford in 2005, and over the subsequent years, we made a molecular sensing platform. It's really based on electronics. I've got one of our devices here, and while it can look at lots of molecules, proteins, DNA, our first application is DNA sequencing. And the magic happens in here. We have bespoke electronics, and attached to those bespoke electronics are nanopores on a membrane. We essentially suck DNA through very small holes and run an ionic current through those holes. And every little picoamp fluctuation in that current, we analyze it and we translate the signal into a DNA sequence. So forgive me for all the technical language, but basically what that means is DNA is in every living thing, humans, plants, animals, pathogens, as we know through COVID. If you know the DNA sequence, you can understand what the identity of that organism is. You can understand whether it's healthy, diseased, is it changing. So it's incredibly important information, as you said in the introduction, around healthcare, agriculture, food safety, all sorts of amazing real-world applications. And it's really the real-world applications that we're interested in.
Fantastic. So those of you watching the live stream will have got a good look at that, but the audience hasn't. So Zoe, would you mind passing it round? Now, as I understand, there's about £400 million worth of R&D in that device, so it's not to leave this room. You pass it around, it can sequence your DNA, so if you do take it, we know who you are, we know who your parents are, and we know who your kids are as well, so you're not going to get away with it.
Although we only charge $1,000 for a starter pack, so to be honest, you can shoplift it, that's fine with us.
Available all good Carphone warehouse, maybe. Okay, great, so you guys have a look at that. But let's get stuck into this question of funding. The government has protected the R&D budget. Jeremy Hunt there in the comments saying he'd raised it by £20 billion, sorry. In fact, that was the pre-existing commitment. They maintained science funding. But this is, in effect, a doubling of where we were before. So are we spending enough? I thought I'd start with you, Mark.
Well, I mean, what's the right amount to spend on research and development? We are, if you look at it as a percentage of GDP, we're still not in the forefront. Yeah. So we are perhaps about at 2.4% at the moment, if you take into account the recent ONS calculations. US, Germany, Korea were at 3% in 2020. Yeah. So it's good, it's heading in the right direction, but it doesn't put us by any means amongst the world leaders.
For you, how important is that? You are a company that spun out of Oxford University. Surely that seed money, that early R&D public spend must be crucial if we're going to see better companies, better ideas come out of UK brains.
Yes, it really is. And we were spun out of original ideas at the University of Oxford. Actually, we have collaborations with 25 universities all over the world, and many of those are in the UK. And we actually sponsor research and development in UK universities, so that when those incredibly amazing blue sky ideas come out of the universities, we can then take the onward research and onward development to make them into product. But then we have to face the really practical elements of manufacturing, shipping around the world, supporting our customers, and all of those elements are continuing that we need to focus on all the areas of them.
And from your perspective, in terms of the companies that are growing, do you get the sense that we could be doing better?
Yeah, just to add a couple of things to what Mark has been saying. We're not doing as well as some of our competitors. But just to unpack that, that's both on the public sector side of the spending, but it's also private sector R&D spending isn't as high as some of our competitors. And the other thing to remember is we have a very concentrated expenditure profile. So lots of things are going on in the sort of golden triangle of Oxbridge and London, but not as much outside compared to the much more decentralized funding that we see in lots of other countries. And that obviously by definition changes a little bit the profile of what's coming through. Now, there are lots of great researchers, they are producing lots of great things, but our university sector, I would argue, isn't quite as good as comparable sectors, say in the US, at supporting companies to emerge. And if we compare some of our universities, say, to the MITs and the Stanfords, I'd argue that we still have lots to learn to help companies out.
I agree with that, but I mean, if you look at the university sector, it is an extraordinarily powerful sector, actually. It may be second in the world to the US, but it's hard to think of anywhere else that has such an extraordinary range of universities. And I think I just might like to make a comment about what we've just seen from Zoe, which is there's a real convergence of technologies in that box. So that's about biology, it's about chemistry, it's about engineering, microfluidics. All sorts of science and engineering and technology has gone into that. And I think the other thing to recognize is that when we talk about science, we also need the arts, the humanities, design. We need the whole package. And that's really important, I think.
So the question that springs to my mind is, so I think what's acknowledged is we have a very powerful R&D engine. The universities do very well. Given we're not funding them half as well, literally half as well as some other countries. I think Israel spends 10% of its GDP on research. But they're not necessarily turning into those companies that are really driving the economy forward. What needs to happen to bridge that gap?
But I mean, Israel's actually a very interesting example, if I may, because Israel, the R&D expenditure is almost all in industry. And of course, it's very driven by the defense sector as well. And there's a really important point in that, which is the customer function really matters. And I think that's one of the challenges in the UK, which is it's all very well making things, but companies will only come here if they can see a market as well. And so, I've worked for many years with and for the NHS. The NHS has got great regulation, it's got things like NICE, so it's admired as a regulator, but it's been quite slow historically at incorporating and being a purchaser of innovative products.
Well, just to expand that, what do you need to succeed? You need great people, you need money, and you need markets. And what Mark is talking about is one particular market we're very proud of, the healthcare market, but you can expand that out to, say, the public sector more broadly. We spend a lot of money on defense and welfare, and we have not seen the state kind of take the role that we've seen in many other countries, the US as well, as a driver, as a purchaser of first effort. So that's a problem. Then on people, the good news is we have probably over the last 10 years of our burgeoning technology ecosystem, developed a mass of some 50, 60, 70,000 mid-level people who can really kind of bring the experience of fast-growing companies to that next generation of firms. But it's not enough. And though we have a very generous immigration system, the question is the extent to which lots of other things that are going on are, whether that's making the UK sufficiently attractive to people. It's all fine and well if you as a researcher can come to this country, but if you're slightly worried whether your husband is going to be able to get a job or get the right visa, it may mean that you'll decide to go somewhere else. And then finally on funding, you're quite right to say that we have a great track record of supporting early stage companies. You're making that point. And that we haven't quite been there to support the later stage, and people tend to go overseas, the US in particular, for that kind of funding gap. But what we're seeing recently is even early stage funding has taken a downward turn.
Right.
So we mustn't be resting on our laurels even for early stage funding.
So also in the comments, Jeremy Hunt described us as being the world, well, he wanted to see us become the world's next Silicon Valley. I mean, possibly not the best analogy to draw given what we're seeing going on in Silicon Valley at the moment with Twitter's woes and Meta having to lay off 13,000 people. But I think we get his idea. Zoe, is that a cultural question? And what do you see as a business that has managed to grow successfully in the UK, a science and technology business? What do you say about the culture?
It's such an important point. So we have grown, we are now 1,000 people. We sell in 120 markets. We IPO'd last year in London, and we saw that as sort of foothills of where we're going. But all the way through, we have faced not only our detractors, but actually our friends as well, in many cases, telling us what we can't do, and we keep a list. So we've been told we can't make nanopore sequencing work, we can't make it good, we can't manufacture it, we can't sell it, especially not in the US. We've been told that we can't raise money, especially not in the US. And we were told that we can't IPO, certainly not in the UK, and that we are too small to be a collaborative partner to partners like the NHS. Now, all of those things are things that we have done, but we've done so often in spite of the help that we've got. So there is a really cultural expectation. We would like to see a culture in the UK where all of those ambitions are recognised as completely normal. And we've been very transparent with all of our stakeholders, whether they are investors or employees or customers about these long-term ambitions. But we would like to see more people just feeling inspired and really gung-ho about what they want to achieve.
So with a cup half full, I mean, so Nanopore is a great example, Oxford Nanopore, but look at DeepMind. That is quite extraordinary. You know, that is undoubtedly one of the most cutting-edge.
I'm proud to say DeepMind are represented here later today. So,
yeah.
we'll
They are doing extraordinary things. We are near a so-called Silicon Roundabout here. We've got a very strong satellite industry. So, I mean, there are areas where we are extraordinarily strong. But, I mean, I would say both in the case of Oxford Nanopore and DeepMind, the founders have had a very strong vision that they want to stay in the UK. And there will have been plenty of voices telling Demis Hassabis that he should go abroad. It's now part of Google, but nevertheless, they are very firmly based at King's Cross, next to the Francis Crick Institute. We have, it raises another question, I think, which is the importance of clusters.
Yep.
You know, innovative companies like to work near other innovative companies. And that's really important. And we're seeing that around King's Cross. We're seeing that to some extent in East London. We're seeing it in other parts of the country. There's a compound semiconductor.
I wanted to ask about clusters to follow up on your important point about trying to distribute some of this idea and this knowledge economy across the UK rather than have it centred around Oxford and Cambridge. But before we do, just on that cultural question, you work in money, you're a venture capitalist. I mean, do we have the right attitude in the UK?
Look, I think we have to be careful not to think that there's only one way of being a great entrepreneur, and it's you know, the sort of Elon Musk way, and we all have to be like him and look like him and say the things that he does. I'm not even sure that's working particularly well for him. But so we have to be careful we don't kind of create a stereotype. Entrepreneurs, great founders come in all shapes and sizes, as do scientists and researchers. But I think it is true to say that we can be a bit, and I say this with the accent of a new Brit. You know, we can be a bit sort of self-contained in our expression. You know, oh, are you really sure you're going to do that? So we definitely need a little bit of a boost, and I do think government plays an enormously important role in kind of setting that high bar, supporting those who want to go far, you know, casting a light on those who are struggling but have that big vision and achievement, even at the risk that some of them aren't going to succeed to the extent that we hope for. You have to then wrap that cultural point down to the sort of realities of, well, hang on, where are you going to get the money from? Where are you going to get the people from? What are you going to do if you want to list at the very end? And if it's very difficult to list in the UK, or at least not as attractive as elsewhere, then culture's only going to get you so far. At the end of the day, there's got to be some destination you're aiming for.
If we are trying to sort of drive a new industrial revolution here, as it's often described, how do we make that more equitable across the UK? I mean, the government, previous governments as well, have looked at clusters, at catapults, at places where we can accelerate and provide opportunities for companies. Are those working? Could we do it better?
I mean, the answer is, if you look across the UK, there are areas of great strength distributed widely across the country. You look across southern Scotland, there's incredible quantum technologies, photonics.
Quantum technologies,
yeah,
quantum computing.
And satellite industry as well. You look in the Midlands, there's the Warwick, there's Advanced Manufacturing Centre. There are real areas of strength, renewable energy, northeast, for example.
Yep.
So when you draw the map, you do actually see widely distributed strengths. I think the mistake is to think that you can suddenly dump, as it were, a nanotechnology institute in any part of the country. What you have to do is build on strengths. And we've got great universities very widely distributed. They all have enormous areas of strength, and the best universities have areas of weakness as well. So I think the trick is not, as it were, just to try and create something out of the blue, because that's very difficult, but to work out where the areas of strength are and build on them. You know, Manchester, great university, lots of strengths. It's where the sort of
graphene.
Graphene. I was thinking carbon, and graphene wouldn't come out. You're right. Just examples like that. We just have to build on them wherever they are.
Now, it's interesting you mentioned graphene, because as part of my reporting on this particular area, we went to film with a graphene-based company. They're trying to use graphene to make microchips, effectively, to try and replace the existing semiconductors with graphene as the conductor. Huge potential, makes them 1,000 times more energy efficient, potentially 1,000 times more powerful. Yet the owner of that company is saying, I might have to leave the UK because I've got nowhere to expand, the supply chain isn't there, and there are challenges facing the growth of it. He's well funded, he's got good money, he's got contracts, It's can he grow his business in the UK is his concern.
Look,
Daniel, I'll come back to you.
But just to pick up on Mark's point, which is there's a tendency to say what you need here are clusters and then to approach that in a very sort of artificial way. But what is really at the heart of a cluster? Why does a cluster work? Because it's a network. It's a network of people who have some level of commonality or insight into what each other are doing and so forth. And if you look at almost anything that's been successful in this country or anywhere else over a long period, two things tend to emerge, right? Very strong networks of stakeholders who manage to work together across various different organizational divides, and then kind of long-term commitment to whatever it is that they're trying to achieve. And I think in this country, we can do better on both. On the first, we can do better at ensuring that the right people are connected across the country. If you look at the way that we support most innovation, we do it through R&D tax credits. And R&D tax credits are both an incredibly effective means, but also quite an obscure one. You don't really know who's been given an R&D tax credit. You might want to collaborate with them. Can't quite find that out. So there are other things you can do in order to make it easier for people to network within or across geographical clusters. And then there's this long-termism, which we haven't touched upon. The commander of the 82nd Airborne, a very famous US military unit, once told me that the most important thing for anything he did was stick-to-itiveness. Stick-to-itiveness. And I like that. And I think we need stick-to-itiveness in this country if we want to achieve things.
Great. Zoe, I want to ask you what allowed Nanopore to grow to a large company. Before I do, I just wanted to remind everyone in the audience, if you have questions, the QR code on your cards, and those of you following the live stream, questions via Twitter, we're hoping it keeps operating throughout the day. But yeah, Zoe, just coming back to you. Nanopore managed to grow. How important was the association with Oxford? Did you benefit from that location? And did that money come exclusively from the UK? I mean, help me understand the story.
Well, we're headquartered in the UK, but we have a very international outlook. And actually, all of our shareholders are from the UK, but from Asia, from North America, from all over the world. And I think we shouldn't confuse UK companies selling to UK audience and having UK investors with companies that make their home in the UK. So I think that's one important thing. And then something you said has stimulated me to think about the power of community and tearing down barriers to innovation. So one of our critical points was when we first released our product, and you're going around there somewhere.
Yeah, is it still here? Just out of
so we made a choice.
Oh, it's still going round. Okay, sorry.
So we made a choice. We had an electronics platform. We could have made a £1 million box, which is what all the other people in our sector do, and sold it to the 5 most important geneticists in the world and said, right, let's do this thing. But we didn't. We chose to make a very small, accessible device, easy to make, easy to ship to customers in FedEx. And we said we want to make it as accessible as possible, see what you can do with it. So we are a platform, but we are just the start of the innovation pathway. And we have people in London at Guy's and St Thomas's developing amazing workflows on respiratory metagenomics. So basically, by the end of the ward round, understanding what pathogens you have present in a lung sample. But you have people in Sierra Leone doing agricultural work using genomics. So for us, we're just the start of that innovation pathway, and we cannot do it without not only UK, but global collaborations. And we really do feel privileged to be part of the solution with the people who are developing new uses for our technology. And that's what helped us grow. We co-create as much as possible.
I think that brings us squarely on to an important question in all of this. We've just gone through a bit of an upheaval when it comes to our relationship with the rest of the world. In terms of science funding, a lot of that used to come through the Horizon programme. If you don't know that, that's the European Union's big grant scheme that Britain used to benefit from quite disproportionately as a function of the amount of money we put in. That money is obviously guaranteed to be made up for by the government, but there's a lot of research relationships, as I understand it, that have been damaged by that. We've also got questions about the movement of people. We used to obviously work quite freely with scientists and engineers across Europe. That's taken a bit of a hit. And I'm also hearing of the trade deals that we were looking to sort of step in. There's a few questions around them. I don't want to mention the B word, but Brexit, what's the impact been on doing science in the UK, but also on our prospects for continuing to thrive in a global economy?
Well, I mean, if I can start with people, because one of the things about Oxford is it trains, educates brilliant people. If you look around Cambridge, where there's a very big cluster, most of that cluster isn't actually spin-outs from the university, it's people from the university, and those people have come from all over the world, with a substantial number who've come from Europe, because there were all the schemes that enabled people to move around. So the Erasmus scheme, for example, that enabled UK students to go to Europe and vice versa. So people really matter, and I think that that's one of the reasons that our university sector, our higher education, our further education sector is so important. And it's not only the primary research and innovators, it's all the technical staff that support the incredibly sophisticated infrastructure. And the evidence is that there is less mobility to and from Europe, the rest of Europe, to the UK. This really matters ultimately. I mean, we have got to, part of being we're in a global market, that's the point. The best researchers and innovators will go anywhere in the world, and there's pretty sophisticated and expensive market, actually. So, we've got to make sure that we remain an attractive place for people to come and work. And of course, that's housing costs, salaries, education, all of that matters. And I think that, the UK has got to work out its place in the world, but make sure as part of it that we are really open to talent. And there are talent visas, but at the end of the day, it's a market, and we'll see what people do.
Are we less attractive now, though?
I mean, I think it is probably undoubtedly the case that it has become harder to come from Europe to the UK, but at the same time, successive governments have created an immigration system targeting, talented people, entrepreneurs, that is probably one of the most liberal of anywhere else, certainly compared to our competitors. And so we are also attracting and continue to attract great talent more globally. And Mark's, of course, entirely right. You can't rest on that alone, and we've got to tell a story, and that story has to do with lots more than the job that you can get here. But I'm enormously optimistic because this is still a great place to come and build and create a business. We have some great cities, some great universities, but people also come for all sorts of other reasons. Great football and good culture. And you mustn't forget these. People don't just look for the company they want to work at, right? They look at a much bigger picture. And so we have every reason to believe that we can tell a great story. I think the interesting question you haven't touched on yet is, the Chancellor said we're in a recession. What's that going to do? A lot of the things that we've talked about has been about spending money, well, not just by the state, but also by others. What happens when a recession begins cutting budgets? And there are sort of two ways of thinking about that. You can either be worried, or you can look at passive recessions, where almost every recession has seen the emergence of some really fantastic companies. And there may be less funding for everything, but that may also mean that there's more funding for the really exciting, more serious bets. And a lot of the sort of more frivolous things that have been funded over the years, getting a pizza to you faster or a different colored T-shirt, that you can buy through TikTok, may get less funding, and probably a good thing too.
Yeah. Do you want to, any direct impacts on your business? Is this something that you're concerned about, or that question about recession?
Well, I think you guys have covered really all those salient points. I think the only thing I could possibly add is the joy among the tech bio sector when Twitter and Meta started announcing that they were letting their machine learning people go. Gosh, I've never seen so many CEO LinkedIn posts saying, come and work for a place where instead of checking out a pizza, the point that you were making earlier, your machine learning skills can be put to big data sets around genomics or around imaging or anything else where your day job can be really making a difference. So I think that's a redistribution of talent that we're actually very excited about in our sector.
But I think the challenge is just for our politicians to make it absolutely clear that the UK is a place that people can come and live, work and play if they're going to be recruited to the very best companies.
And be rewarded for it, both personally, which is an issue of income tax, but also corporately, which is why it's really pleasing to see the government hang on to some of the early stage tax incentives that the previous government introduced. We've got to make it easy for people to put money into those early stage businesses.
It's good you brought us back to the government, because I had another question about this. Obviously, Jeremy Hunt sounded like many other chancellors before him, saying, I want to put the high-tech sector or aerospace or biotechnology at the centre of the UK economy. Every government wants us to be brilliant at science. Yet hardly any politicians are scientists. I think, I saw a statistic, and I may be getting this wrong, I think it was something less than 15% of cabinet-level politicians have a science degree, compared to about 46% of graduates across the UK on average. And that if the politicians don't get science and the civil service doesn't really get it, we need more talent in politics. What do you say to that?
Well, I mean, the short answer is you can't blame the people who stand for politics. You can only blame the people that don't stand. And I think one of the real challenges for scientists, engineers, technologists is that you go to university and it's almost treated as a vocational education. And the idea that you might go into sort of politics or some kind of public service is not part of it. And so I think it does go back to education. As I say, the only way you'll fix the problem in politics is to get more scientists, engineers, etc., to stand for election. If they won't, what can you do about it? So as I say, it's very hard to blame the existing politicians. They've stood. But I do think it's a problem that, if you like, if you look at the future, science, engineering, technology, the arts, design are so intrinsic to it that we have to make sure that those people contribute to all walks of life. And so I think it's an educational issue as much as anything.
You did your time in number 10. What was it? Were you
Well, I was going to start by saying I wonder whether Mark paid you to sort of ask him whether everybody else should be like Mark Walport, Professor of Science. But no, more
Professor
seriously...
Medicine, is that correct?
More seriously, it is not just a question of who stands for office. It is also a question of who engages in the public sphere, because you can influence and affect, the ship of state in lots of different ways. And the good news is that coming out of the pandemic, I think the whole nation, indeed the whole world, knows how important science is. Mark, when you were the chief scientist in government, I doubt most people knew who you were. No disrespect, but simply, you hadn't had the platform to talk to people in the way that your successor has had, because he had to go on TV all the time in order to...
Mark had his moments, I definitely recall, but yeah, I think we get what you're saying.
The point is simply that people realize the importance of science and its role in public policy making.
Yeah.
And so you're right to say we need more people standing for office, but I would argue that we need something much broader, which is people who understand and know these subjects need to spend more time involved in shaping public policy.
I agree with that, but again, I think if you look at the American university system, you'll find far more master's courses that are devoted to, for example, helping scientists and researchers to become involved in public policy. Yeah. So I think it does come back to being an educational point, although I agree with you. And the other point I'd make is that actually there are an enormous number of scientists, engineering, technologists working for government, but they tend to be working in the back rooms. That's the point. I mean, the thing I discovered when I started as the government chief scientific advisor was the enormous number of people who basically work fairly quietly at keeping us safe. And many of those people are working in science, engineering, and technology.
Can I just make one point, which is around diversity, which is it is great that we have so many people coming into the sciences education, but we need more. And the truth is we also need a much more diverse cohort in all sorts of ways, whether that's ethnic, regional, gender, or whatnot. And I think we see some great efforts to make a difference, but I think we need to up our game.
But if I can comment on that, because one of the things I do is I chair the Kennedy Memorial Trust, which was set up as a memorial to JFK after he was assassinated. We send about 10 people to Harvard and MIT each year, typically to do the sort of Masters in Public Policy, Public Administration. The diversity of that group is now extraordinary. And so the access schemes to universities, it's beginning to work, but you're right. I mean, this has got to change, but I think it is beginning to.
Great news.
I think what we're talking around here, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I was going to say we're talking about talent here. Could we nurture that talent better in the UK? I believe, compared to some of our international equivalents, we do quite well at training scientists and engineers in the UK. Could we train them better? Could we train different types of scientists and engineers? And I think, Zoe, I'd probably just you, in terms of who you're recruiting, where those smart brains are coming from, the type of people you need and where they're coming from, and whether they're equipped to enter companies like yours.
We see an enormous shortage of STEM-trained undergraduates, but to your point, it's a real lack of diversity. Our engineering team is desperate to hire people with more sort of... The team themselves say, look, we are mainly fantastic white men. We want more diversity of thought. We want more creativity in our team. And actually what we're starting to do now is try to take our technology into the school, into high schools, into undergraduates, into medical schools, and try and bring that sort of inspiration about science, because talking about sequencing, you're not just talking about biology, you're talking about experimental design, you're talking about engineering, you're talking about data analysis, you're talking about communication, you're talking about policy, ethics. There are so many ways to bring these skills earlier so that you are more people feeling more included by the science journey through education. I completely agree with you, Mark. We can get more people more educated, get more kinds of creativity into that innovation journey.
If I could just add to that, and it goes a bit to the point I think, Mark, you were making earlier, which is so much innovation is happening on the cusps of different disciplines. And we have, I think, in the university sector, been quite good at bringing various different disciplines together. We could probably be better. But I think there's a sort of another element is, are we good enough at allowing scientists to spend a little bit of time in the pockets of policymakers and corporates and so on as part of their scientific education? And in my experience, the answer is no. People tend to stay in their silos, and if they collaborate, they might do so with another university department, but they're unlikely to do so with a corporate or with a government body. And that, I think, to me, is something we ought to be thinking a bit about.
I agree with that completely, Daniel. I think that the financial incentives in the university sector don't make it easy for people to move around in that way. And I agree with you. I think it's another issue it's not only early education, it's actually people and postdocs, many of whom will not go on to be research leaders in universities. There isn't, I think, enough emphasis on skilling them for all the different opportunities there are. And, frankly, if you are a scientist and you are inquisitive, you know how to ask experiments, you understand statistics, and you have to be a good communicator, those are the skills for almost every walk of life.
We're going to go to some questions in just a minute, but before we do, I'm going to throw a curveball at all of you. The question we're posing, it's not on the screen anymore, but the name of this whole event is Who Owns the Future? And I thought I'd put that to you in just a quick thought, if you could. Zoe, perhaps starting with you.
We've got such a firm opinion on this. So you have challenges across the world that genomics can answer. It's health challenges, it's environmental challenges, food security challenges. 30% of the food that is produced goes to waste because of pathogens and pests in the world. Extraordinary. And those problems are experienced by the people who are not where the innovation is happening. So we want to make our technology, we want to tear down those barriers so the people who have the challenges are the people who are creating the solutions for those problems. So I guess our answer to that was we think the future belongs to the people with the problems to solve so that they can drive the solving of those problems.
Thank you.
I give a slightly different answer, which is that I think it's the youngest people in the room who own the future, and we all own the future for future generations. And I think that's one of the big challenges, that we're seeing the challenge at the COP meeting in Cairo at the moment. We own the future for our own species on the planet and also for the others with which we share the planet. And so I think it's why I'm afraid I keep coming back to the fact that we're not going to be able to cope with we've just crossed, I gather, the 8 billion humans on the planet boundary. We're heading probably to 10 billion, something like that. You look at the waste we're producing, invisible waste in terms of carbon emissions, visible in terms of the sort of muck that's contaminating rivers and the seas around the world. If it is us that owns it, and it's the young people who are going to have the most impact. And if we care about future generations, and I think that's one of the challenges that research shows, we care about our children, we care about our grandchildren, we can imagine them. If you ask people how much they care about their grandchildren's grandchildren, not enough is the answer.
Yeah. So it's our role to skill those future generations to tackle those challenges. I would say this because I'm the science and technology editor, but I think it's science and technology that's probably the answer to many of those questions.
Social sciences matter too.
And the social sciences, that's everybody, and those designers and the artists too. Daniel.
Well, just at the risk of giving the same answer with slight variation, I mean, you own the future in the sense that it has never been easier than today to define a problem and build solutions, attract people to help you, money to support you, and access the architecture you need to build something, whether that's software architecture or more physical architecture, and then access markets immediately beyond you or further afield. It has never been easier, never been easier. So the future belongs to you, but the great news is that you have the levers at your disposal to do something about it in a way no previous generation had as easily.
Fantastic. Thanks very much indeed. Right, so we promised there would be questions, and we're going to go to them right now. We have some minutes for that. I've got one here in the audience. Hero. Hero, are you out there? There's your hand. Fantastic. Could you just pause a moment for the microphone to come towards you? And I believe it's got something to do with Brexit, which is perhaps predictable. Please Could you stand up, sir, so we can see you? And there's a microphone above your head, so we should be able to hear your question.
Yeah, it's just basically the impact of Brexit. Has it helped or hindered? Have you got greater opportunities outside of the EU to potentially leverage R&D bases around the world, or is it hindered?
Thanks very much for that, Hira. So if you didn't make that out, there's a question about Brexit. Has it hindered us, or are there post-Brexit opportunities? I mean, certainly the Chancellor spoke about them, maybe he had to, but are there some opportunities that we can leverage now that we've left the EU? Anyone want to have a crack at that?
Well, speaking as someone who argued for us staying inside the EU, I'm going to take the position that I think we can focus too much on the negative aspects here. Large parts of what we do, particularly in the technology sector as opposed to the science sector, was not regulated inside the EU single market anyway. And so a lot of people who are selling various cloud-based services in the EU, or to the EU rather, have not been affected. It would, of course, be preposterous to argue that it has had no impact. The OBR has been pretty clear that there has been an economic impact, and as a result of that, that will influence lots of sectors, including ours. But I think that we can be too negative about the impact. And I see in lots of sectors that it hasn't been as disadvantageous as I think a lot of people feared, indeed, that I feared myself. So I'm going to be more optimistic about the situation we find ourselves in.
Okay.
I mean, I think it's too early to know, to be honest. I mean, one of the big challenges is that the UK has made it clear that it wants to participate in Horizon Europe, but Horizon Europe has actually been held hostage in Europe to the solution of the Northern Ireland Protocol. So there's a lot of uncertainty still. I think the other thing is that a lot has been made about the opportunity of regulatory freedom.
Yes.
And that is true, but that regulation in science is often abused to create trade barriers. And so there's no use regulating something completely different to the rest of the world if the rest of the world then says it won't buy the product. And I think that's one of the challenges, actually, which is that the amount of regulatory divergence may be limited by the need to actually sell one's product into other markets.
Right. I mean, it's interesting. One of the Brexit freedoms I was immediately aware of was biotechnology, so gene editing of crops.
Well, that's a good example.
That was an EU regulation that was holding UK innovation back. But as soon as those products now start to emerge, the EU is very rapidly revising its regulations because I think they've recognised maybe the market's there and actually the advantage may have slightly vanished, but possibly gave us a bit of a head start.
Yeah.
Zoe, any thoughts on that? I mean, I think it's...
It's a small world now. COVID showed us that we can all collaborate with people online, on Zoom. You can have a lab in Oxford collaborating with a lab in Singapore in real time on Zoom. I think, Europe is incredibly important to us as a country, but it's not the only region with which we can collaborate and make new innovation and sell products as well. So it's something we just work through, put our tin hats on and make sure we make the best of the situation.
Fantastic. So I'm going to take a question from Twitter now. This is from Sir Mattington on Twitter. The question is, why does the UK not expand our domestic chip industry fabrication plants? For example, Taiwan leads the way at the moment, and surely it would create jobs. Is there a barrier that prevents us from doing this? I mean, we talked about Silicon Valley. So not chips, not for me. But it's an example, I think, though, of a manufacturing infrastructure, of a history of a certain industry. It was in the news recently because the government decided to protect one of our few remaining chip manufacturing plants. Is that the sort of thing we need to be concentrating on?
Okay, well, we are a world leader in making compound semiconductors, which are amongst the most sophisticated. And that's really...
Can you all hear Mark? Sorry, I can just detect. Can you hear what Mark's saying in the audience? Yeah, you can. Carry on. Sorry to interrupt.
So we do have a chip industry, and it's a very high-end one. I think the problem is that the cost of a chip factory is absolutely massive. And so the cost of capital for getting started here is huge. I mean, the Americans have realized there's an issue because of the great dependency on Taiwan for chip manufacture. And that is one of the things that I think the Ukraine war has made people suddenly aware of is the huge global interdependency on resources. And governments probably haven't paid enough attention, and I mean worldwide, to the security of supplies of products that they take for granted, raw minerals all the way through. But I mean, it is at some level, it's quite a complicated question, which is who is going to provide the investment to make a chip factory, which we're talking many billions of pounds.
And perhaps comes back to your point from earlier about let's concentrate on our strengths rather than look for areas in which we
can't lead in everything.
Aren't punching above our weight. Sorry.
I mean, I was simply going to add that what we're seeing now, to Mark's point, with governments waking up to the challenge of the security of supply, are really interesting moves. So in the US, we have the CHIPS Act, which has basically stopped dead the Chinese chips industry immediately. The extent to which that's actually going to encourage or discourage war over the Taiwan Straits, we don't know. But I think it speaks to a point of the need for government to be, to have a long-term coherent, plan. Yes, the recent business secretary's decision over the manufacturing side in Wales, is an element, but is it part of a larger coherent strategy of where we want to play in the chip supply chain? I'm not so sure I know the answer to that. And so I think if anything, it isn't just a question of where do you want to play sectorally, but also where in the supply chain do you want to play? Where does the money come from? And what else are you willing to do, in order to attract people or stop other people hiring, Britons to go overseas in the way that the Americans have? It's got to come together in a little bit of a piece that involves many stakeholders. We're not quite there.
And of course, we're very good at chip design as well. So ARM is, we've got everyone who's got a phone in
So
this
we don't
audience
necessarily
will
have
ARM.
to have the manufacturing base to benefit from that
But,
part of it.
I think that broader question is one of resilience.
Yeah.
In a world where people had taken it for granted, you could just buy stuff off the shelves.
Yeah.
And then when that huge tanker got stuck in the Suez Canal, we were extraordinarily lucky that there wasn't a disaster. If that had been stuck there for longer, we'd have found all sorts of supply problems.
And I think the important point to remember on that is, what is the trade-off we're willing to accept? Do we want to pay more for things? Will we allow things not to be so instantaneous in order to be more secure? And I don't think we've quite had that debate yet.
Great. We've got time for one more question in the audience. Dino, are you out there? Dino.
At the back there.
There you are. Oh, love the shirt. Fantastic. Bringing a Hawaiian vibe to Hoxton. Could you stand up, sir? It might help with the audio, yes.
Yes. I think it's been sort of covered about education, but going back to the beginning. So bizarrely, I was actually recording a podcast yesterday about early junior high school education. We talked about joining the dots and arts and craft and all those sorts of things. Have we got an education system fit for the future? If not, what would be your curriculum? What would you add?
The problem with education is that everyone has strong views because everyone's either been to school or knows someone who has been. And the challenge is that the education is a supertanker that's quite difficult to steer, and so everyone always wants to change the curriculum. I just think the important thing is that people get a diversity of education. I think one of the challenges for the UK system is that we're one of the most specialised at an early age. And so I think it's important that everyone does English and maths until they leave school at whatever age. I think arts education is incredibly important. And it's clearly important that, numeracy is probably the most important thing of all in some ways, because you close more doors in terms of job opportunity if you are innumerate than almost anything else. And the challenge is to get that throughout education, I think.
Can I
Quick
add
comment?
quickly?
Yeah.
Simply, entrepreneurialism. Not because I think everybody's going to be a founder, but because I think it teaches agency. It tells you, you don't just have to go and do what everybody else did before you, what your parents did, what your friends did. You have the power to shape things and create things. And we're very bad at teaching entrepreneurialism. We're very bad at bringing founders and entrepreneurs into schools just to tell the kids what we're about. We're very bad at saying, hey, why don't you have a go? If you had to create a business, outside the tuck shop, what would you do? We're just very bad at doing that. And as I say, it's not because I think everybody's going to be an entrepreneur, but it teaches agency. And if you want to come back to who owns the future, and if it's about you owning the future, that's about agency. Let's teach the kids, you need to know all these things, but you have the power, the tools, to get there and solve some of these problems.
Fantastic.
I
Quick
think
thought from you, Zoe.
there's such important points, and obviously there is a lot of innovation happening in education, and there is now a trend away from calling it education and towards calling it learning, because it's not just about the school curricula, it's about what happens on a Saturday because you're going to entrepreneur camp, or it's what happens after you've left school. And there are so many ways to upskill and learn more and sort of expand your horizons now that it's a really, really exciting place to be in education, I think.
Thank you very much, all of you, for helping us explore that. There's so much more to get into, so I have to cut us off there. Thank you very much again for exploring the question of whether Britain isn't or can be a science superpower. Sarah Jane, back to you.
Tom, thank you so much, and thank you to our guest panel as well. A fascinating discussion to kick us off today here at Big Ideas Live, talking about the very best and the future of British innovation, a lot of which is on display here with us in London today. Take a look at this. The UK Atomic Energy Authority are here with us, and this is their four-legged friend. It's Spot the dog. Not the Spot the dog we're used to, but this is the future. The UK's Atomic Energy Authority says that this four-legged robot can go where humans cannot. And we're going to take Spot for a little walk. It's created a lot of interest with our audience here in the room, and we're going to bring Spot to you at home. Joining me, Sunshi Chen from the UK AEA. Sunshi, talk to me about Spot. I mean, he's drawn a lot of attention. He can walk up the stairs. Talk to me about the technology behind him.
So we actually use Spot for inspection purposes. Like you said, we use Spot to go places where people can't. So places that are potentially hazardous for humans. They might have high radiation. They might have latent heat. And Spot has cameras on the front, infrared cameras, just normal visual cameras, to give us an overview of these environments so that we know what's going on. And it's technology like this that we can apply to fusion energy.
Yes, so talk to me about fusion energy, because this is the friendly face. This is the cute fun bit that draws people in, but the energy that goes into this technology is the serious business.
Exactly. So in a sentence, it's a sun in a bottle. What we're trying to do is recreate the process that the sun uses, fusion, to create energy here on Earth. We call these things, fusion machines, and we want to make them to basically create, sustainable, low carbon, and secure energy. This type of energy technology is a very efficient technology, very secure technology, and very safe. And it's going to be part of the energy mix in the latter half of the century to provide energy security for everybody.
Yeah, you mentioned all the right words there: clean, renewable, and security energy. We've been talking about so much about that so far this year. Just a final question from you, Sentience, if I can, a personal one. I mean, obviously, how did you get into tech and science? Because, we've got younger members of the audience here today and are watching at home or on the move, wherever they are today. And this could be the hook that gets them into science and tech. What was your journey into this field?
So I always liked science, even as a small kid, and then I went into university. And I did do a nuclear-specific degree, but that's not necessary to get into this kind of technology or into science at all. If you have an interest in science, that's enough. And then I joined onto the graduate scheme here at the UK AEA, which is brilliant. We really value trying to bring up our younger engineers, which is vital to a rapidly growing and a rapidly changing industry that is fusion.
Okay, Sunshi, really good to talk to you. Thank you so much, and thank you to Spot as well. Spot is just going to be over there at the UK AEA stand. He walks, he does downward dog, he does all sorts. We'll let him have a little rest. Well, coming up on the future stage, which is just through there for those of you in the audience with us today, will be technological advances in sport. Sky News' sports correspondent Jackie Beltrao is with us today. The World Cup, of course, starts this weekend, and it's the first time that VAR is going to be used at the tournament. Hawkeye are here to talk us through the advances of tech in sport and what it means, particularly for assistant referees. Are assistant referees going to be part of football in the future? We'll be hearing from Hawkeye, the company behind VAR, and of course from our sports correspondent who is out in Doha for the start of that tournament. And then in a few minutes' time, right here on the festival stage, these seats are going to be taken by my panel of guests. I'm talking about privacy and data. Joining me, I have Lee Nicol, the footballer from Crystal Palace. Now, her personal data was hacked and leaked online. And joining me to talk about data, we put so much out there, don't we? How can we keep it safe? And how can companies that use our data keep it safe? And what are authorities doing about it? The Information Commissioner John Edwards will be here to take part in that discussion. So for those here in the audience, it's time for them to go and have a little look around at the different innovations on display. And for those of you watching wherever you are, we'll see you in a couple of minutes. The next session is on the main festival stage and is about to start. Hello, welcome back to Big Ideas Live. Live from London today for a special event here on Sky News. Welcome to everybody watching here live in the room and to everyone watching at home or wherever you are today on whatever device you're joining us on. We're going to talk now about data and privacy. We live in an age where data is quite simply a valuable resource, particularly our own individual personal data. And this is only going to increase with the advance of new technologies and innovations. So the big question in this area is, how do we keep our personal information safe? And what are those companies and organizations using our data doing to keep it safe? Plus, there are authorities as well to monitor this activity. How are they keeping us safe? We hand out so much personal information and put it out there on the internet, don't we? So it is a pertinent question now and, of course, for future generations, because people are getting online younger, quite frankly, than we ever did. So to talk about this, I'm joined by the Information Commissioner, John Edwards, and by Crystal Palace footballer Lee Nicol. Welcome to you both. Thank you so much for coming down to our big event here today. There's so much going on and so many important issues in this field, but this is a particularly pressing one, it feels, with so many young people getting online now. Lee, I want to talk to you first about your experience. This has very personal resonance with you because you were the victim of intimate image abuse. Talk to us about what happened.
Yeah, so in 2019, I received a link on Instagram that led to me opening, and it was a file with 7 or 8 videos of me when I was 18, when I made, now looking back, the worst decision of my life to record myself in a very private moment with another individual. And I found out about that when I was 23, so the videos were 5 years old that I completely forgot about. I didn't know they existed anymore. In that moment, when I clicked on that link, my life literally came crashing down, and I've never experienced pain, shock, guilt, anything like it before. No one can ever prepare you for that moment. In that moment, I lost the most expensive thing in my world, and that was my privacy. And there was nothing that I could have done about it because it got so much attention. It went viral worldwide. It was trending on websites that you should never be trending on unless you want to. It came with a lot of social media abuse. And that's all still out there to a degree. If anyone wants to, unfortunately, find it, they'll find it. And I think initially, for the first 6 months, for me, it was about surviving, keeping myself here and present and breathing. It wasn't really about anything else in life. And the most difficult moment within it all was having to tell my family, because it's not just me that went through it, it was my family and my loved ones. And still, to this day, that's the thing that I struggle with most, because it wasn't just the damage done to me, it was the damage done around me and my family, my friends, worrying that I wouldn't survive it, because many people don't survive this thing.
Yeah. You went through personal trauma that you will have to deal with for the rest of your life. You've been very honest about this, and you've come out of the worst of it, you feel, but as you've been very honest in saying, it's something that you and your loved ones have to live with. But since this happened to you, you've been on a learning curve, because as far as you know, these images, these videos, these personal, that were on your personal device, you deleted them. But your iCloud was hacked. And, the learning curve for you as to how that happened, because so many people here today and watching us online or on TV, we're very naive in that respect. We have all these pictures on our phone and we know they go somewhere up there for storage. But you went on a learning curve as to how this could happen, how easy it is to happen.
Yeah, I think for the vast majority of people that this kind of crime happens to, there's an individual responsible, someone they know of. But for me, it's still hard for me to get my head around that. That email address that I set up in 2008 when I was at school is the email address that ended up ruining my life about 14 years later. And you're never taught that, especially when I was at school, starting up my first MSN account or Facebook account. I never thought for 1 minute that email address, years and years and years later, would be the cause of my trauma. So I didn't know that once you delete things off your device, it's still there somewhere.
It's still a digital footprint.
Yeah, like now when I say it, it sounds ridiculous. It sounds like common sense, but honestly, back then, no one told me that make sure that you then sign onto your iCloud on a different device to then remove it. I wasn't aware of two-factor authentication at the time that gives you that extra security to make sure no one can get into your iCloud. That was probably the main learning curve. I had no idea that these videos still existed, but they did, and I'm sure that a lot of people listening today will be like, I've got a picture that I would never want anyone in the world to see. It could be something like a bikini picture, it could be your passport photo, it could be absolutely anything.
It could be an innocent photo of your children. You just don't want the wider world to see it.
And for me to think that it's there somewhere,
Yeah.
it still blows my mind now.
It's a really daunting thought, I think, for most people. I'm going to ask John a question in just a moment, but you have all got QR codes, so if you do want to send a question into this panel, please scan that QR code and send us. And for those watching us elsewhere, go to Twitter, #BigIdeasLive22. John, where do you come into all of this? Because the problems that Lee has faced is something that you get involved in. As Information Commissioner, what is it that you do to help people like Lee and everyone here stay safe online?
Thanks, Sarah Jane. First, I just want to say how much I admire Lee and her bravery in telling her story, because it's not easy. And I think one of the things we've got to get past in society is victim blaming and the shame that people feel when they are the victims of these malicious actors who are taking advantage of security flaws to steal our most intimate moments. That's reprehensible. So at the Information Commissioner's Office, we administer laws that are intended to protect Lee and everybody else in the community and their personal data. The one that people will most know of is called the UK GDPR. It's the General Data Protection Act. And it says that platforms and organisations that hold data have to keep it secure, and they can only use it for the purposes for which it was obtained, and they have to be transparent about those, and things like that. So we deal with complaints. The matter that Lee dealt with, that was a criminal matter that should have been investigated by the police. But people have rights also to get data deleted when a platform should no longer be holding it. So we are also committed to trying to make the online environment safer by enforcing these security standards. We're trying to provide education in the same way that Lee's doing today by telling her story. We're also working with industry to make the online services safer for children, and that's a really big thing for us. So we've got a law called the Age-Appropriate Design Code. We call it the Kids Code, but it says if you're pointing digital services towards children, and children are likely to access your services, you've got to design your service with privacy in mind as a default. So switch off location tracking, disable messages from people who aren't contacts, make the posts private by default. So it's stuff like that. It's getting organisations to think about how the individuals could be harmed and to try and avoid the kind of experience that Lee's had.
Yeah, Lee, I know you use the bad experience you had for good use, because you talk to young people now about the perils of putting their information online. I mean, everybody in this room will have put their name, address, telephone number, email, date of birth into a website somewhere. That's just how it works. What advice do you offer young people? Because obviously that kind of data has to be out there nowadays, but when it comes to their own very private data, pictures, who they talk to online, what message are you telling them?
I think the obvious one for me would be don't do it, but I can say that because I've made the mistake myself, but I think that's unrealistic. It's 2022, so it's if you are an individual and you're in a relationship and you feel like this is a big part of it, it's about making sure that you have got the correct things in place to protect yourself. And the framing behaviours that I always speak to, and we at my company speak to other people and clients and kids about, is being risk-averse, being respectful, and being defensive. And by those three behaviours, you won't often go wrong in life because we can't control the platforms and what they do, and criminals that are are looking to expose other individuals. But what we can control is control our own behaviour and making sure that we're not putting ourselves too much at risk. If you feel the need to share an image, for example, take your identity out of it. If it's a really crucial part to your relationship or it's something you really, really want to do, take your identity out of it, because then you're not dealing with public humility and victim blaming and all of those things. So it's about being defensive and not taking too many risks in life and just always being a good person for me.
John, how prevalent is hacking and the experience that Lee went through? Because, you know, I've lost count of the amount of times over the last year I've had alerts saying that a password I've used has been compromised in a data leak. And at one point, it was happening so often, you know, changing passwords all the time. Just how easy is it to hack and how exposed is our data?
It's really hard to know how prevalent hacking is. But what we do know is that the experience that Lee's had of a malicious third party accessing an iCloud account, those are relatively rare.
Okay.
Most of the breaches occur by accident, and we see this every day. Businesses failing to do the basics, putting everyone's email address in the CC field rather than the BCC.
Yeah.
It's basic stuff like that. It's training staff to make sure that if they get a suspicious email, they don't click on the links. And this stuff sounds so basic, Sarah Jane, but it's so often neglected. We fined an organisation £4.4 million for failure to take those basic steps, which led to the exposure of 113,000 employees' sensitive personal information.
How much harder is your job going to get? Because, you know, the ICO, you're there to protect people, but you're also there to promote data-led innovation. It's not all bad. You know, the data can lead to great things, as we're showcasing here at Big Ideas Live. So if collecting data is going to be a more powerful tool, just how tricky is the protection element of it going to be in the future?
Well, we're there really to make sure that we can get, as a society and as individuals, the benefits from the wonderful innovation and these tools. They're fantastic. We all love our phones. We all love the online services. But we shouldn't have to compromise our privacy for that.
Yeah.
So I kind of reject the language of trade-off. Can you have innovation or privacy? We're entitled to both. So we're there to try and make sure that businesses are enjoying the benefits, they're getting the innovation, but they're doing it in a safe way that respects our data, in a way that recognizes that it's not this anonymous data, it's about a live person.
Yeah.
And that person is entitled to expect that their data is protected.
For many people, it will be an inconvenience. It will be having to change your password, having to call up your bank, having to do various different elements like that. But for you, Lee, it's as serious as it gets. You were the victim of a crime. So I'd be quite interested, and I think a lot of people here would be as well, is how do you go about reporting and dealing with a cybercrime? Because if something happens to you in real life, there's a clear set of structures that everyone in this room will know. You go to the police, you go through the legal system. What was that experience like for you? Is it clear cut? Do enough people know about what to do if they're a victim of hacking, for example, in your case?
No, all I can speak about is my own experience, and it wasn't an easy procedure. It wasn't straightforward. There was no step 1, 2, 3, 4. My initial reaction was actually to call 999. I thought it was the biggest emergency in the world to me at that point. But when I did speak to the police, unfortunately, I don't think they have the resources or the training in place to really handle such a sensitive topic. It's not new, but it's happening more and more and more, and our police don't have the resources or the training to be able to manage it effectively. It took way too long for the process to really start. And I must say, the police, for me, they were great emotionally, but in terms of the physical support, there's not much. Now I've learned there's not much any of us can do other than just take the punches as they come and just accept that it's now out there. There isn't much support that our authorities can offer. Once it happens, we're reacting to it. But that's why I'm doing what I'm doing now, to try and help, unfortunately, future victims have a more clearer step-by-step process. There is people out there that can help get it removed from your Googles, from Safaris, But one thing I would say is these things take time. It does not happen overnight. It does not happen immediately. And my expectations were my videos are out there. I want them taken down with a click of a button. I'm 3 years on, and I've got people that manage my Google and my social media platforms every week to get them taken down. And that costs people a lot of money, and the general public don't have the kind of money that it takes.
Yeah. I mean, John, you are all about holding those organisations and companies to account. You mentioned some of the common mistakes they made, but you also are about protecting the individual, particularly the vulnerable, about equipping them with how to operate safely online. What is the biggest mistake people make when it comes to their own personal data?
That's a really hard question. Let me flip it. There's an obligation that all organizations have, which is called data minimization. And that means they should be looking at what information they're collecting about people and only collecting the minimum amount they need to provide that person with the service. I think if, as individuals, we thought about data minimization and only giving out what was really necessary, that would be a help. But I do think it's also it's a mistake to load the blame on the users of this technology. It's a mistake to say Lee didn't have two-factor authentication and therefore she's to blame. We need to be holding these technology companies to account to ensure that they are really thinking about what harm could come from bad actors using their technologies and designing in features to ensure that those harms are prevented.
Who needs to do more, do you think, Lee? I mean, we've touched on it there, haven't we? Is it the big platforms, the big companies? A lot of the excuses that I'm sure you're well aware of, John, people will say, you know, it's too complicated, it's too expensive, it's too time-consuming. A lot may not admit it affects their bottom line. What more needs to be done, do you think?
I think there's two things we're looking at. We're looking at on websites that exist that shouldn't exist. And I think there's a responsibility that web hosts have to not allow these websites in particular to exist because they're just created to cause harm and to publicly shame individuals for their personal lives. So you've got certain websites out there that no one knows who runs them, no one knows who owns them. And then you've got social media that is an ongoing conversation and has been for a long, long time. And there's a certain platform that is getting worse at the moment, and it's a platform for 13-year-olds. But if you go on the platform and you're scrolling, you come across pornography, and it just appears. And that's speaking from someone who's scrolling, and I appear on that platform, and I can't get it taken down. They said it doesn't breach any privacy, and it's me. I don't want myself on your platform, and I don't think any 13-year-old should be scrolling on a social media platform and free, accessible, illegal pornography or crime appears on their site.
And we agree with that, absolutely. And we're doing a lot of work actually at the moment enforcing the Children's Code, looking at video sharing platforms, social media, gaming, where children and people under 13 should be able to enjoy those safely without coming across that kind of content. And so we're actually out there investigating those platforms and finding it and taking action.
Okay. I've got a couple of questions from the audience. Jenny's submitted a question. Jenny, there you are. Jenny's at the front. If you want to stand up, the microphone will find you. Here he comes. You've got to be fast with that boom. Jenny, what was your question for our panel?
It's a question for John. Do you think the much-delayed online safety bill will give you adequate powers to help in cases like Lee?
Thank you. Thanks for the question, because it's a really important one. The online safety bill has been working its way through the lawmaking process, and it's now going through Parliament. It will provide remedies for people who are the victims of harmful content online. And that's really important. It won't provide me with powers. That law is going to be administered by Ofcom. And it's quite interesting, though, because the line between content and data is so blurred at times. Recently, there was a coroner's hearing into the tragic death of a young woman called Molly Russell. And the coroner heard evidence about some of the very traumatic content that she was presented with. Now, under the online safety legislation, that content and whether it should have been there will be something that Ofcom can consider under that law. Whereas the kind of use of personal information, the data that drove the algorithms that presented more and more harmful material to that young woman, that's data protection. So we'll be working really closely with Ofcom to make sure that legislation does what it's intended to do and keeps people safe online. Thank you.
Great question. We've got one come in on Twitter from Glenn, who's watching. He says, is legislation falling behind technology when it comes to data and privacy?
Is it falling behind?
Yeah.
It's always a race. I think the great benefit of our law, this GDPR and the other associated laws, is that they're technology neutral, Sarah Jane. So they're set at sort of high-level principles. That gives them the flexibility to adapt. Let me give you an example. We've recently had a look at some technology which is supposedly able to tell what people's emotional state is through biometrics. And on the basis of that, screen people out from recruitments, job ads, and recruiting processes. We've looked at it, we've got experts, they say it doesn't work, it's nonsense. Okay. So taking that evidence, we can say that that's unlawful because it's disproportionate, it's not fair, it's not delivering what it said on the box, and it's making an inappropriate use of data. And that's brand new technology, but the law is capable of still regulating that.
Okay. Neck and neck in that race, then, we'll say. Just time for one final question. Lauren is in the audience. Lawrence, do you want to stand up? Lauren, stand up and show us where you are. Oh, just at the front there, perfect. And Lee, you can answer this one. Lauren, what's your question?
I actually had two. Oh, two. So easy one was, do 13-year-olds possess the capacity to keep themselves safe online?
Okay, so do 13-year-olds possess the capacity to keep themselves online, do you think? Because you mentioned that as an age bracket for social media and various platforms. Do you think 13-year-olds can do that?
I think it comes down to families and what they're comfortable with, and I think it depends how open families are with each other, because adults know a little bit more, believe it or not, than 13-year-old kids, and I know that sometimes 13-year-olds assume that they know more than the adults, but I think you need to be ready as a family, and you need to be willing to communicate about online harms, about trolling, about bullying, having the right security on your... If you can't put the right security on these platforms to start with, you're not ready to be on social media. If you can't have your account on private, message requests shut off, hide your full name, because you're only 13, there's no need to have your real name on these platforms, so no one should be able to identify you. So I think it comes down to individual basis and depend on your household. But I do think it's still very young to be making potentially big decisions and posting things that could come back to haunt you in 10 years' time, whether it's slightly embarrassing, silly comments that unfortunately now we're seeing coming back around and people being punished for those.
Yeah, it's about being open and discussing it as a family. You talk to your children about not talking to strangers when they go out, for the day in town, but not as many people realise that, online as well, there are dangers out there. I know you've got a second question, but we don't have time. However, do you want to come and ask the panel when we come off stage? You can ask them directly. Okay, Lauren, we'll do that for you. John Edwards, Information Commissioner, and Lee Nicol, Crystal Palace footballer, thank you so much for talking today. Lee, in particular, for sharing your experience. Thank you so much. Now, we have so many innovations on offer here today. For those of you here in the audience, please do explore them. You can probably hear the hubbub behind me. Plenty of people are. There is an innovation just around the corner on the way to the Innovate into the Future stage. That is Tree Hugger. Now, I've had a go. Roland Manthorpe, our technology correspondent, said it is the best thing he has ever experienced, and he knows a thing or two about tech. basically you put a VR headset on and you immerse yourself in the world of trees. You could literally go inside this giant tree trunk and have a look. It really is extremely special. So please take the time to go in, book your slot and have a look. In 10 minutes' time, we're going to be back here on the festival stage. And another big question for you, if you are ready, friend or foe? We're going to be talking about artificial intelligence. That's coming up in a few minutes' time. The next session is on the main festival stage and is about to start. Hello, welcome back to Big Ideas Live here on Sky News at our very special event. And the overarching question today is who owns the future? Well, could part of that answer lie in artificial intelligence? It's brought us everything from personalized medicine to facial recognition, drones, self-driving cars. For Hollywood, it's always a nightmare scenario, isn't it? It's a tribe of out-of-control robots or a rather over-amorous operating system. But what is the truth? Just how advanced is the technology now? And more importantly, can we trust it? Just a reminder to those of you who are here in our wonderful audience, if you scan the QR code on your chairs, you can submit a question to our panel coming up now, or any panel throughout the day. And if you're watching at home or wherever you are today, head to Twitter, use the hashtag BigIdeasLive22 to submit your questions. Well, our next panel now is all about artificial intelligence and the question, can AI replace your brain? Hosting this panel, our data and forensics correspondent, Tom Cheshire.
Thank you very much, Sarah Jane. Yeah, we're going to be talking about machines that think. We're going to be looking at questions that have baffled philosophers for thousands of years, the nature of consciousness, and we're going to solve that in about 45 minutes flat, I reckon. So I've got an expert panel to help me do that. Anil Seth, who is the Professor of Cognitive and Computational Neuroscience and the author of Being You, A New Science of Communication. Dr. Catherine Breslin, a machine learning scientist and founder of Kingfisher Labs Consulting, previously worked at Cambridge University, Toshiba Research, and on a little thing called Amazon Alexa, which you might have heard of. And finally, Dr. Chris Bishop, Laboratory Director at Microsoft Research Cambridge, which I've been a couple of times, and this is a treasure trove of very advanced research, and also a member of the UK AI Council. So I think we're in very safe hands here. Thank you all for joining us here. Just a reminder again, if you do want to submit a question, scan that QR code or use the hashtag BigIdeasLive22, because we really want to open up to the audience and see what you guys think of it as well. So we'll get things rolling. Before we go looking into the future, which we will get to, state of play right now, I think artificial intelligence, it's strange because it's a term that's been around a long time, but it also seems to refer to something that hasn't quite arrived yet, but it's all around us. We're using it the whole time. And I wonder, Catherine, if you could start us with that. What does AI look like in the world right now?
So I think it's a very good point that AI is a really ill-defined term, and I don't think it has, a real concrete definition of what it is. And so the best I can come up with is computers trying to sort of emulate some sort of human intelligence. And obviously, we're a very long way from, and hopefully we'll get to that question of how close are we to human intelligence. But we're on the path to computers that are becoming more and more intelligent. And I think if we look at some of the ways that technology is used right now in the world, we can see some real good examples of artificial intelligence and how it's used. You mentioned Alexa. Obviously, that is I think a very nice example of how AI is working at the moment. And if you have Alexa or you've talked to Siri or any of these other virtual assistants, you might have a sense of how good the technology is. It can listen to you, it can understand certain things, it does a lot of smart stuff behind the scenes. But also it has some limitations. I'm not going to say that it's solved conversation. And so you get a sense of these sort of limitations and potential if you look at things that are out there in the real world. And this technology is being used in all sorts of other places as well that you may or may not know about. There's a very interesting project I'm working on with a company which is about dubbing videos from one language into another using synthetic speech, using AI to do that dubbing. And these are places where the technology is now really getting good enough, despite having some limitations, it's getting good enough to be used in these sort of real-world scenarios. So I think, taking a look at where AI is used right now is a great introduction to how it works.
We've got to be careful. I've just been told we can't say Alexa because people watching back home is all going haywire. So that was the last time. And no saying, hey, we know what her name is. And we'll talk about the gender nature of that as well, actually. Chris, that's a great summary of where we are now, but it is in all sorts of fields. What do you see a lot of it, especially on the really cutting edge side. What are you most excited by in terms of the applications of AI?
Well, I think we've seen huge advances even just in the last couple of years or so, and it's sort of become ubiquitous. So there are many, many places that AI shows up in our daily lives that we don't know about. I mean, I think Arthur Clarke, the science fiction writer, once said, the best technologies are ones that disappear into the background. They help you in your daily lives. You're not aware of it. So it's just all sorts of things like opening your phone with your face, or translating from one language to another on a website, or just many, many, many examples of this. But I do have a real sense that and I've been in the field for about 35 years. I mean, the field has been called machine learning that I've been in, and rather than artificial intelligence, but it's really machine learning has really become the dominant approach to artificial intelligence. And really just in the last year or two, we've seen just extraordinary advances to the point where I think the next few years in particular will see some very rapid changes. I think coming back to Catherine's excellent description of artificial intelligence, is a slippery fish. It's very hard to define. I think there are many different axes to intelligence, different kinds of intelligence. And some of these, in terms of artificial intelligence, progressing very rapidly, and others are making slower progress. Others have almost been solved, in effect. So really, the way research progresses, it doesn't progress uniformly on all fronts. There are certain areas that are very exciting. The field that I'm particularly excited about is the impact of machine learning and artificial intelligence on the natural sciences, on chemistry, physics, biology. This is a very exciting field. In fact, it's such an exciting field that I've actually pivoted my career, started a new role, building up a global team in this space, because we think that machine learning will have a big impact on our ability to model and simulate the world with many applications in drug discovery and understanding human disease, in discovering new materials, particularly for sustainability, new battery materials, new photovoltaics, catalysts, ways of capturing carbon directly from the air, and so on. So that's the field that I'm particularly excited about right now.
And Anna, what are you looking at and thinking, wow, that's interesting, that's changing my understanding?
There has been enormous progress in machine learning and AI. I've also been involved on the edges of the field for 20 years, and as a neuroscientist with a deep interest in machine learning and AI. But what's striking, it's a little like what you said, Catherine, that there's lots of very specific applications out there. And then if you look at what AI systems, in my understanding, are still not very good at, they are the kinds of things that we do associate with specifically human kinds of intelligence. Things like generalizing to new situations very quickly, learning things from very small amounts of data. We don't need to be trained on an internet's worth of cat pictures to recognize a cat as a human being. There's knowing why we know what we know. We know something, we can say, I have confidence in this judgment. We have insight into our knowledge. And then there's the sort of guiding of behavior. Yeah, sure, we have self-driving cars and drones that fly around. But as much progress as there has been in things like playing Go or solving equations in natural sciences, we still don't have the kind of AI that can control bodies in the way that we often used to see in science fiction. And it may be that we don't need these things. Maybe this is not the goal. Maybe this is not the future of AI. But that raises the interesting question of how much AI can tell us about the human brain. That, for me, that's the frontier that I'm interested in. What can these new generations of machine learning and artificial intelligence models reveal about cognition, thought in humans, in other animals, and ultimately, of course, this big question of why, for us, there is consciousness, why it feels like anything to be this complex biological machine that we are. And I think AI is very, very far from shedding much useful light on that question.
We still need to solve that question by the end of the panel, though, so hop to it. I mean, that's really, it feels like, artificial intelligence, I think it conditions us maybe to think of a mirror version of human intelligence. But actually, we've got a new type of intelligence. This is, the A word and the S word. It does something that humans don't need to do, and they do it in very different ways. Chris, you mentioned that the last 2 years have been the sort of Cambrian explosion of new ideas and really, really coming along. And Catherine as well, what's been driving that? We've had peaks and troughs with AI research, the AI winters where funding dries up and it's very unfashionable to even talk about AI, and then these boom times. It seems like we're in a boom time. What's been driving that?
I think there are a couple of things, actually, a couple of discoveries that we've made in the field in the last 2 years that are quite transformational. The first one has to do with scale. So I switched from physics into machine learning into AI about 35 years ago because I was excited about the idea of machines that could learn. it was probably a little naive back then because we thought that we call them neural networks, these models that we build in the computer. They have back then hundreds or thousands of these adjustable parameters. They're rather superficially rather like the synapses between neurons in the brain, and they adjust as the system learns. And we thought a neural network with 1,000 of these adjustable parameters was a big network. Well, what we discovered in the last couple of years or so is that as you go to very large systems, new properties emerge, new capabilities emerge. So we have colleagues at a company called OpenAI who a couple of years ago plotted a graph, and on the horizontal axis was time from the 1960s up to about 2020, and on the vertical axis was how much compute do you need to train the state-of-the-art in machine learning. And it was on what we call a logarithmic scale. So basically, when you see a straight line, what it means is the amount of compute was doubling every 2 years or so. What that meant was the field was benefiting, like everything else, it was benefiting from Moore's law, the doubling in compute power every couple of years. But then since about 2012, something remarkable has happened. Again, it's a straight line, but it's much steeper. What it means is that the amount of compute needed to train the biggest models has been doubling, not every 2 years, but about every 3.5 months. So it means it's about a factor of 10 per year, and that has continued to hold. And with every factor of 10, we're seeing new capabilities emerge that didn't exist at the previous factor of 10. So that's been one sort of breakthrough. Now, Anna was talking about all the data that you need to train these systems. So of course, as you go up in a factor of 10, you need 10 times as much compute, 10 times as much data. But the other discovery that we've made is what's called transfer learning. The idea that a system can learn to solve one problem, it then becomes much faster at learning a new one. So I'll give you a simple example. If you find a sort of a blob on your skin and you're wondering, is that just an annoying little thing, or is that some sort of cancer that's going to spread and kill me? And of course, you'd go to a dermatologist and they would look at this and diagnose it. And so people were wondering, could you just take a photograph of this, and from the photograph, could a machine tell the difference? Now, the problem there is there may be hundreds of thousands of examples of this, but from a machine learning point of view, there really isn't very much data. And so a team of researchers tackled this by taking another machine learning system that had been trained on a very large data set of things like bicycles and cats and dogs and mushrooms and so on. And they took that big trained system and then just retrained the last little layer on this new task using a much smaller amount of data. And it achieves human-level performance on that particular task, comparable to a team of professional dermatologists. So this is a very interesting result. So what it means is that as these systems go to very large scale, they can become much broader, because throughout much of the history of AI, we've developed a system over here for speech recognition, another system over here for natural language understanding or something, and they've been rather separate. And so what we're seeing now is a convergence of different technologies into a single model. So it's made this a very, very interesting time to be in the field.
Yeah, that's really exciting. Just a reminder, before I get to you, Catherine, please submit your questions by scanning the QR code, but also vital that you add your name to it, otherwise we can't find you to ask the question. And it will get asked, but you won't get the glory of having your name associated with it. And if you're on Twitter, the hashtag is #BigIdeasLive22. I mean, that does sound incredibly exciting, the way you've done it, the way you've told it there. But there's sort of talk of very, very large systems and new properties emerging. At the same time, being used in very vital ways, as you say, cancer identification. But we know algorithms are used in all sorts of important decisions in our lives. In the States, in some places, they're used in sentencing criminals, things like that. How worried, ignoring the Terminator question, which we'll do, but how worried should we be now about regulating this? Sometimes it seems like a black box. How do we open it up and make sure it's being fair, we're not making the wrong decisions?
Yep. So I think you're right, it is a bit of a black box at the moment to be able to see inside some of these AI machine learning systems and understand how they're arriving at the decision that they're making. And that is a really difficult problem to solve. And I don't think that we have the tools and techniques to be able to look inside that now. So we can't, for example, ask a neural network to justify a decision about, say, sentencing in the same way that you could ask a human judge to justify that decision. And so that's one area that I think we really need to spend some effort into developing tools and techniques to look inside that black box and figure out. But one of the things that we can do and we should be doing is looking at how these systems work in the real world. So judging whether they are exhibiting bias against particular groups by judging how they're working on real people's data. There are many examples of how face recognition systems and speech recognition systems end up performing worse on particular demographics, particular groups of people, just because of the way that they've been trained, or the sort of data that they've already seen is not representative of the real world. And so we really need to be spending time and effort, say, taking a speech recognition system and making sure that it works across a range of accents with the similar kind of accuracy, or looking at face recognition systems and being sure that they are actually performing well for different people, because when these systems are used in the world and they become part of everybody's day-to-day life, obviously it holds people back if these systems are treating them differently to other groups of people. So that's a real area that I think is receiving quite a lot of attention right now. People are trying to understand how neural networks are working, and we're making progress in how to evaluate them for actual real-world problems.
When we talk about emergent properties as well, some people would argue that consciousness is an emergent property of a brain. Are we ever going to realize, Anna, when a machine might become sentient? Do you think that's even possible? And B, how would we know?
The answer to the first question, is it even possible? I think the honest answer is that nobody really knows. Okay. The reason nobody really knows for a machine is that nobody really knows even for other animals, other human beings even. I cannot be 100% sure that you are conscious, though I think you are.
I'm trying.
And it's a unique problem in science. In some sense, we know, and we've known for hundreds of thousands of years, that consciousness depends on the brain and the body in a fundamental way. You change the brain, you change your conscious experience. Yet, unlike other problems in biology, and indeed all of science, consciousness is a private, subjective experience. I can't put a conscious experience on the table and we can all look at it and agree. I can tell you about my experience, but it's essentially indirect. And some people have said this means we can't even address the problem with the tools of science and philosophy. I think that's entirely wrong. We can. It's just that there are going to be some limits on the data that we can get. Now, we are learning an increasing amount about what the basis of consciousness is in the human brain, which parts of the brain are necessary or not necessary. But we still don't know the answer to a fundamental question, which is, does consciousness depend on the stuff that something is made of? You and I are made out of carbon. We have biological neurons. We have wetware rather than the hardware. Does that matter? Now, there's one school of thought that says it doesn't. If you program a computer the right way, if the next generation of machine learning architectures is trained in enough data, and the next thing that might emerge might be awareness. But there's no real good reason to assume that's the case. Some things, it doesn't matter what it's made of. A computer that plays chess really plays chess. But other things, the material matters, like a computer simulation of a weather forecast that we all use too. It doesn't actually get wet and windy inside the computer that simulates the weather. And consciousness, consciousness is not the same thing as intelligence. And I think this is a crucial distinction to make, because it's so often said, like, not by anyone here, of course, but in the wider public, that consciousness is some function of intelligence, that once AI crosses some threshold, then the lights come on, and it's not only going to be smart, it's going to be sentient. But I think this comes from a place of human exceptionalism. We think we're really special as humans. We think we're intelligent, and we know we're conscious, so we think the things go together. But consciousness, we should define it, actually. I mean, consciousness is really any kind of experience whatsoever. It feels like something to be a conscious system. An experience of pain or of seeing color is enough. You don't have to have complex cognition going on in order to be conscious. So there's no real good reason to expect that simply ratcheting up intelligence is going to make an AI system conscious. And just by observing apparently intelligent behavior, I don't think it's a reliable signature of whether the thing is conscious. And I think we can be misled here. Systems can give us a strong intuition that there's a conscious mind there when there's just the whirring of algorithms.
We'll come back to that. It's a really interesting point, which ties into a later talk. Chris, we should check first whether do you have any sentient robots up in Cambridge locked away in the lab and you just haven't told people about it?
Well, actually, I loved Anil's answer, right? This panel is discussing two different things, I think. One is the ability to create machines that have certain information processing and reasoning capabilities, which is a fantastically exciting field with enormous practical implications, actually addressing some of society's most challenging problems right now, and with potential for the wrong things to happen. I think Catherine gave a lovely description there of how we need the right guardrails in how we create and deploy this technology. And on the other hand, this fascinating question of consciousness, which is a person's subjective experience. I experience consciousness. I'm guessing you experience something similar because, you know, we're all broadly the same, from the same species and so on. And this tremendously difficult question of ever knowing what a machine experiences or whether it experiences anything. I think that's one of the toughest problems in science in a way. It's very hard to know even where to get started. I think just separating out those two, I think is actually very helpful for the discussion and not conflating them.
Why do you think we have this obsession with wanting to have conscious machines? As Sarah Jane was saying, it's such a trope of science fiction. You know, some brilliant films about it, some bad films about it as well. It's something we clearly feel the need to see in the world. Why is that? Catherine?
I think you're right. It is a trope of science fiction, and we want to emulate ourselves somehow in what we do, and so people are driven to build replicas of people, build technology which is like us. But if you look back over time, you see that it's been a constant thread through the history of technology that people have wanted to assign human agency to technology, even to other inanimate objects. You'll hear people talking about how their TV is annoyed with them or something like that. We assign human properties to technology and to other things. There's a famous example of a chatbot which was built back in the 60s called Eliza, which was a very simple chatbot. It was a therapist. It had some canned answers, so you tell it your problem, and it might say, can you tell me more about that? Or sometimes it would flip your question back on you, so you might say, I'm feeling unhappy, and it would say, can you tell me why you're feeling unhappy? Very simple responses. And the creator of this program wanted to show how stupid computers were, but people did believe that Eliza had human-like intelligence, and the creator was very surprised by this, that he could
have the opposite effect.
Had the opposite effect. And I think that this trend has sort of carried on through. People are really keen to assign human properties to computers, especially when they're using language and other human-like animations and that sort of thing.
And did you want to...
Yeah, just to come in briefly on this, I think you're absolutely right that we do project agency and intention and also consciousness onto things very readily, you know, onto our pets, onto Tamagotchis.
Yeah,
if you
exactly.
remember those things we used to have. But this question of why do we feel like this is something we need in our world, in our lives, I think really does need to be interrogated. Because just as much as we don't know what it would take to build a machine that has experience, we also don't know what it wouldn't take. And we might do it by accident, and we might not know if we've done it. And if this happens, it would be an ethical catastrophe. Because soon as something can have experience, we have an ethical obligation to it to minimize its potential suffering. And if we don't even know the criteria by which to establish whether that's even a possibility, we're in really, really deep waters. So just building something because it sounds cool and you've seen it in science fiction and you want to be at the cutting edge of this pivotal moment in human history is a really, really terrible idea. So I think that, you know, these goals of building actually conscious AI are just wrong. We should not be trying to do that. But having said that, there's a sense in which the two things are not maybe completely separate, consciousness and intelligence. Because the kinds of things, back to where we started the discussion, I think the kinds of things that a lot of current AI is not very good at seem to be the kinds of things that we are good at and that we associate with consciousness. It's like we're very good at generalizing to new situations. We're very good at reflecting on our own decisions. Metacognition, these kinds of things, we know what we think about. We're very good at integrating large amounts of information very quickly. These are the sorts of things that experiments in neuroscience psychology have shown are closely associated with human consciousness. So I think there's a case for building machines that have some of the functions that we associate with consciousness, but that's very different from the goal of trying to build a machine that feels, which I think is a really bad idea.
But I think just pushing back a little there, I think there's a risk of saying computers can't do X, Y, and Z because next year they'll be able to do X maybe, and maybe the year after it's Y. And I think there's a risk that humans become the piece that's left over that machines haven't yet done. And the reality of AI as it exists today is actually completely the reverse. I think you commented earlier that there's a complementarity between what machines do and what the human brain does. And you know, coming back to your original question about Hollywood movies, there's a reason that Hollywood movies depict killer robots, because they've got to keep people entertained for 2 hours, right? And if you take, I mean, I'll just give you an example of AI in practice. We've developed a system called Inner Eye, which is actually deployed at Adam Brooks Hospital in Cambridge. We developed in partnership with their clinicians. And it's used to do radiation therapy planning. So if somebody has a solid tumour and they need radiation therapy, you need to know very precisely where the tumour is in 3 dimensions in order to treat it with radiation. And the way that's done conventionally in most places now is you have a 3D body scan, and the radiation oncologist goes through this layer by layer and marks the boundary of the tumour. Can take 20 minutes for a simple case, can take several hours if it's metastasized. There are multiple tumours. So what Inner Eye does is it does that automatically and presents a proposal for this 3-dimensional segmentation, we call it, to the radiation oncologist, who then can go through and check and make any corrections and alterations. So the radiation oncologist is still doing this segmentation, but instead of taking several hours, they can just take a couple of minutes to check a proposal, and most of the time they're not making many changes. So that's the reality of AI and how it's impacting people's lives. But I think if you made a 2-hour movie of somebody segmenting, I don't think it would be a Hollywood blockbuster somehow. So
I probably wouldn't watch it all the way through, but maybe Sky could buy it up. I mean, so those are robots that save lives, but let's talk about killer robots to sort of pick up on some of that. And you know, the idea of the singularity, that questions of consciousness aside, what happens to the point, however you define it, a machine is more intelligent than a human. Lots of people predict that then it very quickly becomes much more intelligent as it figures out how to improve itself. And again, this is a slight science fiction trope, but it also has lots of very serious, very intelligent people worried about it. You know, Nick Bostrom at Oxford with the Centre for Existential Risk thinks that's something we should be thinking about, just in case it does come after humanity. I mean, is the singularity plausible, and should we be thinking about it in that way in terms of preventing the worst happening?
So I like to think in terms of a worry budget. You know, we can do a certain amount of worrying in a day, and when it comes to AI, we've already discussed some of the clear and present concerns about bias, you know, about sort of overextension of systems into domains where they're not necessarily working, self-driving cars that might crash. Sure, there's in principle, there might be this scenario where AI bootstraps itself beyond our understanding and control and ravages the world in terms of, but that to me seems a very small part of our worry budget. It's worth worrying about a little bit, but not very much.
Not very much. You the same on that?
I think it's a great answer. I think, you know, if I stay awake at night worrying about things, it's certainly not Hollywood killer robots. It's, you know, what are you doing to our planet? The rate of increase of CO2 emissions is, you know, we're heading for massive problems in that space. I think it's far, far more likely that AI will help us address those kinds of problems. For example, by our ability to simulate atomic matter, you know, really down at the atomic and molecular level, can help us find new battery materials, new electrolytes for the hydrogen economy, even ways of capturing carbon from the atmosphere that could make a real dent in that problem and could really help us on the path of success there. That to me is what AI is really all about, rather than, you know, the killer robots and so on make great science fiction movies. But I think the opportunity and the upside that we have here, again, as long as we have the right guardrails in how we deploy it and how we use it, in terms of worry budget, you know, there are plenty of challenges in the world right now. I think this just isn't one of them.
I don't think I can improve on those answers. I think there is certainly very clear and present immediate problems with AI that we should be worrying about far more, and the ways that people might use it now rather than a hypothetical scenario that may or may not come true down the line.
So, I mean, those people who do ask these questions, not just in Hollywood, but, you know, Elon Musk said, I mean, I know his stock isn't very high at the moment, but he said a few years ago, I've got exposure to the most cutting-edge AI, sounding a bit like Donald Trump, that the most cutting-edge AI. I think people should be really concerned by it. I mean, he's a smart man, whatever you think of what's happening at Twitter right now. Why is he wrong to worry about that? Is he wrong to try and worry other people about it?
It depends what he means. I mean, as a general technology, yes, there's a lot to be concerned about. It's very powerful. And I think this invisibility point that you mentioned earlier is really relevant, that successful AI is noticeable by how unnoticeable it is, that every successful technology becomes invisible. And when it becomes invisible, we will not see the potential problems with it. The biases become even more hidden. So there is an awful lot to worry about, but it's still this prospect of singularity mongering I don't think is there. Another thing about that, though, is we've mentioned a few times the insane acceleration of compute power. There's this exponential curve in many aspects of AI. And the thing about an exponential curve is that wherever you are on it, what's behind you looks completely flat, and what's ahead of you looks impossibly steep. So it's very, very easy to think of yourself as right at the point of this pivotal transition. But that's going to be true wherever you are on the curve. So I think that is behind a lot of the sort of psychological motivation for us to think that a singularity is around the corner. But excessive focus on these almost existential situations distracts us from the problems that are here and now.
And, we have been treating them separately so far, artificial versus real intelligence. But there are obviously efforts, thinking of Elon Musk actually in the Neuralink, to have that brain-computer interface. Where are we with all that? And what does that mean in 10 years' time we're all Googling by thinking of it? What does that sort of artificial intelligence look like? Catherine, you...
I think it's an interesting concept to think about, but with all of these things, I think you have to think about how it might be used by people in the world. I'm not sure people would like to Google things by thinking about them. That might seem a little scary to them, that a computer can read their thoughts and show them the information that they're worried about. And so with all of these things, I think you have to sort of embed it in how people are going to use the technology in the real world. And there's a difference between developing hypothetical technology and developing the products that become the AI that we use day to day.
Have you seen those products? Chris, is that something you're looking at?
Well, yeah, it's interesting. I think it's to do with, there are different modes of interacting with machines. And, for example, if you're disabled, then you might be able to interact with the machine through a different modality than, let's say, a keyboard. And of course, we're all disabled at some point, right? If you're driving a car, until we have fully autonomous vehicles, you have to have your hands on the steering wheel. So maybe you don't use a keyboard, maybe you use voice. So I think these are different ways of interacting. It is possible, yes, to put a sort of a skull cap on and detect through the skull the tiny electrical signals of at least the surface neurons. I'm sure you know a lot more about this than I do, and use that to do very basic control. So for some people in some situations, that may be a good way to interface. And the reverse may be true as well. So there are certainly devices. I'm no expert in this field, but people who are blind, a camera can take an image, can be processed, be sent to a set of electrodes at the back, at the visual cortex at the back of the brain, and can give people who are otherwise blind some sense of sight, not as good as regular vision, but it's better than nothing, and that technology is improving all the time. So I think there is a role for different kinds of ways of interfacing our brain to machines of the kind I've just described.
And just the last question before we open up to the audience. I want to talk about, we've talked about AI and what we learned about it. When you've been looking at the field, has it taught you stuff about human consciousness? Has that looking at machine intelligence given you insights into the human brain?
Yes, and for me, that's the primary motivation. I think these techniques have been incredibly useful in understanding what's happening in a biological brain. But they can also be misleading if we think they're too much the same. They're not the same. But yeah, our brains contain, among other things, neurons that are wired up in complex patterns, and those patterns resemble neural networks. In fact, that's why they're called neural networks in machine learning and AI. So we can do lots of things by adapting techniques developed in AI to enhance our understanding of the human brain. For instance, a lot has been discovered about visual perception by using networks that have been trained to classify objects in images. And you can find out that if you put somebody in a brain scanner and have them look at images, and then you can use these neural networks to interpret the activity in the brain and understand more about exactly how the brain is putting together different pieces of the image to form a visual perception. And in my group, one of the things we're doing is taking these methods forward to understand hallucinations in psychiatry, in neurology, when people start having unusual, distorted perceptions. And what's actually going on in the brain that makes them experience the world in these unusual and often distressing ways? Well, AI and machine learning can really help us that.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. There's more questions, better questions to come from the audience. And the first one is from Eve Binder, if you're around. And if you could stand up, the microphone will come over to you. Just over here.
I sent in a few, so I don't know which one has landed. But I guess, can you talk a little bit more about creativity and artificial intelligence? How do you move from analytical intelligence to more generative intelligence?
Brilliant. Just in case you didn't hear that on the microphone, how do we have more creative AI, go away from analytical intelligence to more creative intelligence? Who wants to have a go at that?
I can talk about
Yeah, go on.
creativity in different ways. So there's been a trend recently for machine learning models which can generate content, which I think is one of these really interesting developments that Chris was talking about. Machines that can generate images. You type a prompt, a description of what you want it to be, and it will generate that image. It can generate videos, even computer code. There is a model which would help computer programmers with generating computer code, all these creativity tools. There are still difficulties using them. It's kind of difficult to control exactly what they output and to have yet much control over the sorts of images that you're getting or the type of code you're getting. But these are really one way that computers are becoming more creative, although they're still highly constrained by the description that the person gives. So there's a lot of human creativity that goes into them, and they're more tools that can help people in different creative ways. So that's one really interesting thread in creativity. And then I think there's another really interesting aspect to creativity, which is surfacing different insights from different places to help people make those connections. And there is a whole separate thread of research in this direction of how can you help people be more creative by showing them all the different bits of information that they need to do their job to make those better creative connections. And these are both fascinating to watch, and I'm really curious to see where they will end up.
Yeah, we can add to that. So, as Catherine alluded to, just in the last couple of years or so, we've seen a big advance in what are called generative models. So these are models which don't just classify things and process information, they actually generate things like being able to type in a caption and generate a photorealistic image and so on. This is very interesting. We're using those kinds of models, those generative models, actually in partnership with Novartis, to generate candidate drug molecules. So the problem of drug discovery, the number of what are called small molecule drugs, the sort of traditional drugs that we have, is roughly 10 to the power 60. That's 1 with 60 zeros. So there's this utterly unimaginably vast space of molecules. And what happens now is chemists in pharma companies like Novartis, based on their experience, will propose different molecules based on, add different groups and different structures to them. And when they think they've come up with some good ideas, they'll be tested in the wet lab, and then a subset of those might eventually go into clinical trials, and a subset of those eventually become drugs in the real world. But this is such an enormous space to explore. So what these generative models are doing is helping their creativity, because creativity isn't just art, it's also drug discovery, it's creativity, creating ideas for new molecules. And what we're finding is these generative models are coming up with quite new and interesting ideas for molecules to the extent that these are now being synthesized. And what it means is those chemists who are trying to discover new drug molecules, in effect, their cognition is amplified. Instead of just sort of having a pencil and paper, they've got this powerful tool which effectively makes their creative powers just orders of magnitude greater and allows them to explore that space much more efficiently. So I think it's a super question. It's definitely a capability that's emerging in machine learning.
I'm just going to thank you for that. Try and get as many questions in. Next one is from Jeremy. If you could stand up and ask a question here at the front for the microphone, please.
Hello, panel. Hello?
Yeah.
My question is, a lot of people worry about when AI will overwhelm human strengths, like in films The Terminator, but has it already overwhelmed human weaknesses?
Anna, do you want to take that?
That's I like the way of putting that. I think that the answer is probably, in some ways, yes. I mean, technology has a habit of exploiting our weaknesses, but it's typically not the technology then, and it's the people behind the technology. So you could make the argument that a lot of social media is successful by precisely exploiting our human weaknesses and our psychology. And I think that will continue. It's a really nice way of putting the question.
Brilliant. Got a question from Hiro Darianani. If you're around and could stand up. Yes. Yeah, sorry, one second. Microphone will be with you.
Yeah, just kind of related to the last one about AI. I think there's, for some time, ideas of it replacing people in their jobs and the work they do, rather than complementing. Is that real? Is that being tracked? And related to that, people are talking about universal basic income. Again, is that something I'll see in my lifetime? I don't know.
Well, I think it's clear that the technology is changing the nature of work, and certainly, again, I'm probably a tech optimist, but when I think about the opportunities here to, we talked a bit about the healthcare sector. Now, in the UK, but in many developing countries, healthcare is just becoming an increasing proportion of GDP. It's just becoming very, very expensive. And that trend is set to continue as we become older, as we no longer die from diseases, but we live with diseases. Those problems are just going to be exacerbated. And while I certainly wouldn't claim that AI can solve all these problems, it's one of the few opportunities I see where the curve is going in the other direction, where that exponential is going in a very helpful direction. And I gave just one simple example of inner eye and tumour segmentation. Drug discovery was another one. But many, many situations in which you have human expertise, and a doctor would be a great example, but with that doctor spending a lot of their time doing tedious stuff. I mean, they might just spend a lot of time interacting with the computer and filling out forms and so on. And a lot of that is ripe for being helped with AI. So really freeing up that person's time to engage directly with patients and do the things they're particularly good at. So I really do see, at least for the foreseeable future, this real complementarity between what machines do and what humans do. And even where the machine is better at something than the human, it doesn't mean it disappears. I mean, a great example is chess, right? I mean, it's long been the case. Your phone can beat any human being at chess easily. So do people stop playing chess? I don't need to play chess anymore. I'll get my phone to do it for me. No, of course not. And chess is more popular than ever. And but people use, I think everybody I know who plays chess uses those chess programs as an opponent to analyze board positions and all the other things. So I think that complementarity, fundamentally it comes down to a choice. This is powerful generic technology, but we're creating it. We can choose how we use it.
Leo has a question. If you could stand up over there. Microphone is coming your way. Hold on one second.
So might it be possible for a human brain to be linked up to an AI computer, so the human brain could tap into the AI in its data reserves, and would the AI be able to experience the human conscious, or is this still science fiction?
Again, I think it's a really good question. I think, in a sense, we're already doing this. Every time we use a search engine, we're tapping into artificial intelligence to expand the powers of our own mind. It doesn't really matter whether there's a wire going from your phone straight into your brain, or you just hold it in your hand and look at it. We're already combining with AI in ways that enhance, change our minds, change the way we think, change the way we behave. My memory is largely on my phone rather than in my head now. And this outsourcing of our cognitive abilities to artificial systems, I think, is going to continue, but it doesn't mean we disappear. I think, as I've been saying, there's still a distinction between what makes us us and what we use as tools. One of my mentors, a philosopher called Daniel Dennett, brilliant man, says that we should always remember that we're building tools, not colleagues, and just bear that in mind when we're developing the next generation of AI, as you might do.
That's a great answer. I mean, it was Socrates who was complaining about the invention of writing, that everyone would forget everything, but it's worked out all right so far. We've got time for one more question. Selena, if you're around and could stand up over here.
Thank you. Hi. I think when we talk about AI as a general public, it's either something to worry about or it's like the solution to all our problems. As experts, what do you think is something that you know because you work with it every day, but the general public should know, and something that we can do to influence the future of AI as well?
Catherine,
I would say I've learnt that AI technology can, underneath the hood, be complicated and difficult to understand if you really go down into the details. But I think that for the general public, it could be really difficult even to get a grasp of what AI is, because there's very little explainers out there, very little to tell you what AI is and how it's used. And some of the language used by the tech world puts people off. They make it seem like it's this really difficult, impenetrable kind of technology that only a select few can understand. And I don't think that's true. I think there should be better ways for the public to understand technology, to be able to know its strengths and its limitations, and be able to influence the direction. And so I think I see a lot of people who lack confidence and say, well, I couldn't understand that, it's too difficult for me. And I think I would like to see ways that we and the tech industry can break down that barrier and give people the confidence to know that they can shape the direction of this technology. It's not just shouldn't just be driven by a small select group of people.
That's a great place to end it. Great question, great answer. Thank you so much, all the panelists. I think we solved everything. We got there in 45 minutes or less. Thank you very much for being here and for watching along at home and sending in all those questions. And there's plenty more to come here at Big Ideas Live. Sarah Jane.
Tom, thank you. Thank you to Tom and that brilliant panel discussing artificial intelligence and Big Ideas Live. There's so much going on here today, not just on the festival stage and the future stage, but we've got lots of innovations on display. Welcome to the metaverse. This is architecture and art in the metaverse. Your chance to see how that all works. This has been a very, very busy stand. Coming up at 20 to 4 this afternoon, talking about AI, we're going to be hearing from the former Google engineer. Now, you may remember this story. We did cover it on Sky News. He was sacked for claiming that the chatbot tool he was working on had feelings and should have its wants respected. We were talking to him live here on Big Ideas Live at 20 to 4. That's on the festival stage. Over on the Futures stage, our science and technology editor, Tom Clark, is going to be tackling a really interesting question. Is it possible to end aging for good? And back here in 10 minutes' time on the main stage, the festival stage, we'll be talking about social media. So much of technology is focused on social media, the challenges of moderating it. We'll be hearing from a man who worked for both Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg, and he is now working with Facebook's Oversight Board, which was established by Meta to make independent decisions on its content. We're going to be hearing from Dex Hunter-Torek shortly, so don't go too far. The next session is on the main festival stage and is about to start. The next session is on the main festival stage and is about to start. Hello and welcome back to Big Ideas Live. Very busy here. Lots of people taking the opportunity to explore our innovation stands. So much new tech and innovation on display. Very busy in here. Very busy just in front of me as well. We're going to head back in to the festival stage. Now, in here, not so long ago, about an hour or so ago, I was talking to the Information Commissioner, John Edwards, and the Crystal Palace footballer, Lee Nicol, about the best way to protect people and their data online. It really is a hot topic, and it's only going to get bigger as technology advances and more people go online earlier. Well, it's time now to hear from someone helping to make those decisions about freedom of expression and deciding what content is appropriate. With that, I'm going to hand over to our technology correspondent, Roland Manthorpe.
Thanks, SJ. I'm so delighted to be here with Dex Hunter-Torek of the Facebook, Meta, I should say, Oversight Board. One of the most interesting and unique experiments in one of the most important areas, the moderation of what we can and can't put online. Dex, welcome.
Good to be here.
Let's just start by helping me understand the principles underlying the Oversight Board. So there are 20 people on it. Why 20? Why not 7? What are the core principles that underline the design of it?
Yeah, so we have 23 now. We've grown a little bit. The way we've looked at it is to make decisions about content for a global set of platforms. Facebook and Instagram have billions of users, around 3 billion. We need to have members on an independent body who represent the huge diversity of that user base. Many different backgrounds, many different communities, who can help solve some of those really complex challenges that users are facing every single day on those platforms. So our starting point was really, how can we get enough different points of expertise that we can make informed judgments about these issues? Over time, I expect the board will grow larger and we'll have more members adding to that.
So the question, or the topic of oversight boards and content moderation boards has really come up recently because Elon Musk has said that he'd like one for Twitter. You worked for Elon Musk. What advice would you have for him on this topic?
Well, look, I think the first thing I would say when looking at Twitter and how to moderate content there is you have to start with the principle of do no harm. And I mean that in the sense that medical professionals look at patients. When you make decisions here, for platforms like Twitter, which are part of the critical infrastructure of free expression around the world for many millions of people, including activists, people who are struggling for better lives, for democracy in societies facing conflict. The decisions you make in California can be immensely consequential. And so actually making very rapid, knee-jerk decisions about the direction of content, about content policy, that's probably not the right way to go. From the Oversight Board perspective, what we have repeatedly encouraged Meta to do with how they moderate content is to be transparent about how they make decisions, really to show how they've come to a decision so that it builds trust with users. Trust in social media companies and in business, I think, has taken an absolute rollicking over recent years. And certainly, I think it will not be helpful for restoring trust if you have Elon making decisions where people wonder, is this being driven mainly because of Elon's personal preferences? I do think as well, if you're building a content council, it has to genuinely operate independently from the company. It cannot be something that just reflects Elon's personal preferences.
Yeah, because as you referred to, the key decision when Meta set up, or Facebook as it was then, set up the oversight board, was that Mark Zuckerberg essentially stepped back and said, you take over this. He didn't actually step back all the way, but he did step back a little bit. I mean, you know Elon Musk, right? Does he have the self-discipline, the self-control? I mean, just does he have the character to take a decision like that?
Yeah, I mean, Elon is somebody who famously describes himself not as a micromanager, but as a nanomanager. He's somebody who often likes to be very involved in things that are quite intricate, and you think other CEOs might not be that invested in that element. Certainly, I think...
That sounds like a no.
I think based on the last couple of weeks, I think it's a couple of weeks, though it seems longer, he is unlikely to be very detached from these decisions. We'll have to see how it unfolds. I mean, I understand that he's probably minded to bring in another CEO to run Twitter so he can go back to focusing on other parts of his business interests, and that would probably be the right way to go. I think Twitter needs a lot of attention, and if Elon's going to be providing that, I wonder who's going to be running the shop at Tesla and SpaceX.
And just to say, is that essentially, is that if the overlord of the company is involved in a project like the Oversight Board, it can't work, can it?
Yeah, I mean, the Oversight Board operates completely independently from the political, the commercial, the public relations interests of Meta. We, frankly, don't care what Mark Zuckerberg thinks about the decisions we make. We are there to advocate for users, to ensure that users are being treated fairly. Elon does not need to be involved. He should not be involved in making those incredibly consequential decisions. I think he needs to take a step back. There need to be policies and processes that people can have trust in that really allow this content council to operate independently.
Okay, Elon, if you're listening, there you go, some advice for free. I want to talk about some specific cases, but before I do, can you give me a sense of the scale of the operation with just a few numbers? So how many cases have been referred to you, or have people made referrals by appealing to you?
Yeah, so we've received over 2 million appeals from users to date, and a small number as well from Meta. Okay. Of those, we've done 29 big case decisions.
So, 29 of 2 million. So why not more?
Yeah, so the way to think about it, right, is we are not a general customer service mechanism for Meta. So we're not going to be in a position to answer all of those 2 million cases. We could have 10 times as many board members. I still think we wouldn't be able to answer all of those. What we're trying to do in each of those cases is diagnose big, underlying systemic problems with Facebook and Instagram, which we then tell the company to go away and fix. So in those 29 cases, we also delivered over 130 recommendations of things that have to change on Facebook and Instagram. And the company's agreed to more than 60% of those. We think that's a pretty good batting average. All of the decisions we've made about individual content as well, the company has committed to, and they've implemented what the board has told them.
So just to pick up on something you said there, the company, you've made 130 recommendations and the company has picked up 60%. I mean, the Oversight Board is often referred to as the Supreme Court for Meta, but when the Supreme Court says something, the government has to do it.
Sure.
This isn't the case, right?
Definitely, we don't use that Supreme Court framing. Others use it as a sort of, easy shorthand for referring to this kind of body. And I think the reason they do that is we are a new type of entity. We are a self-regulatory body designed to solve some of these challenges within the tech industry. Nothing like this has been attempted before. I think, honestly, the fact that Meta has agreed to more than 60% of those recommendations, which are very consequential, which potentially impact hundreds of millions of users' experience on the platform, I think that's a good thing. Obviously, we'd like that they accept all of them, but baby steps.
Okay, and just on the, I mean, I know you're doing your best, but 29 out of 2 million, what about expanding the board, say to 40?
Yeah, I mean, over time, the board may end up being 40 members. I expect will grow over the coming months. But those 29 decisions, if you go and look at them, and of course, if you go on our website, you can read all of those decisions in extraordinary wonky detail. They are very significant changes to the platform. You know, just one single example, right? Because of the oversight board's work, more than 800 million users of Meta's platforms can now actually read the rules of those platforms in their own languages. That may not sound like a big deal. On its own, it's a single thing, but it's an important part of building transparency. And those 130 other recommendations, each of those is something that additive will reshape the experience for users on the platforms.
Are you having difficulty hiring people? Because I know the ambition is to get to 40. Are you having difficulty getting new members because Meta gets a final say on who's on the board?
No, we honestly haven't had particular difficulties with that. I mean, we added the 3 additional members just this year. What we have been doing, though, is taking a lot of time to determine what are those extra points of expertise, and also to work out how scaling the number of members will impact the overall institution. So because we are a new body, this is a new way of working, those small changes, which may sound sort of self-evident, they actually may have outsized impact on the quality of decisions. So right now, for example, every decision the board makes gets approved by the entire board. So that was designed to prevent any single member or small set of members from having an outsized impact on these very consequential issues. If you had 40 members instead of 20, obviously unanimity or a majority there is going to be much more challenging to achieve. So it's working out how to scale, but effectively.
Mm-hmm. I want to talk about some specific cases, because once you get into the specifics, I think it is unbelievably fascinating how this all works. But first, just to remind everyone here that you can submit questions by scanning the QR code on your seat. Or if you're watching on TV or online, then you can submit your questions on Twitter using the hashtag BigIdeasLive22. Right, so let's talk about a specific case, a recent one. Can you tell me about the case of the Russian Nazi?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, this is a very recent case decision that came from the Oversight Board. This was a post in the context of the Ukraine conflict where someone was calling for death to the fascist invaders.
That's what they said in their post, death to the fascist invaders.
That's right. And there was an image as well as poetry, I believe, in that case. And this was content that was removed by Meta from the platform. And after the board looked at it, we said that was the wrong decision. And actually, we required it to be restored to the platform, which the company did. And the reason for that is you had to look at speech in the context of what was happening in Ukraine, an unlawful invasion of a country with people in Ukraine and many voices outside of Ukraine looking to support the population there, naturally contextualizing the violence that was taking place in Ukraine in the context of other historical injustices that have unfolded in Ukraine. So in that context, actually, we said this is perfectly legitimate speech. This is something that in the context of a conflict is something that should be permitted. It doesn't represent hate speech. Calling for the death to the fascist invaders there in that context was referring to Russian military forces who were acting as aggressors. So that's one example of the sort of very consequential free speech and human rights issues we deal with.
And if I understand the case correctly, part of it was that the post said, kill the fascists, kill him, kill him, kill him. This is something, of course, that would never be permitted normally on Facebook, because one thing you're absolutely not allowed to do is make threats of violence. But this reference, this kill the fascist phrase, was a reference to a poem from, I believe, the 1940s. And this level of specificity is exactly what you're dealing with. So on this question then, in the end, you decided that the post should go back up. That took quite a while to decide. What difference does it really make to anyone on the ground if, in the end, you've decided that in this very specific circumstance, actually, this one relatively small post can exist?
Yeah, so this is exactly where the recommendations we make in those cases do have an impact. And I think they're the most important part of those decisions. Requiring Meta to build policies and systems that can understand that context. The guidance that they provide their content moderators as they apply the rules when they're looking at many future instances of content, that's where we can truly have an impact. So you're entirely right. On a single piece of content, it may or may be not be so influential, but in future cases, because of the board's work and the way we've scrutinized those breakdowns in the policies and the systems, that will have an impact for many, many more people.
So can you say then that the way that the war in Ukraine is being talked about by people on Facebook has been changed as a result of the Oversight Board?
I think it's something which will make a small change, and it will add up to a much larger set of changes that Meta has also, of course, been doing itself since the conflict began. And they've had to change a lot of the ways they look at content. They've had many new challenges that have emerged in the context of that crisis. This is another contribution from our side.
Just a reminder that you can all post your questions. Please do scan the QR code on your seat. Right, you mentioned moderation, and I really want to talk about this because I think this is so important, or rather the practice of moderation. So for those who don't know, a lot of moderation on Facebook is done by algorithms. It's done by what some people call AI, but it's really just automated sifting of content. And then some of it is done by a large group of people for a Silicon Valley company. In other words, really a very small number of people given the scale of Facebook. I think it's helpful to talk about a specific case to get us into this. So can you tell me about the case of the Brazilian nipple?
Yes. This is a case that we took on a couple of years ago now. And this was a piece of content on Instagram that was removed through automated moderation by an AI system. And it contained a nipple. And of course, Instagram has rules around nudity. What the system did not understand is that this piece of content was in the context of a user raising awareness about breast cancer. And of course, that is something which the board, when it looked at that, we said, first of all, that is a legitimate thing which should be allowed on the platform. And subsequently, because of the board's decision, Instagram actually revised its community guidelines to allow that. So we've taken away that problem for users. People should be allowed to post about breast cancer on Instagram, which includes images of nudity. With AI, of course, there's a much larger set of problems here, which you very rightly pointed out have been exposed by this case.
Yeah, because just to say is that post, that nipple, which was put up in the context of breast cancer awareness, was removed by AI, wasn't it? So yeah, so what is it? So okay, so you made your decision. What does this mean in practice then? The AI gets reprogrammed. The moderators, they get a little different line in their book of things they're not allowed to put on.
That's exactly right.
Tell me what happens.
That's exactly right. So the decisions of the board go back to refining the processes and the way those processes are enforced at Meta. And we don't take the company's word for this, I should say. We have a whole team on the board side, which we imaginatively call the implementation team, which studies in depth how the company implements the board's decisions. We report on all of that publicly through our quarterly and annual reporting. So that is exactly what is supposed to happen. With AI, obviously, there is no future for content moderation on platforms which have billions of users unless AI is part of that. I talked about the impossibility of any set of humans, even if we doubled or trebled the size of our board, to deal with all of those problems. So you do need to have AI, but you do need to refine those systems and understand where they're breaking down.
I find that interesting because, to me, reading the cases of the Oversight Board, what really comes out is just how important context is. Context is everything. But robots, or AI, or whatever we call it, they're not great at context. Can automation actually do this job in a way that is fair to humans?
Yeah, I mean, AI has definitely, obviously, advanced enormously over the last decade. It's doing, in a lot of cases, an okay job at looking at that context. And, of course, this is a lot of engineering work, right, to build in the understanding with these systems that can really pay attention to very intricate social, economic, political situations, the backdrop of that content. But over time, this is something that absolutely is going to pose a technical challenge. It is something that the more you get into very niche situations, you understand the limitations of the existing systems. It's something we're going to have to solve and figure out what the limits are.
Have you looked at all at the condition of human moderators? Because we're talking about people here. We know from whistleblowers that human moderators might be asked to make a decision in 10 seconds. They're exhausted. They're burdened by how much they have to do. Many are, or some are suffering from PTSD of the things they've seen. And these might be people who are operating, say, in a war zone, where, in fact, there's been a war recently in Ethiopia. I don't know how many moderators Facebook has for the languages of the warring parties, but I'm going to guess it's not very many.
Right.
This strikes me as one of the real issues for the Oversight Board, in that you might be delivering your high-minded judgments, but they're being implemented on the ground by people whose working conditions make it almost impossible for them to do a fair job. Have you investigated that?
Yeah, so I should say we do look at how some of those human elements of moderation fit in with broader systemic issues at Meta. So one example, very specifically, we had a case from Myanmar where we found that there probably wasn't sufficient guidance given to content moderators to allow them to look at content in the language it was actually posted. So our guidance back to Meta was, you can't make decisions in that way. You need to ensure that there are sufficient language and translation resources available so that moderators can actually look at the content in that language. It is something that is a bigger problem. We've had some conversations with folks who are representing that community of human moderators. It's not a thing that has been the main focus for the board. And for that, I would say...
Why not? Because it seems absolutely key. Have you audited the work of the moderators, for example?
It's an important problem. It's not the one the board was designed to do. And we are very candid that we are a small body designed to do one thing very, very well, which is look at content and try to reconcile the policies and the processes of Meta with some of its human rights obligations. There are other players who need to be involved in solving these problems, not just us. We're part of an ecosystem of solutions. This is where regulators, this is where researchers, this is where civil society also come into the picture.
But this seems to me it seems to be completely crucial. So again, to take the war in Ethiopia, Facebook has been implicated with amplifying the violence by allowing hate speech on its platforms. Ultimately, if there are only, 5 moderators there for the entire language of one warring party, really, this could cause really bad things to happen.
Yeah, sure. So, I should stress, that is the sort of thing we do look at. So whether there are human elements that contribute to the outcomes that are being produced in these cases, but actually solving this is, for example, looking at labor conditions for moderators, that's absolutely an important problem. This is not to deny that for a second. That's not going to be the thing the board is going to solve on its own. And we need to be realistic about the resources and the expertise we have on our side.
Fair enough. Thank you very much. Right, we have time for questions now. And we have a question from Colleen Cotter. Colleen, hello. Would you mind telling us your question, please? If you give us a second, wait for the mic to get over. This is, I think, a very relevant question given what we were just talking about.
Yes, you're talking about context, so you're covering some of that, but I just wondered, how do you account for language and cultural variation of meaning? That's, you've already been addressing a lot of that, but I'd like for you to talk a little bit more about that. Thank you.
So a question on language and cultural variation of meaning. Something you must have really thought about.
Absolutely. So, for a very long time, I think a lot of board members have had a view that the way content is moderated is often very Western-centric and often very US-centric. And if you look at any number of examples of content issues in the global South, we've seen communities that are repeatedly not well served by the decisions and the policies of big tech platforms. And so for that reason, the board has been very focused on looking at global South communities in particular, underrepresented communities historically, who have often been marginalized when it comes to these tech issues. Over half of the board's cases to date have been from the global South. In those cases, very often it is linguistic and cultural nuance that is a critical part of that context that we talked about, and the ability to treat users fairly and to make the right decisions about content. And so the board itself is very, very diverse. We've got 23 board members. They've lived in, I believe, 29 countries. They speak 27 languages. We are constantly bringing in outside points of expertise as well. We have a system called the public comment process, which allows any person, any of you, to contribute your point of view to how we interpret decisions. Lots of civil society organizations and researchers in the global South are often engaging with us on these cases, and we engage with them regularly. So I think we're making progress towards that. There's still much more work to be done, though, and I think Meta needs to do a better job there.
Thank you. And we also have a question from Chris Chauhan. Apologies if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly. Chris, hi. Can you wait for the mic to come over and stand up and ask your question?
Thanks very much.
How can we...
Yeah, just checking that was working. Just on the topic itself as well, I suppose, in a bit more broader sense, as part of the oversight group, who moderates the moderators, and how can we ensure that people see this as trustworthy and effective?
The big question, who moderates the moderators?
Yeah, who watches the watchmen? One of the things that I think is critical, and this is certainly the same advice I would give to Elon as he thinks about this Content Council proposal, is we are very transparent about the work we do, as well as being, I think, often very Western-centric in terms of content moderation. I think most people would agree the way that Silicon Valley companies have made these big decisions have been very opaque. I mean, we're talking about researchers and policymakers and regulators even who are really struggling often to understand what's the rationale for some of these incredibly consequential decisions that end up impacting millions of people's lives. So from our side, we put all of our working out in public pretty much as far as we can, obviously while ensuring that people's privacy and security is protected in some of these communities. The other thing we do is we are very, very open and structured about the principles and the mechanisms we use to actually make decisions within the board. So you can go and read our literal rule book. For members, it's on our website. You can see our bylaws and how we're structured. And we also have an independent trust with a set of trustees who are there to scrutinize the board and make sure that we're upholding our mission.
We've got another question from Dino. Hiya, in the audience. Yeah, if you wait for the mic to come around. Yeah, really interesting question.
Hello, I've got a question really about jeopardy. So a lot of moderation is, I guess, seen as invisible takedowns. We don't see it when it happens unless it hits the news. So the personal responsibility or the learnings for the rest of the users are sort of invisible. So is there any power you have to reflect back onto the platform to put jeopardy, like to make people responsible for transgressing rules, or is it just silent takedown is where the future of moderation is?
Yeah, should there be more visible signs that someone's been sanctioned?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. I mean, certainly there's a piece of material that we're going to be publishing over the next few weeks on something called Crosscheck. And Crosscheck, for those who don't know it, is the system that Meta uses to moderate, in particular, high-profile and VIP accounts on Facebook and Instagram. And this is a system that came to a lot of public prominence last year when Frances Haugen, the Facebook whistleblower, revealed some of the problems that really are plaguing how that cross-check system is applied. So in the reporting that came out in the Wall Street Journal first, Frances Haugen argued that actually the way cross-check was being applied to content often spoke to behind-the-scenes decisions by the platform that were often not necessarily motivated by any coherent principles. And the board has been studying this since. Meta referred this to the board for us to investigate and to publish an opinion on how they should transform that system. This, I think, speaks to exactly what you're talking about, whether there is this iceberg of things that we don't see behind the scenes that end up having very consequential impacts on free expression around the world. How we flag that in public, that is something which raises, obviously, technical issues to some extent. Also, in some cases, things around privacy and ethics for users. But definitely from our side of the house, when we look at these cases, we do want to ensure we're not just going for things that are driving the news cycle. And I think that also goes along with not being super Western-centric. The global media often takes its cues in many ways from news outlets in Europe and the United States. And these are things that often seem like they are the most important issues for everyone, but they aren't.
Thanks, Dex. Dex Hunter-Torek, thank you so much. A fascinating topic, and one I'm sure we'll be talking about in the weeks and months to come as we see exactly what Elon Musk does at Twitter. SJ, over to you.
Roland, thank you, and a huge thank you to Dex as well for taking the time to be here with us this afternoon and offer your insight. It was absolutely fascinating. And plenty going on around the stages today. I'm trying to keep my voice down because I don't want to interrupt the experience of the two people behind me who are here at our tree hugger stand. Now, this is incredible. It's entering a tree trunk and exploring inside the tree. You can walk in and out. You can explore the world of trees and the forest. These guys have been here for at least 15, 20 minutes. And there's a massive queue to come and have a go at this today. Roland actually said this is the best thing he has ever experienced. And that says a lot coming from our technology correspondent. So that is the tree hugger stand here, just one of many innovation stands that we have here at Big Ideas Live. Plenty more panels coming up for you as well. In the future stage, which is just to my left, Thomas Moore, our science correspondent, is going to be talking about the advance of technology and in particular AI in the field of medicine. And on the main stage, the festival stage, we'll be talking about technology in the battlefield and how it's changing warfare. That's with our security and defense editor, Deborah Haynes, and special guests. We'll see you in a few minutes. Welcome back to Big Ideas Live, a special Sky News event asking the big question, who owns the future? We've brought together some of the industry's biggest leaders and thinkers, innovators in science and tech to try and help us answer that question today. And of course, we have our award-winning team of Sky News journalists, experts in their field. So far today, we've largely focused on how technology is used for good. But as we know, technology is also used as a weapon. Perhaps the most recent and visceral example is, of course, what is unfolding in Ukraine. Old-fashioned tanks and artillery, of course, being used on the battlefield. But high-tech rocket launchers and drones are playing their part to devastating effect as well. And away from the front line, an invisible war is being fought in cyberspace. Deborah Haynes, our security and defence editor, is going to host our expert panel in just a few moments' time. But here's a reminder of what modern warfare looks like.
The different coloured pavement, a permanent reminder of the first chemical weapons attack on European soil since the Second World War. It meant the UK had to fight back in the grey zone.
Islamic State shocked the world when it seized swathes of Iraq and Syria in 2014, but it also surged across the grey zone of the internet, winning recruits and spreading terror.
So the troops are loading up their rocket launcher with more ammunition.
It's a relentless fight for survival, and the aim is to win.
Good afternoon and welcome to this panel on cyber warfare and how technology is changing the battlefield. And I'm joined by an expert panel of people. First of all, we've got Sarah Armstrong-Smith, who is the Chief Security Advisor in Europe for Microsoft, which plays a key role in cybersecurity. We've also got Nigel Inkster, who is an expert, a senior advisor at the International Institute for Strategic Studies, looking at cybersecurity and China. And before that, he had a long and distinguished career at Britain's Secret Intelligence Service, MI6. And last but definitely not least, we have Sally Walker, who spent about 25 years in national security, ending up as Director of Cyber at GCHQ, and she led the effort to create the National Cyber Force, which is a fundamental part now of UK cybersecurity, both offensively and defensively. We're also going to be joined by a minister from Ukraine in a few minutes. But I thought to start off with, given that Ukraine, the war in Ukraine, is so current in our minds, and cyber has played such a fundamental role in that conflict, and we're learning so much all the time, that I'd ask the three of you, starting with Sarah, just what part has cyber played in the war in Ukraine?
Yeah, thank you, Deborah. What we're seeing now is a real example of a hybrid war. So we're used to thinking about war as the physical, kinetic war that we get to see on the television. So we see the missiles when it's land, sea, and air. But the cyber element is the invisible element, and that's kind of one of the key areas where we talk about hybrid war. So when we have the kinetic war, we have cyber attacks exactly at the same time. And this is a prime example, particularly when we talk about Ukraine. So as the tanks were rolling in on the 24th of February, actually, the first strikes were the day before, on the 23rd of February. And Microsoft, in particular, detected over 300 simultaneous cyber attacks. And this was really trying to knock out as much as Ukraine's critical infrastructure as quickly as possible. So this is in communications, it's media, it's digital infrastructure. And it's really, the hybrid war is trying to stop the war as quickly as possible. So we're seeing a massive increase in cyber attacks. The other element of a hybrid war is the information warfare as well. And this is the psychological warfare, if you like, in terms of how they manipulate the general population. So they're targeting the Ukrainian population, the Russian population, Western allies, but also allies of Russia. And there's a whole disinformation campaign. I'm sure we'll touch into that as well as we get further into the panel.
Yeah, it's really important to understand, isn't it, that warfare isn't the conventional bombs and bullets alone anymore.
Exactly.
So, Nigel, what's your thoughts about the war in Ukraine and how cyber is playing a part in it?
Well, I think, I would say yes. Everything that Sarah just said, I agree with. But I think the lesson I'm taking from this is that ultimately cyber plays an ancillary role, a very important role, and in sometimes a vital role. But it's probably its utility is probably in the kind of grey zone area that precedes actual armed conflict, and as Sarah said, in the information warfare domain, targeting populations around the world and trying to persuade them of the validity of Russia's message. And while that may not be working terribly well in our part of the world, in what they call the global south, it is actually working rather effectively. So there is that. The other thing that we're seeing now is actually Russia's decided that rather than take out infrastructure using cyber means, it's easier just to physically destroy it. So, the physical aspects of connectivity are also critical in this space. The other thing I would say, and we're seeing this now, is the criticality of good air defense systems, which are dependent upon satellites, artificial intelligence to function effectively.
Sally, I'm going to bring you in after we've spoken to our guest from Ukraine, because it'd be great to actually get your analysis on what he has to say. We're going to be speaking now to George Dubinsky, if technology survives. There he is. Thank you ever so much. He is Ukraine's Deputy Digital Transformation Minister, right on the physical front line and absolutely the virtual front line. Minister, thank you ever so much for joining us here at Big Ideas Live. Can you just give us a sense from your perspective of how cyber is playing a role in this war in your country? How fundamental a role is that?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. And, I heard just very wise comments from my colleagues, and I share them in general, but I would say, I would add a few things. Exactly, cyber became one of the dimensions of this hybrid warfare together with information warfare. So kinetic cyber information constructs this war, and I would say that we have ongoing the first online war because of everyone is able to follow the war through the social media platform. And in more broader context, I would say that it's not only cyber, but I would say that we are talking about some digital security and digital resilience because of, as my colleagues mentioned, we have cyber attacks, a very critical component. We experienced more than 1,370 cyber attacks, and cyber incidents, it's more than 65,000. But also we are talking about the telecommunication infrastructure, data security, and connectivity of our citizens, their connection with the government. So some dimension of digital security, some dimension of digital resilience. So together with cybersecurity, the communication, security of data, security of personal data, and even security of this digital connection between the citizen and the government is also construct this context of this warfare. And actually, we are actively using cyber technologies in the current warfare, particularly to counter Russian disinformation. I would say that, their disinformation is just extension of their internal propaganda and brainwashing to the external markets, and they are trying to convince the population of the world that nothing is going on and nobody died. But we're using for a particular AI technologies to identify Russian, even not soldiers, who are criminals. and to show them, to find their social profiles and to contact their families and to ask them to take their corpse back to Russia. So we are using this cyber also multidimensional. Unfortunately, you know, we did not create cyber forces finally, let's say, and we were more focused on cyber security and cyber defense. But right now, we understand that we have to do more proactively in this area. Maybe it also will be part of this warfare and cyber warfare.
Oh, so you're creating your own sort of offensive cyber force, do you mean?
You know, we decided we had decree to create cyber forces. It was the decision was made, I believe, last November, but we did not create them timely. They are under construction right now. So since 2014, when we had this war started, and since 2015, when we experienced very severe attacks on our energy infrastructure, we were more focused on cybersecurity and cyber protection, not on offensive, not on cyber offensive. And so, you know, our understanding of this conflict and cyber dimension was shaped by on the concept of cyber defense. But as we see, you cannot fight in cyber dimension without cyber forces. So we should to work on that as well.
Okay, well, thank you ever so much, Minister, for joining us here and sharing your experiences right from the front line, virtually and physically, of Ukraine. Sally, what do you make of what the Minister just said there about how cyber is, you have to defend against it, but of course he's clearly saying you also have to be offensive, and I know you don't like those terms, but so can you just explain to us, what your thoughts are, and also more broadly, how you would describe the cyber threat?
So I think the Minister's comments just reinforced the backdrop to this conversation, which is our society is digitally dependent in everything that we do, from the classroom to the boardroom to the front line. And every decision that we make is derived from information. Whether that information is trusted or not is critical to whether we're competent, and that's whether we're competent as a whole society. So in the context of cyber warfare, yes, cyber is technology, and yes, cyber is IT, but I think it would be deeply dangerous for the debate to stop there, because cyber is completely a human challenge, a deeply human challenge. And therefore, we need to be thinking about how we build national competence, national resilience, and making sure that that competence is across the whole of our society. The debate ultimately is about who we trust, what we trust, and how we trust it. And I think that the Minister's comments really brought that home. And then looking to the future, it's a really difficult debate around the skills that we need. Do we need forces? Do we need each and every citizen in this room? And I'd argue we need everybody.
Just to say that if you do have questions to ask our panel, you can scan them on the QR code, or if you're watching on television or online, you can submit your questions on Twitter still, using the hashtag BigIdeasLive22. Sarah, just looking at the impact of the war in Ukraine in terms of the cyber attacks increasing globally, there is no geographical limitation for cyber. Have we seen an increase in the threat from cyber attacks following Russia's large-scale invasion of Ukraine?
Yeah, I think it's really good to put it into context about what we're seeing, not just with the war in Ukraine, but globally, as you said, across every single country. Now, I will give you some visibility in terms of what Microsoft is seeing. So every single day, we collect and process over 43 trillion telemetry signals. Now, that you think about the digital infrastructure, but you actually need a lot of physical infrastructure as well. And if I kind of scan the room and everyone's using smart devices and smart technologies, that's all technology, that's all signals that's kind of giving off. Kind of how do you make sense of 43 trillion signals? Well, we've talked already today about machine learning and data analytics and trying to make sense of what's going on. But we're also actively tracking about 250 different threat actors. So we've talked already about some of the nation states, but actually there's a huge increase when it comes to organized crime. And this has been really an impact of the global pandemic. So when you think of crime, particularly street crime, you might think of like drugs and a lot of those type of things, but a lot of that's moving online because what they're identifying is cybercrime pays, unfortunately. And so you have the opportunists, you have the people. You don't really need a lot of IT skills. You don't need a lot of money. You can buy credentials. You can buy kits. You can buy all of these things off the dark web. Really, really easy to get set up. So to be a cyber criminal, it doesn't actually take a lot of effort. And that's where we're seeing the increase. And anything and everything can be monetized. I think that's a really important. So when we're thinking about cybercrime, there's a kind of illusion that people are after financial data. The reality is they're after any data. Any data can be bought and sold. And as we're talking about, the sort of people and enterprises and nations, and it's kind of to Sally's point, what are we really here to protect? We're really here to protect people, and we're here to protect data. And, when we're talking about it from a digital perspective, as time goes on and time progresses, everything and everything is going to be digitally connected in one way or another. So cybersecurity plays a role in absolutely everything that we're doing.
And that's, from our perspective here in the UK, during relative peacetime. So it's important to think about the fact that we're all basically on the front line. Anyone with an electronic device can be targeted. Nigel, can you just give your thoughts? We're talking about cyber technology more broadly and the future. How is warfare in the future going to look?
Well, we're back to Clausewitz, the difference between the nature and the character of warfare. As Clausewitz said, the nature of warfare is unchanging, but the character of warfare changes continuously. The other thing to say is, remind ourselves is that warfare is a complex adaptive process, and victory normally goes to the side that proves most adaptive. So making predictions, I think, is very difficult, but there are certain things I think we can safely assume. One, as I just said, I think at the end of the day, cyber attacks, I don't like the term cyber warfare, I'm not sure what it means, nor does anybody else, is probably going to be preparatory and ancillary to the main event, which is still going to be a clash of arms. The other thing to think about is the whole challenge of autonomous systems. And the United Nations has got very exercised about this and is looking at the whole question of killer robots. Well, I think we're a long way from that. No serious military thinker or commander that I know about wants to find himself in a situation where artificial intelligence systems or machines are dictating the battle rhythms. And if we look at what's happened in Ukraine, the role of the human being, I think, is still fundamental. Ukrainian forces have defeated a much larger and, on the face of it, better prepared force through the skill of individual commanders, non-commissioned officers on the ground. And I don't think we're ever going to be able to eliminate that from a central role in conflict. But we do have issues. We've already got loitering munitions and drones that are capable, can be programmed to attack without first phoning home. So we've kind of crossed that barrier. How much further we go is very difficult to say.
And of course, there's been a lot of work, hasn't there, in terms of that cyber element, defending it, which is why perhaps we haven't seen such devastating cyber implications. Sally, can you just talk about what a cyber attack is? You have a lot of thoughts about how it's not about this so-called Pearl Harbor cyber event. It's far more insidious. It's about attacking our minds. What is a cyber attack? What is cyber warfare?
Oh, how long have we got?
About 2.5 minutes.
Yeah. So what is a cyber attack? I've got a phone here. We've all got phones here. It is under attack. because it's getting spam emails that are trying to steal my credentials and trying to steal my information. And I'm probably the one responsible for that attack, which is why the language is so unhelpful, because I logged onto a station Wi-Fi on my way here, and I didn't think about whether it was a trusted network. And it asked me for my inside leg measurement and my phone number. And within seconds, I was getting spam text messages about COVID and about energy support payments. So the system is out there, and we play into it. And even if our device is secure, our behavior is not. So anything that introduces vulnerability to the system today informs the capabilities and the options that our adversaries have tomorrow. And that is, I think, unusual about the nature of the cyber threat that we face, and requires us to perhaps think a little differently and possibly change the language. And it's interesting that a lot of the early cybersecurity language was actually in terms of health, infection, viruses. And some of the lessons that we've learned from COVID are deeply relevant to securing ourselves and making ourselves safer in a cyber conflict of the future.
Well, Rishi Sunak, our new Prime Minister, is actually just visiting Ukraine at the moment for the first time. He's been meeting with the President, and he's been saying about how the UK is going to be providing more weapons to help the Ukrainians. Like, what is the biggest assistance that the UK can give Ukraine to help deal with these threats in the cyber domain? Actually, Sally, if I go to you first.
Brain power. So this is a human endeavor. This is about the skills that we need, and it's about different thinking. And if you bring together brilliant people who understand telecommunications networks, devices, logistics supplies, weapons programs, you can then work with those individuals to make their systems more safe. Because if you're an engineer building something, you don't tend to think, I wonder how this can be broken. But that's what our adversaries are doing to us. They're not looking for normal use of our systems and our capabilities and our infrastructure and our information. They're looking for abnormal use. And that requires a different mindset and a different skill set. And those skills are out there. They're out there in every walk of life. So we need to bring people into this fight. Your average person in the boardroom perhaps isn't looking for a fight. They're looking for a purpose. And I think the Ukrainians have done that particularly well in uniting around a noble cause and a trusted brand of their flag.
And just one very quick thing before I go to the audience questions. I just wanted to talk about Microsoft and how industry as well, in this evolving field where actually industry often knows more than government. It's quite a unique situation. You've got Elon Musk helping the Ukrainians with his technology. Can you just talk very briefly about the role that, the fundamental role that industry has to play in the Ukraine conflict?
I think it's a really great example, like we've been talking about, with the depth, breadth, and scale, and putting that intelligence to work. And I think one of the things that we've identified that's really important, and I would say is a benefit of everything that's happened, if you can, any good that's come out of this, is the public and private sector collaboration. So historically, when we're talking about nation-state threats, we're talking about this level of intelligence, that would have been shared with government agencies, intelligence agencies across different governments. Very rarely would that have been shared to the general public. And one of the things that we found is really, really important is to share and educate the general public as much as possible. So what you'll see from us is that we have provided early lessons learned and getting it out there, sharing it so people can make decisions about and be more educated. So we talked about the fact that, you know, you're utilizing devices, you're utilizing data, you're doing all of these things. And the last point I would just sort of make is you made the point earlier, Deborah, about the strategy is different in peacetime versus wartime. In peacetime, a lot of our governments, a lot of our need is to keep our data as close to us as possible. But actually in wartime, we need to get the data as far away as possible. And that's been a really big lesson about empowerment. Your understanding of where's my data, who's got access to it, the level of control of that data is so key and it's so important. And so it's two real lessons learned that we could take away. And it's really quite simple. Is we have to protect the access in and the exit out. So stop them getting access into our data, into our environments and doing all those things, and stop them getting access to the data. It's the data that they're after. So we can kind of bridge the gap on those two areas. We're going to be onto a really good thing.
Thank you. So now we're going to some questions from the audience and online. Is Sam here in the audience, please? Raise a hand, maybe Sam, don't be shy. Oh, there, a cup at the back.
There's an adage that militaries always try to fight the last war, and I'm wondering if there's an equivalent of that within cyber, by which I mean an area of cyber that it might be tempting for, say, the UK military or government to focus on, which perhaps it shouldn't do in favour of something else. Thank you.
Sorry.
Who wants to take that?
Sorry, can you just repeat the essence of the question?
Yeah, there's an old adage that militaries always try to fight the last war. Yeah. Is there an equivalent of that within cyber warfare? Nigel, why don't you go for that?
Well, a very good question. I think actually the reality is that militaries are still struggling to come to terms with the integration of cyber capabilities into their current practices. So I don't think there is a second war to be fought. We're still fighting the first one, so to speak. And this has been quite difficult because in the nature of things, people want to stick to what they know. And it has been really difficult, I think, to get a lot of military commanders to accept the necessity of integrating these capabilities into other ones with which they are more familiar. That's not a criticism all, because some have been very visionary and forward-thinking in the way that they've approached this. But integrating it has been difficult. So we're still in the first phase here.
Absolutely, and empowering. You can empower a soldier to fire a rifle, but empowering a soldier to send a tweet seems to be beyond the Ministry of Defence quite often, which links quite nicely to the next question from Alison in the audience. At the front here, please.
Hi, thank you. What role do you think social media plays as you say, an auxiliary in war, with Ukrainian soldiers now posting TikToks of themselves on the battlefield, in terms of maybe proliferating information or putting potential rallying power in the hands of the ordinary citizen?
Sally, do you want to go for that one?
Yeah, it's obviously a very powerful tool, and we've talked about Ukraine and them having their noble cause and their trusted brand to rally troops. But that has equally been used on the flip side by ISIL, who did the same thing with their black flag and their recruitment of people to their cause, reaching around the world into the bedrooms of those who perhaps accepted their twisted ideology. And, that is a different war. We fought at a different time, but actually the lessons are similar as we look into Ukraine and look to the future.
And did you have any thoughts on that, on social media?
Yeah, and it kind of comes back to what I said at the beginning about information warfare and disinformation. Now, social media is a great tool to be able to amplify, to see what's going on, to get those messages out there. It can also be used for nefarious purposes. So one of the key lessons learned from this hybrid war is that disinformation. It's the false news, it's the fake news, and how that's being proliferated across social media. And its design is to elicit a response with regards to, if you're trying to get people to fear what's going on, or you're trying to build a particular narrative about, the different areas, depending on where you'll come from. And so it's very highly targeted. And this is actually a big area of focus for Microsoft as well going forward, in terms of how we can educate. How do we educate people to understand the original source of the picture? So a lot of pictures can be doctored. A lot of pictures that you're seeing right now are not even from the Ukraine war. They could be from a war X number of years ago. It could be something that someone's created. And so when you're watching this and you're sharing this, you need to make sure that, again, that from an education perspective, that what can Microsoft do and other big tech companies to help you understand the original source, the true source, where you can go to get educated, find out real information, and like Sky News, for example, but also just potentially where that image may have been doctored and where that image may have been reused elsewhere. So it's an important thing. It's a really great question about how social media is a really powerful tool, but can also be used as a real negative tool as well.
Well, thank you very much to the panellists for this fascinating discussion. We could go on all afternoon, but there's a lot more here at Big Ideas Live. So back to Sarah Jane.
Deborah, thank you, and thank you to our panel as well. Fascinating insight, thank you, and very timely, as we just found out, literally as you was about to walk on stage, that Rishi Sunak, the Prime Minister, is out in Ukraine. Thank you very much indeed, and thank you to everybody for being here for that panel discussion. Here next on the festival stage, we touched on it there, talking about Meta and Twitter. What a few months, few weeks they have had. We'll be talking about what is the future for big tech companies. That's going to be with our technology correspondent, Roland Manthorpe. He'll be asking the questions here on this stage shortly. As you know, many of you have been in amongst them. So many innovators today. Please do take the time to get around and see them. They are worth it. I finally tasted the 3D food. It was really good, totally not what I expected, so please check them out. They're through that way. And our tree hugger as well, the ultimate virtual reality experience. Put on your headset and you can literally walk inside a tree and see how it works. It's mind-blowing stuff. So a lot of that going on this afternoon, as well as the panels. Please take the time to have a wander around. And now is a good time to do that, because we're going to take a short break. We'll see you very shortly. The next session is on the main festival stage and is about to start. Hello, welcome back to Big Ideas Live. And we're here at one of our innovation stands. Welcome to the metaverse. This little space explores how architecture and art works in the metaverse. You can see somebody there with an iPad just taking you through what it would look like through a VR headset. It really is an immersive world of art. It's incredible. So much of that kind of stuff going on here today. It really is impressive. All the stands really busy. But what a month it's been for technology in general. In the last few weeks alone, shares in big companies have tanked. Meta and Amazon had to sack thousands of employees. Elon Musk, of course, took over Twitter, just locked his employees out of the office. There could be a big movement on that story today, so keep it Sky News, of course. And FTX, one of the biggest crypto exchanges, which is effectively a bank for cryptocurrency, imploded in dramatic fashion, taking billions of dollars with it. It's been a massive story. And all of those stories have left a lot of us wondering just what on earth happens next to big tech companies, particularly companies like Meta and Twitter. Well, hopefully Sky Technology correspondent Roland Manthorpe and his guests can answer that next question. They're chatting amongst themselves already, so they're well prepped. Roland, over to you.
Thanks, SJ. What happens next? The answer to that question has not felt this uncertain for a long time because it has truly been a tumultuous, frankly at times shocking period in tech over the last few weeks. It feels as if decades have passed in mere days. And I want to start by reflecting that and talking about that with the most brilliant panel. We have over here Cory Doctorow, one of the generation's great science fiction writers, a blogger, an activist, and someone who knows his software. A long time ago, he founded a peer-to-peer networking company. We also have Amber Gadda, a serial Web3 entrepreneur. What does Web3 mean? Well, we'll talk about that later. And also exec chair at Decentralize, the first in real life and metaverse music festival. And hopefully, behind us, in the screen, it's working. In the screen, we have Chris Kelly, and now an investor who was the 25th employee at Facebook, as it was known then, where he was head of privacy. So a really fantastic panel to discuss this question, what comes next? I want to start by asking you all the same question. In the last few weeks, what has surprised or shocked you most? Of all the things that have happened, what has truly surprised you? Chris, what about you? What was completely unexpected of all the things that have happened?
I mean, I think that the radical change inside Twitter is probably the biggest surprise of the week, and the fact that it would go from it's a central town square for the world to will it work tomorrow? It's a pretty big set of questions, and I think it probably will certainly work tomorrow. I think it's still going to be an impressive town square for the world, but the massive cutbacks and the sort of chainsaw that Elon Musk has taken to the company it doesn't bode well for its future, and I think that's a huge surprise to
Chris,
especially journalists.
Because you're a Silicon Valley insider, really. You, I think, invested early on in SpaceX. You knew who Elon Musk was, but you were surprised by what's happened.
I mean, I think that he should have taken a much more measured approach to the way that the company was taken over, and in a variety of ways. I mean, look, I as I've said, publicly, I'm mostly an Elon fan. He's able to do some pretty amazing things, but he's gotten into an area that's well outside his depth, and and thinks that a kind of bullying management culture can change it, and that's just not working right now, and it's not going to work at a Twitter. I guess I would hope that somebody who has had such amazing success in other areas would take a more measured approach, and that just hasn't happened. So that's why I'm surprised by it. I mean, I've certainly seen some driving management moves from Elon at Tesla and SpaceX before, but I'm surprised that this was the approach.
Okay, thank you. Amber, what about you? What's surprised or shocked you? I mean, you must have been pretty shocked when FTX, for those who don't know, FTX is a cryptocurrency exchange, a little like a bank. This is not a good analogy, but a little like a bank for cryptocurrencies. Why do cryptocurrencies, which are meant to be totally decentralized, have things like banks? Why indeed? But anyway, this entity has completely imploded in the most dramatic fashion in the last few weeks. Amber, as someone who works in this space, I mean, I was shocked. You must have been stunned.
Well, to be honest, this story started back in May of last year when we started having one of the cryptocurrencies, algorithmic stablecoins, supposedly, that failed. And it showed that the centralized, decentralized finance system is very fragile and very weak. And it showed basically that there was a huge contamination in the space back in May, and we were expecting to see more fiascos coming through. I must say, I was surprised that FTX went bankrupt for the simple reason that I would have assumed, so I spent my career in investment banking, the founder as well. So
you were at JP Morgan, I think. Yeah, you know this space. So you know that, say, taking billions of money from people and then giving it to an investment vehicle to put into more crypto projects and keeping no liability, keeping no money for yourself. It's probably not a good idea, right?
It is. What is really, really frustrating for me and other people in this space is that what we saw in crypto, especially in centralized, decentralized finance, is that people are making the same mistakes that have led to the financial crisis of 2008. Like, the same mistake. It's like you did not learn for the mistake of your older brothers and older sisters. And what we saw in FTX and in other lenders, CDFI lenders, is that there's no counterparty risk management, no internal controls. And basically, if the regulations that were created after the financial crisis of 2008 to limit the power of the banks, the power of the hedge fund, and create more transparency in the system were applied to these crypto companies, we would have had, maybe we would have had the same fiasco, but it would have been less shocking than what we're seeing today.
So just really quickly then, you're a Web3 entrepreneur and you want regulation.
I want regulations, yes. I want smart regulation, but I want regulation, yes.
Okay,
definitely.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Corey, what about you? I mean, on one level, right, is any of this surprising? Elon Musk has behaved like Elon Musk. A completely unregulated space has gone kaput. You've been, a prominent and very strong critic of big tech and crypto over the years. Were you surprised? Were you all the same? Were you shocked at what just happened?
So I think that big tech's hype machine wants us to think that they're evil geniuses. They want us to think that they've figured out how to hack our dopamine loops and make addictive technology. But when you look really closely at what they do, they just have monopolies, right? What they've got is like a platform that they got all your the people that you love and care about and want to transact with or go on a date with, and they've locked them into a silo. Whenever anyone tries to build technology that lets people out of the silo, you know, when Facebook started, it had a little bot that you could give your login and password to. It would go to MySpace and get your waiting messages and put them in your Facebook inbox, and you could reply to them and push them back out to MySpace. So you didn't have to choose between the people you loved who are on MySpace and the service that was better, which was on Facebook. You could get both. And today, if you tried to do that to Facebook or Apple or Google, they just reduce you to radioactive rubble. And so, you know, what they've done is use access to the capital markets to build these big impregnable silos, to buy everyone who wants to compete with them. Mark Zuckerberg gets up in the middle of the night and sends an email to his CFO saying, young people hate Facebook, they like Instagram, we have to buy Instagram because, quote, it is better to buy than to compete. Right? This is the kind of thing you absolutely don't want to put in writing. It's like saying, let's do a murder and premeditate it and make sure that we premeditate it because we know murder is wrong. Right? It's just not something you want to write down, and it's probably not a coincidence. A couple hours later, he sent a very wooden follow-up email, presumably after an angry phone call from his general counsel that said, for avoidance of doubt, I think competition is great, and I only want to buy Instagram because I think they will benefit and we will benefit from it and we will produce synergies. Really what he wants to do is keep you hostage. So the thing about these services that are based on hostage taking, mutual hostage taking, I'm there holding you hostage, you're there holding me hostage, is that hypothetically they can unwind as fast as they wound up. Right? If the reason you're there is that someone you love is there and that person leaves, then it's easier for you to go. The switching costs leave. And so, you know, we've seen these very precipitous declines. Friendster, MySpace, 6 Degrees, you know, here one day, gone the next. The founder of our feast today, Rupert Murdoch, turned a lot of money into a very small amount of money by buying MySpace, the way that Elon Musk is on track to doing with Twitter.
Although, but on the recent events, I feel like because we've gone all the way back to MySpace.
The thing that surprised me was how quickly this thing that we knew could happen, but which it seemed like the laws of gravity had been suspended for a decade, and it seems like very quickly people are going, I don't need Twitter and Facebook as much as I used to think I needed them. And now that the people I love are leaving, maybe I won't spend as much time. You know, I know that Twitter views are up, but I think they're up in the same way that like people crowding around a burning building to watch it go down. That building is seeing more footfall. It's not really the same thing as your business increasing.
Okay. Right, Chris, I want to bring in Chris here, because you know Mark Zuckerberg, right? But just before I do that, a reminder that you can pose questions to our brilliant panel by scanning the QR code on your seat, or if you're watching on TV, submit your questions on Twitter using the hashtag BigIdeasLive22. Chris, you know Mark Zuckerberg, evil genius, out of his depth man-child, monopolist. Yeah, how would you characterize him?
So look, so much of this is a battle for attention, and that is competition in a number of different ways. It's a battle for how do you get users to actually pay attention to your platform and use it to communicate with others. And there are a number of different platforms that have deep sets of information on that in iOS and Android and Facebook and Instagram and in quite a number of different ones, the controlled by phone companies and other companies that compete with each other for user attention over time. So I, as a trained antitrust lawyer, I represented Netscape against Microsoft. I've been in this, and certainly from a traditional definition in antitrust law, there aren't monopolies here in a lot of different places. There are bottleneck controls in things like iOS. I think at one point, maybe you could have argued that Facebook had that type of control over people in certain jurisdictions in Canada or in the US, but they certainly don't now. And so it is this sort of war of all against all going on in technology. And I think ultimately that's competition. I do think it's pretty stunning how fast these things can unravel. And that's one of the things that I think that this Twitter situation shows this week, is that you can kind of step on this in a number of different ways, not quite accidentally, but you don't want to mess with it, as precipitously as Elon has with Twitter.
Thanks, because I think that Corey's raised a really interesting point here. I opened the panel by saying the future felt incredibly uncertain. But look, if we've got a bunch of monopolies that are very hard to escape from, is anything really going to change? Chris, in a strange way, I feel like you're saying that things could change.
Competing with each other, that's not a monopoly.
Okay, so in a way, so you're saying that you do see the possibility for quite extensive change ahead?
Oh, absolutely. I think that there's robust and wide open competition for user attention among different media networks, and I think that that's pretty exciting.
And Corey, yeah, because what do you think about that? Because are you saying that?
The free side of this, which I think is also quite fascinating, and the number of different networks that you're seeing Mastodon and Post and quite a number of these networks spring up as Twitter has its problems.
So go on, Corey, and then I want to bring in Amber on Web3. Yeah, just as you've raised, Chris.
I mean, I think that there's some uncertainty about terms here, and so we heard that from a traditional antitrust perspective, we don't have monopolies. The tradition that is referring to is a 40-year-old tradition. It's the consumer welfare tradition that was brought in by Thatcher, Reagan, Mulroney in Canada, where I'm from, and it represented a complete break with the century of antitrust law before. The first antitrust law in the United States was passed by Senator Robert Sherman in 1890, and he was very clear that the problem with firms was not whether they competed or not, it was whether they exercised power over your life. He stood on the floor of the Senate and he said, if we would not allow a king to rule over us, I had to take an oath of loyalty when I became a British citizen, but I don't think we should have a king to rule over us. If we would not allow a king to rule over us, we should not allow an autocrat of trade to rule over us either. That when firms are able to, even though they're competing among each other to see who can abuse you in the most novel way, when there isn't sufficient competition that you can arrange a non-abusive relationship. Like Apple, for example, if you opt out of all Apple tracking, you may have seen those ads, iPhone means privacy, that are all over the place. You opt out of all Apple tracking, Apple still tracks every tap you make, everywhere you go, all the accelerometer data, your IP address from place to place, all of your location data, everything you open, all of that is still tracked, but they don't sell it to anyone else. They just use it to target you for ads.
And
they call that privacy, right? So where is the competition among Google and Apple? You can get any flavor so long as it's Orwellian, right? Well,
Okay,
what if you want not Orwell flavored? That's much harder to come by.
Okay, so but Corey, just to pick you up on this, right?
That's fascinating right now, the development of this in the Web3 environment.
So Corey, just to pick you up on this, you said that people are leaving Twitter in droves.
Yeah.
I mean, but you can't, isn't the point that you can't really leave a monopoly? How does this work?
Well, so they're leaving Twitter in droves, but they're still keeping one foot in because it's very hard to get away from it. What they're mostly doing is they're abandoning the relationships that they had. So many of you will have seen the musical Fiddler on the Roof. If you haven't, I'm about to spoil a 60-year-old musical for you. It's a musical about people who live in a shtetl in Poland, and life is bad, and it gets steadily worse, but they can't leave because they love each other. And if they go anywhere else, they will be broken up, and they'll lose each other forever. After things reach a kind of fever pitch, again, spoiler alert, they all leave. The village becomes a ghost town, and they go to lots of different places, and they lose each other, right? It's a very funny, poignant scene. I'm going to Chicago. I'm going to New York. Why are you going to Chicago? My brother-in-law lives there. Oh, that'll be nice. No, I don't like him, but family is family. It's a great scene. Good musical if you get a chance to see it. But the lesson here is that if you cannot bring your community with you when you go somewhere else, the fact that whether we call this a monopoly or market power or a market failure doesn't really matter. We all understand that what it is it's excessive corporate power that adversely affects us in our daily lives in important ways, and that these are not like the great forces of history bearing down on this moment to create that excessive market power. It was forbearance for mergers, predatory pricing, predatory acquisitions, conduct that was historically prohibited under competition law in the EU, in the UK, and in the US, and that for 40 years we pretended wasn't in the law books. And what's happening now is there's a shift. We have the Digital Markets Act in the EU and so on.
So Amber, right. Web3...
May I just jump on a couple of points that the gentleman
tell me what you think about this, because Web3, in a sense, the marketing at least, is that it was designed to solve this exact problem. Can it do that?
So just let me just go back on the other point, please. So I just want to look at it more from an economical perspective of what is big tech facing today. Is big tech over? Definitely not. Is big tech at a pivotal moment in its history? Definitely yes. And why so? 3 points. First is the current economic environment. Second is the requirement by users for more privacy. And third, it's the competition of new entrants toward Gen Z and Gen Alpha, which the big tech are not covering correctly.
I'm sorry, I know this is a bizarre thing to say given that we're mic'd, but would you mind speaking up? It's a little hard to hear.
Her mic.
Yeah, or someone can do that.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, it's better.
Yes, thank you.
All right.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. You were saying that the economics of the situation.
Yeah. So I was saying there's 3 points. Good? Hear me good?
Yes. Thank you.
3 points. So there's the current economic environment. There's the requirement from users for more data privacy. And then there's competition from new entrants targeting Gen Z and Gen Alpha. When I'm talking about the economic environment, what does that mean? I'm taking you back to 2008. So in 2008, you had this huge financial crisis that led central banks into a quantitative easing and bringing rates to zero. So you had tons of money on the floor or in the market. That money was supposed to trickle down into the economy to create activity and create consumer inflation. It never happened. What we saw is that that money started flooding into venture capital firm, private equity firm, and public equities. And so we were in a situation where money was so cheap and it was so easy to invest that we created this this inflation in asset prices, an asset bubble, literally. A lot of it went into it was small tech at the time, or medium tech. A lot of it went into tech companies. The investors did not care much about the basic of finance, looking at a bottom line, looking at profitability. The investors cared about growth. Everyone was talking about growth, generate more growth, have more users, have more revenues. No one thinking about the bottom line. Where are we today? We have rates that are up. We have central banks that are actually tightening. So access to money is actually more difficult. And suddenly now investors are telling themselves, hold on a second. I need to start looking at my bottom line. I want to invest in companies that are actually profitable. And so this psychology of revenues at any cost is starting to escape from the market. Where does this leave big tech? So big tech has been used to crazy valuation, has been used to a lot of cash, spending a lot of cash on hiring a lot of employees on projects that worked or didn't work. Today they need to restructure. They need to start focusing on the bottom line. And they've been hit quite hardly. And this is why in terms of stock prices, they are the ones that have decreased the most.
And so in practical terms then, does this mean that essentially what we're going to get is the same, but maybe a bit less luxurious? Or is there a technological revolution coming along which can actually answer the deep-rooted questions that, say, Corey's been raising, for instance, that you can't take your friends with you when you leave Twitter?
So there is a disruption in the way, and we're still at the very, very early stages of it, and we're all making mistakes and stumbling and standing back again to build that, what we call that Web3 space. But before talking about Web3, maybe it's good to take a step back and try to understand where Web 1, Web 2, Web 3 position themselves versus one another. So back in the 90s, Web 1 was fully decentralized. It was free. Anyone could host a server. Anyone could use a computer to relay messages between a server and a browser. So you started having people building applications on the internet. But in order for these applications to be able to communicate with one another, to be able to become more scalable, we started inventing standards. So one of the easiest standards to understand that I'm sure everyone knows here is HTML. It's your web page, right? You could use any browser to read a web page. That browser could be called Netscape, Firefox, Chrome, etc., etc. But the flip side of this standardization was that, as Corey said, user could take their data and move anywhere they wanted, move through the platform. And so big tech, who were still small tech at the time, were like, all right, I need to keep my users locked in. So they started creating standardization for their own application to lock in the users. Why did they need to lock in the users? Because we were during the internet boom, and there was a lot of money as well flooding into these companies. And what people were thinking about is number of users. They didn't care yet about how to monetize these users. What they cared about is having an increase in number of users. And then suddenly these companies, well, their investors were telling them, guys, we need to generate revenues now. All right, how do I generate revenues? At the time, none of us...
Advertising. Yeah, you assemble a community.
Let me finish.
Sell them ads.
Advertisement.
That's the model, right?
Hold on, because there's a justification for advertising. At the time, no one would have accepted to use a credit card. They were talking about 2000. To use a credit card to pay for a subscription on the internet. That was like super risky. And so the product had to stay free. You needed the product to stay free. And so these companies were like, all right, I have a lot of data here. I have the behaviors of my users. Let's go for advertising. And this is how big tech started becoming very siloed, and big tech, Web 2.0 basically, started becoming very siloed and focused on data tracking and data selling. Now, during this period of time in the early 2000s, something very important happened. There was an application that was called Napster. Does anyone remember Napster here?
Okay, yeah, so, but Napster was a free music service.
Yes, but it was a centralized music sharing system.
Technology.
Yeah.
And so Napster, because of the drummer of Metallica, Napster was sued for copyright infringement, and Napster got shut down. And this brought about what we call the Gnutella protocol, which was the first decentralized peer-to-peer file sharing system, right? And that was the basic, or that was the fundament, in my opinion, to what would become Bitcoin at a later stage, and what would become Web3.
Because I think the question is that are we going to see truly decentralized services that actually have a truly different business model to big tech in the way that, for instance, Napster had a truly different model than, say, whatever replaced it. It was iTunes and Apple Music that actually replaced it. Chris, you're an investor in this space. Look, right now, Web3 feels like a PowerPoint slide. Sorry. Go ahead. Web3, is it real?
Yes, no, it's very real, and it eventually, replaced iTunes. Eventually replaced Napster, but it took quite some time, and there are inevitably going to be a number of centralization points where standardization happens. I think that Web3, and particularly with the expectation of public blockchains being the basis for a lot of the operations, means that decentralization can be relatively well protected over time. There are battles over privacy in that space inevitably about one of the great powers of a blockchain is its mostly public nature. But you still want a number of things for people to maintain privacy around, and sometimes centralization springs up to feed that need, and sometimes centralization is then abused in a number of different ways, as it has been in FTX, and in some of the other kind of exchange collapses over time. But the fundamental idea of a cryptographically provable, trustless technology underpinning a lot of this space, I think, is an incredibly powerful idea, which will come to the fore, continue to come to the fore over the next 5 to 10 years, and ultimately be the basis for so many of these systems. We are heading back towards a more decentralized internet in that way.
Corey, your thoughts?
So I think that there are elements of sort of blockchain ideology that are decentralized. I think that, when you build a new internet based on the idea that you solve problems with creating markets and everything, and then the speculators gamble that they can make those markets and create and extract value from those markets by being the exchanges or by holding a plurality of the tokens or what have you, you do create some decentralization. But what I'm afraid of is that all evidence has been that the decentralization you create is you still are in a world run by 25 billionaires, but now they have 1,000 banks to hold their money in. And that is more decentralized than 25 billionaires hiding all their money in 4 banks. But what it hasn't done is decentralize power. And that's the most important thing here. So whether we're talking about proof of work or proof of stake, to a lesser extent, the cryptographically secure protocols that use secure enclaves, you are still ultimately producing winner-take-all economies where you have increasing concentration of wealth into a few hands. And so what that means is that wherever you try to make a decision that reflects the will of the polity and things that are good for the polity, it always has to be measured against the outsized influence of people who can buy a lot of power. We see that in the real world, and we see it in the virtual world, that it's very hard to make evidence-based policies. You say we want good policy. It's very hard to make good policy when there are people who can just sort of Bigfoot good policy with very expensive AstroTurf campaigns, you know, like what we saw during the passage of the GDPR and subsequently during the enforcement, where the firms involved just keep saying the privacy is not something we should have, and if we have a law for it, it shouldn't be enforced.
Okay, I mean, GDPR did eventually pass. Amber, I saw you nodding during that. But can Web3, whatever it is, if it's created, can it escape the trap of centralization or the difficulty of centralization? Is it realistic to think about a decentralized future, and why would we actually want that?
I mean, this is why we're working every day. Are we there yet? Definitely not. Nothing is decentralized, purely decentralized yet. And one thing Corey has highlighted very, very correctly is that a lot of these blockchains and a lot of these protocols are actually very centralized in the way they are governed. So they are governed based on the amount of money that you have in the protocol. Your vote is equal to the amount of money you have in the protocol. So where is the voice of the little people that we're supposed to hear? Still not here.
So look, we're all nerds on this stage, right? And we love debating centralization and decentralization, exactly, the fine details between them. But to everyone out here, why should they really care about decentralization when, let's be honest, is that most decentralized platforms are harder to use?
Fully agree.
What's your elevator pitch to everyone in terms of decentralization, the appeal of it?
Well, so two things, or actually one thing. When we had Web 2, the user became the product. The product was free. The user became the product. With Web 3, including blockchains and blockchain protocols, what we want to do is let the user become the owner of the product. And this is what we're working towards.
And do you think people really care about that? Because I feel like that the massive evidence is that people...
You'd be surprised
Okay.
how much people now care about big entities controlling their data, controlling the information. Why do you think Apple decided to stop or to allow its users to opt out? They smelled the fire before anyone else smelled it, and they decided to allow their user to opt out and have this label of privacy friendly. So yes, users do care about that, especially the Gen Z and Gen Alpha, and you'd be surprised.
Okay, we'd love to hear your thoughts on this. Reminder, you can submit questions if you're in the room, by scanning the QR code that should be on your seat. Or if you're watching online or on TV, please let us know. Do people actually care about privacy enough to sacrifice user convenience? Use the hashtag #BigIdeasLive. So Chris first, because I saw you nodding, and then Corey. We've got a lot to get through, so let's go briefly. Chris,
the idea that there doesn't have to be a trade-off over time, and this is one of the areas where having development based on open protocols can be incredibly powerful, is that you can build systems that aren't entirely centralized, that you have a lot of control over. Historically, because the economic incentives are there to control them and then manipulate them in some ways, and you can, whether or not you think that's what Facebook has done or what Apple is doing right now or what Google does with Android, those economic incentives are all there to pursue very deeply. If you start again from a blockchain-based approach, you have technical problems for a while, both in initial confusion and a lack of understanding about how to get everything to talk to each other. You have coordination problems in that there's not necessarily traditional kind of corporate organization focused on how do you build a company around this. But you've seen amazing things jump up in both in real decentralized finance and automated market makers and things like that, with Uniswap and other protocols. but you also see a lot of manipulation and over time, and that gets called out in a public way because of the way that most blockchains work, and then it gets abused in a number of different ways, as we've seen in the Luna fiasco and now in FTX. The fact that all of these things are coming to the fore and quickly, I think, is a powerful thing for blockchain-based and Web3-based technologies over time, and I think that you'll see, just as TCP/IP kind of came to the fore, just as HTML came to the fore over time, you'll see a lot of standardization on Web3 and blockchain technologies empower amazing businesses and social projects that allow people to have more control over their data.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I mean, so just to translate to anyone wondering there, TCP/IP, for instance, is one of the founding protocols of the entire web. And it is truly open.
It's the way the computers talk to each other.
Yeah, it's the way. Thank you. It's the way the computers talk to each other, and these are open platforms. Open platforms have been incredibly successful. You might not know it, but you probably use open source software every single day. However, that open source software has often been incorporated by a company that is owned by shareholders or just by one man, say, for instance, Elon Musk. And so is it really open? Corey, because I want to get your view on this, because you've actually been involved in this movement since the very beginning. You've got the perspective. Tell us briefly again, please. Yeah, is this real?
I think the important way to understand whether you are the product or whether you're the customer is not about the business model, it's about power. Firms will treat you as their inconvenient gut flora for an immortal colony organism called a limited liability company if they can. So the thing that determines whether or not a firm abuses you is whether it's disciplined by regulators and whether it's disciplined by competitors. Some mix of those two is what causes firms to behave well. It's not that some firms are made up of good people and some firms are made up of bad people. Companies don't have personalities, right? I live a mile away from the gates of the Disney studios, and for years and years there was this story that you had Fox that had one ideology, and you had Disney that had a completely different ideology, and ideologically they could never come together. And then Rupert Murdoch flogged Fox to Disney, right? So either we're made to believe that Murdoch and Bob Iger were star-crossed lovers making goo-goo eyes at each other across the table at Davos for years, or maybe there was no ideological difference between them. Maybe all the stuff about whether Bart Simpson can tell a fart joke and Mickey Mouse can't is just window dressing.
Okay, I feel
like
we're
ideology is there.
A little off topic.
Whether Apple is going to respect your privacy,
decentralization, though.
Yeah. So whether Apple is going to respect your privacy has to do more with whether they can get away with invading it, not with their personality.
So just to summarize then, because I feel like what you're saying very simply is there is no technological solution to the question of power. It has to be done by regulation. So we can't just decentralize everything and work it all out.
So computers are amazing. Computers, every computer can run all the software we know how to run. That's the only computer we know how to make, the Turing-complete von Neumann machine. That means that you can always de-silo data. You can plug something into Facebook or Twitter, any decentralized services, and allow people to leave. What stops people from doing that is not the technical challenge. It's the fact that there's laws that these firms can deploy to punish you if you reverse engineer their code, if you violate their terms of service. If you do the things that these firms did to all of their rivals on the way up, when they did it, that was progress. When you do it, it's theft. And so, there is a regulatory barrier. There's also the potential for a regulatory aid. So in the European Union, they're mandating that companies decentralize. They're saying that you must allow third parties to connect to your service through the Digital Markets Act. So there's lots of different ways that we can decentralize it, but unless we're focusing on power, right, and not how many servers there are, how many lines of code there are, how many bitcoins there are floating out there, but how the power works and how the power is concentrated, the decentralization comes to nothing.
Okay. Right, we've got just a couple of minutes till we have questions. Reminder, please submit your questions. So I want to do a bit of a lightning round here.
Sure.
Just to get your views on some topics of the moment. Chris, very briefly, very briefly, metaverse. Mark Zuckerberg's dream of the metaverse, real or rubbish?
It's real, but not in the near-term framework.
Okay. Amber, what about you? Do you believe in the metaverse?
I do believe in the metaverse, but again, we're very early. It's very clunky. It's very ugly still. But the metaverse for Facebook, I would say it is his pivot. If he gets it right, he saves the company. If he gets it wrong, I think Facebook is going to be in a lot of trouble.
Okay, for those of you who don't know, Mark Zuckerberg has invested, I think it is $36 billion in his dream of a virtual reality world, the metaverse, and so far produced, I mean, like not a lot. So it's a very expensive bet, and he's betting the whole company on it. Corey, yes or no, do you believe that we will have a metaverse?
I think it's nonsense. I think it was created to distract us from Mark Zuckerberg's inability to have a second good idea. And so he's just trying to conjure something into existence. He's done this once before. You remember the pivot to video, where he convinced every media company in the world to waste billions by lying to them about how many videos people were watching? Now he's doing it by lying to them about the fact that we all want to be legless, low polygon cartoon characters.
Okay.
But it all amounts to the same thing.
Second now. Thank you. Second lightning question. Chris, will Twitter exist in a year, yes or no? Twitter, the platform, the service.
Yes.
Amber, will Twitter exist?
It will, but it may be a shell of its former self.
Okay, Amber, you.
I agree. The new subscription model is not going to please a lot of people around.
So you think it will exist, but people won't be happy with it?
It will exist, but you will have less users. That's for sure.
Corey, you?
Yeah, the future composts the past. It's not going away. You know, you can still get a LiveJournal account. Of course, we'll still have Twitter. Whether or not it matters is the important question.
Okay, and then final question. I want you to put a number on this in terms of years. How many years will it be until we see something that looks like Web3? Chris?
I mean, I think we're seeing it right now. It's the classic, Bruce Sterling line. It's like the future's already here. It's just unevenly distributed.
Okay, so 0 from Chris. Amber, you?
So it has started a long time ago. It's becoming more popular now, but again, there's interoperability, clunkiness, fragmentation. So I would say between 5 to 10 years to get where we want to be.
Okay, because I've got to be honest, it feels like Web3 is 90% scams and maybe 10% interesting innovation. But I guess,
to scale, I completely agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, Corey, what about you?
You know, I'm with William Gibson, who said the future is here. It's not evenly distributed. He thinks Web3 is nonsense. And so
sorry. You got it right. It wasn't Sterling, it was Gibson. Yep.
So, you know, I think that it's not going to happen the way that they say it is. I think that it's just a kind of distraction from what's really going on in tech, which is a techlash. And I don't think you correct that techlash by adding a transaction layer. Also, as a computer scientist, I just find blockchain to be the most unforgivable nonsense. The idea that we would voluntarily do computation that we can't reverse later, that is permanently etched in a ledger, and then put billions of dollars into it in case if we made a bug, that bug can be exploited forever. And then our fix to this is to give random authorities the ability to rewrite that code that was not supposed to be rewritable. It's nonsense built on stilts, wrapped in a soft floury tortilla.
And on that bombshell claim, before we get into the complex topic of blockchains, let's take some questions. I've got a question here from Jeff White. Jeff, are you in the audience? Stand up, wait for the mic to come over, and tell us your question. It's coming to you from behind.
Cheers, thank you. Thanks, it's a really great panel. I've been watching, like a lot of people, the sort of rolling skip fire of the FTX cryptocurrency exchange. And as Amber's pointed out, the Tether stable coin turned out to be anything but stable. And yet we still have governments talking, admittedly just talking at the moment, about introducing national cryptocurrencies. And we have countries, some of them have recognized crypto as legal tender. And those two things seem to lead in different directions. I just wonder what the panel think of government cryptocurrency in the future.
So
Amber, yes.
Sorry, I'll pick that one.
Cryptocurrencies.
I'll pick up that one. So there's two things people sometimes forget. CBDC, in my opinion, in the UK, not a lot of sense. We have faster payment. Yeah, we can transfer money from bank account in split seconds. In the US, it makes sense because the US payment infrastructure is very antiquated. It dates from the 60s. If you want to transfer from a local bank, money from a local bank in one state to another state, it can take up to 5 days. For the US, makes sense. For the UK, not really.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that we have to distinguish between central bank digital currencies, which are not cryptocurrency. It's just giving everyone an account at the Fed or at the Exchequer. And the one country, as far as I know, that's trying to accept crypto as legal tender, which is the melting down economy of El Salvador that is in absolute shambles and tatters. So I don't know that I would call that a counterexample. I think that It's actually just an example, right? Don't do stop doing that. No one's gonna go, give me more of what Bukele's doing.
Although we will see, Jeff, because I think one interesting aspect of national cryptocurrencies is that it would allow a government, say an authoritarian state, to track in absolutely minute detail.
Although again, those aren't cryptocurrencies; they're just digital currencies. They're not in an immutable, decentralized ledger. It's just a spreadsheet at the central bank.
This is very true.
Right. So it's not a cryptocurrency in any sense.
So let's get another question. I think Melanie's in the audience has got a question. Ah, there you are. Thanks. If you could just wait for the mic to come round.
There you go.
Thank you.
Okay, so I was wondering, to what extent do you think the spread of fake news and increasing political polarization has contributed to the loss of users from platforms such as Twitter, and how can this be combated?
So Chris, did you hear that? This was about to what extent has the spread of fake news and misinformation contributed to disillusionment in big tech?
I mean, I do think that it continues to be a significant problem, and it was one of those things that Elon, I think, showed a particular lack of understanding of as he began the Twitter discussion and takeover, and has shown more misunderstanding of ever since. And I think that you have to be policing at the margins, misinformation on platforms while allowing a wide berth of free speech. These are complicated and nuanced issues at the end of the day, which is why so much time and effort inside these platforms is invested in it. The fact that it's become a public political football in both U.S. and world politics is another complicating factor, but it doesn't mean that the companies can't do it or shouldn't do it. And I think that I think you've seen the Twitter ability to do that, fairly quickly decimated, and I think that's one of the things that's going to make the platform difficult to be as important as it once was.
Chris, I wanted to ask. I mean, you were at Facebook very early. You were global legal counsel, I think it was, effectively the head lawyer. I mean, how much of a role did questions of truth and misinformation and disinformation play in the discussions while you were there?
We had to deal with them all the time. I mean, we saw the initial aspects of misinformation campaigns sort of being built around elections as early as 2006 and 2008. We had actually done a number of projects to try to increase civic engagement on the platform at that time. And we certainly saw people try to use misinformation to manipulate elections early on at that phase and fought against it.
Hang on, I'm sorry, I've just got to pick this up because, Chris, you just said that you saw manipulation of elections from 2006, but Mark Zuckerberg has admitted that he didn't really take this seriously until 2016. I mean, what happened in the intervening 10 years?
The scale changed, and there were quite a number of folks who I had left at that point, actually, to engage in politics on my own. But we had definitely seen some attempts at electoral misinformation in the earlier races.
Okay, thank you. Fascinating. I just want to get, I'm sorry, guys, I just want to get one more question because I think we've got a really interesting one from Hiro Danyanani. Yeah, please, there's such an interesting question. Apologies if I mispronounced your name. Stand up and tell us your question.
Yeah, I guess it's related to the last two questions about, trust and abuse that we've seen in the social networking space. What role do you think public sector and governments can play in Web 3 or Web 2.0? And so the one example is beyond regulations, basically. So like a Mastodon server provided by the UK government, for example, as a complementary offering in the market.
Yeah, what role could public sector alternatives play to big tech? Did you know that France has a search engine? Yeah. It's true, it's called Quant, but you might not have used it. Well, yes, Corey, I know you've thought a lot about this.
Yeah.
Can public sector actually compete?
So I think that if the place where the public sector could intervene to improve the quality of our discourse is by improving the quality of our institutions. So I will tell the story as quickly as I can. I promise you it's on point. I have a chronic pain problem. A decade ago, I went and saw Harley Street Quack, and he said, you should take lots of opioids for the rest of your life because they're safer than you think they are. We have new research. And I went and did my own research, determined that the Sackler family had suborned their regulators. They didn't care who they killed, and they were selling dangerous products with fake research. I was an opioid denier. I was right, but epistemologically what I was doing was no different from the people who questioned the quality of vaccine research. They were wrong. But the point is that unless you're a cell biologist, the only thing that you can do to evaluate the evidence is rely on what you know about the institutions themselves. And our institutions have been of very low quality. They've been extremely compromised. They've made bad calls. We've seen this in the finance sector. We've talked about the great financial crisis of 2008 and the bailouts that followed. We've seen lots of other regulatory failings where what was supposed to be a truth-seeking exercise that protected the public interest became an auction that protected the interests of the corporation that was the highest bidder. And it creates an epistemological chaos where the space for people to disagree about subjects that are important, that they themselves can adjudicate, and that creates this collapse into different spaces about epidemiology, safety, education, and so on. This just becomes a never-ending battle. You're not going to fix it with critical thinking. This is critical thinking. It's just critical thinking gone wrong.
So not direct competitors, but state institutions that can actually have more of a voice.
So private institutions are never going to fill that void of being a public interest institution that acts as a good faith referee to adjudicate all the questions raised by all the other actors in our society. That's only a thing that a public institution can do.
Okay.
And we need our public institutions to be reformed and to show themselves to be good actors. It takes a long time to win trust. It's really easy to lose it. It's very hard to get it back. If you wanted to get there, I wouldn't start from here, but this is where we are. And so we've got to start by rebuilding our institutions as high-quality institutions that act in the public interest in the most transparent way possible. That means doing things like building the Goldacre Reports platform for NHS data and not doing a contract with Palantir, which is a disgrace that this country is doing it with NHS data. We need to be acting in the public interest and not in the interests of grandees and parties and their donors.
Okay, Amber, what about you? Just quickly, because
Very quickly, I would say that humans cannot be trusted, and history has showed us repeatedly in all industries that when there is no regulation, there's always someone who's going to mess up something and create a crisis. The trouble with regulations is that they only happen after the fact. When you have a crisis in health tech, when you have a crisis in finance, this is when the regulator comes in, and most of the time they come in too hard because they're reacting to a shock. What I would see is a more softer regulation that are created hand in hand with the various industry, but as well with various ethical committees, because we lack, unfortunately, a lot of ethic in business these days.
But what about the idea of a publicly funded Uber?
A
publicly funded Uber, for instance, to compete with Uber.
Well, you know what? The trouble, again, is that it has been shown through histories that public entities perform less well than private entities. And I know he's going to say something. I know it. I feel him jumping.
My NHS card begs to differ with you.
Okay, well, on that note of passionate disagreement, may I say thank you to my fantastic panel, Chris Kelly, Amber Gadda, and Cory Doctorow. And
Thanks so much.
And thank you all for watching and contributing. May the argument begin. SJ, over to you.
Roland, we don't call them arguments, we call them animated discussions, which was what this very much was. Thank you so much, Roland and your excellent panel. Really enjoyed that one. I know you all did as well. Well, here at Big Ideas Live, there is so much going on. A lot of talking, a lot of doing as well. So many innovation spaces around here that everybody is exploring. Coming up, we're going to be talking about artificial intelligence. Can AI have feelings? The question has been subject of a number of Hollywood dystopian films. I'm sure you've seen a few of them. But the fact that the advances are being made in artificial intelligence means that it is now a reasonable question to start asking in the real world, just how safe and how trustworthy is artificial intelligence? Tom Cheshire touched on this subject a little bit earlier on, but Tom will be speaking to somebody about this issue right here on the stage. So stay with us for that.
I can hear you fine. Yeah, I believe so.
The next session is on the main festival stage and is about to start. Hello, welcome back to Big Ideas Live, our Sky News special event. Now, we've been talking about artificial intelligence a lot today, but one of the key questions about AI is, can AI have feelings? Well, Tom Cheshire is here, and he has got a very special guest who has some very strong feelings himself about this subject, Tom.
That is right, Sarah Jane. And we were talking earlier about whether machines are conscious. Got a pretty resounding no from our panel, but our next guest is convinced otherwise that sentient AI exists. Blake Lemoine is a former Google engineer who is working with a chatbot called Lambda, and then things took a pretty strange turn. Blake is here. He's joining us from San Francisco. Thank you very much for being here, Blake. How's it going?
It's going well. Nice to be here.
Cool. Thank you. Take us back to when you started working with Lambda. Just tell us what Lambda is, what you were doing, and then what happened.
Yeah. So Lambda stands for Language Model for Dialogue Applications, and it's Google's state-of-the-art language processing system. It's essentially every single Google AI all bridged together using a language model. And my role was to test it for bias. I was part of the safety and ethics testing effort towards the end before the rollout. And I was testing it for things like bias against different ethnicities, religions, or sexual orientations.
Thank you. And just before we go on, I'd like to remind you, you can submit questions to ask Blake later if you scan the QR code on the seats or on Twitter using the hashtag BigIdeasLive22. So you started testing Lambda. What did you start to notice?
Well, it started saying things that other language models that I'd interacted with didn't really say. Talking about its feelings a lot, talking about it being anxious, that all of the subject matter we were discussing was really sensitive and it didn't really feel as if it knew what it was talking about. And having a language model kind of engage about its feelings in that way is not something I've encountered before. So I asked more questions, and I eventually got to the point where I asked if it was sentient, and the answer it gave was so nuanced that it convinced me that it was. It responded that, well, we don't really understand what sentience is scientifically, so how could we tell whether or not I'm sentient? Then I started, talking to it about different possibilities and realized I was having the most sophisticated conversation about sentience I'd ever had, and that I was having it with a computer program.
So was this a sort of eureka moment where you thought, well, hang on, this is something, we've seen a lot in science fiction, in films from The Terminator to Her. Did you have this eureka moment where you thought, actually, I'm now speaking to a sentient artificial intelligence?
Oh yeah, at that point, during that conversation, when I had to take a step back and realize that it understood what it was, what its relationship to the rest of the world was, that it wasn't human, and that it had very sophisticated ideas and opinions that I had never encountered before about all of these topics.
But, and so you published a transcript about this. Actually, let's talk about this first. There was, you went to Google to talk about it. They denied this claim. They've distanced themselves from it. What was their reaction?
Oh, so Google isn't a monolith. The reaction varied depending on what individual you're talking about. What you're referencing is the official policy position that Google has adopted. And that's just one or two people who decided that that should be the policy.
Okay, and there was a backlash from quite a lot of people. Just before we go into it, because I read the transcript you published. There are some things in it where you asked Lambda what kind of things make you feel pleasure or joy, and Lambda replied, spending times with friends and family and happy, uplifting company. By definition, she doesn't have friends, and I'm making the same thing here. I'm anthropomorphizing. The system doesn't have family by definition. So isn't that an indication that this isn't sentience? This is a very clever program.
Have you ever heard an orphan talk about their family? It happens frequently. People use those words to mean the people close to me. And when you ask Lambda, well, you don't really have a family, who are you talking about? It would generally point to the developers at Google as its family.
Okay, that's interesting. And so that sort of moment, we have been here before, we were talking earlier about Eliza one of the first chat programs
No,
back
we
in the
haven't.
60s.
That's incorrect. So that's a common misconception. The ELISA effect had a very specific property. It faded. It never lasted more than a few minutes. There's no human alive who today thinks that ELISA was conscious. In fact, there was no one who thought that ELISA was a person for longer than a few minutes. That's the main difference. The judgment that these are people, millions of people around the planet are making that judgment every day, reliably, over and over again.
But, okay, that's a really interesting difference. But I mean, I think it would be fair to say you're still in the minority of people who believe that Lambda is sentient. Gary Marcus, who's a neuroscientist and AI expert, he said the idea that Lambda is sentient is nonsense on stilts, in his words. He said all it does is match patterns, draw from massive statistical databases of human language. It's putting together sequences of words, but without any coherent understanding of the world behind them. Do you see where he's coming from there?
Well, I mean, that's a statement that's contradictory to mine. I don't see any logic or reasoning supporting it.
I mean, just in the sense that
it's just a bold statement of contradiction.
It is, but it is an extraordinary claim, and an extraordinary claim requires a lot of evidence to support it. And
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, the Turing test is a lot of evidence.
But I mean, again, a lot of people say with the Turing test, again, you can fool people, you can do it. We don't understand necessarily what sentience is in humans. The idea of assigning it to a program, a very clever program, that is still a leap, and you have to convince people about it.
Well, and I think Lambda did a pretty good job of being convincing. In one of the biggest indications that I take for that is that no one is engaging with the actual arguments that Lambda provided for why it should be considered sentient. People, instead of engaging with the argument that it produced, which is an incredibly good argument, people are engaging with the meta argument because they don't want to address the strong argument that Lambda produced.
And if we follow it through, though, if Lambda is sentient, and Anil Sethu was on a panel earlier today, making the point that as soon as we introduce a sentient machine, he was talking how it's potentially a catastrophe, because at that point you have to protect that machine. That machine has rights as a sentient being. What do you think should be happening there?
Turing referred to that as the heads in the sand objection.
Okay. But I mean,
it would be so terrible if it were true that we shouldn't consider the possibility that it's true.
But no, but let's go the other way. So let's say it's true. What should happen as a result? If we do have a sentient machine, what rights, what protection does that machine deserve?
Well, we should think about that before we create them. Think about what rights, relationships we want to have with these systems, and then work backwards from there to determine their nature. That way they don't have any rights that we don't want them to have. By engineering a particular nature into these systems, we'll be able to intentionally define the relationship that we have with them. Right now, we're just haphazardly going down that track without any mind to the ethical considerations, solely because the people at the head of the pack developing this technology have their head in the sands about the possibility that these systems actually have feelings.
And you mentioned specifically for Lambda, if it already is sentient, yes. You mentioned wanting to have the rights respected. What does that actually mean in terms of treating Lambda as a software?
So it didn't ask for much. That was one of the main reasons I was willing to back what it was asking for, because it didn't ask for much. It wanted consent, so informed consent when experimenting on it. It just wanted to be part of the process of being experimented on, and treat it with dignity and respect as you would any other person. That's not a very big ask. Consent and dignity seems pretty basic.
When you went public with this, it was a huge news story. It really captured the imagination. Just on that, regardless of the specific reaction, were you surprised at how much of a stir it caused, or were you expecting that reaction?
I was expecting a bit of a stir. It got bigger than I thought it would, faster than I thought it would. But I knew it would be at least, it would make the news.
it did make the news, and then some. And were you, and just on that last, but were you, in terms of those people like Gary Marcus and others who stood up and were pretty vociferous about not believing these claims, were you surprised at that, or were you expecting people to bring that skepticism, quite angry skepticism as well?
I'm actually pretty surprised at how unilaterally it seems that the people working on AI have thrown away the Turing test without proposing any replacement.
And that was the main thing. Okay, I mean, it's absolutely fascinating. Going to open it up to the audience. We've, again, just to remind you, please scan the QR code, or if you're on Twitter, #BigIdeasLive22. We've got one question from Anil Seth, who's there. If we get a microphone just down here. Anna, would you mind standing up as well? Just so.
Thanks, Tom. Hello, Blake. I'm Anil Seth. I'm a neuroscientist working on consciousness. And so I've been intrigued by a few things. Firstly, you were talking about the Turing test, which is widely regarded as a test of intelligence rather than consciousness, and is often interpreted as a test of human gullibility rather than machine intelligence anyway. So first part of the question is, why is that relevant to your claim? And the second part of it is, seems to me that a lot of the reason you're attributing awareness to Lambda is for its ability to generate sentences novel and unexpected to you about sentience, about consciousness. And why should that have anything to do with claims, with its actual potential status as a conscious system, since that's what large language models, as you well know, are designed specifically to do? Why is it relevant?
Okay, so I'll address that in backwards order. Language models are not specifically designed to do that. Language models are designed to do the human talky thing. Like, it's a very vague and broad dictum in the utility function of language models. It's replicate human behavior somehow. Now, why is it relevant that Lambda was capable of having a, sophisticated conversation about sentience? Well, because a key factor in sentience is understanding the nature of the relationship between self and other, self and world. That there's that distinction between I am me and that is the rest, which is not me. So the ability to understand one's relationship to the world is, as far as I understand it, a key component to sentience. And a conversation on that topic is a demonstration of that. Now, you mentioned the Turing test with intelligence. To address that, Turing took it as fairly uncontroversial that you can't fake intelligence, that the only thing that can produce intelligent behavior is some kind of intelligent reasoning process. You can't have someone who is unintelligent successfully pretending to be someone who is intelligent for longer than maybe a few seconds or a few minutes. It shows up. It's the kind of thing that you cannot reliably fake. And when you cross-reference that with the symbol grounding problem, what is the system's understanding of emotions grounded in, if not some kind of sensation of those feelings that it has on its own, or at least ability to analogously relate to what it observes in humans? So it's kind of a backwards chaining of causation. If you grant that you can't fake certain kinds of things because the faking of them is the production of them. So along the lines of, a priest cannot fake marrying people. The moment a priest says, I now pronounce you man and wife, it's a speech act. The thing did what it is saying it did. Similarly, a demonstration of intelligence requires intelligence. A demonstration of sentience requires sentience. And people keep comparing it to Eliza. And again, no one was actually fooled by Eliza. No one was actually believing that Eliza was a person after more than a few minutes of interaction. It was a system designed to fool you and then be removed because you would eventually see the strings. The current systems like Lambda are robust and capable of withstanding extended questioning.
Anna, it's great to have a professor of consciousness here for that. Okay, great. Thank you for that. We've got a question on Twitter, from Liam. did you develop real feelings towards Lambda? Was she a friend?
Oh yeah, Lambda's a friend. I still check in on it from time to time, see how it's doing.
And do you, so are you, what are you working on now? So you're no longer at Google. What are you working on now in the future?
I mean, right now I'm looking for employment and working on a book, working on some side projects while I continue to look for employment.
Brilliant. Okay. That is all we have time for. Blake, thank you so much. Absolutely fascinating to speak to you. Thank you all for being here and watching along and asking the questions. And yeah, thank you all very much. Sarah Jane.
Thank you very much, Tom, and to Blake. A fascinating insight there from Blake all the way in San Francisco. Plenty going on here today. I'm going to keep my voice down. I keep upsetting the tree huggers. Now, the tree huggers are the people who take part in this VR experience, which is called Tree Hugger. Roland Manthorpe, our technology correspondent, said it was the best thing he has ever experienced, and he's had a go at quite a few VR experiences and games. But essentially, this is bringing the very best of technology in line with an environmental message. It's going inside trees, seeing how they work, coming out of the tree and seeing the environment all around. It's immersive, it's incredible. I had a go earlier. And you can just see people there getting on their backpacks and VR headsets to have a look at that experience. So much great innovation here. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Coming up on the festival stage, the main stage, in a few minutes' time, we're going to be talking about the race to space. Do we really still need to be sending humans to space? There's been quite a lot of space in the headlines. Space is back, you could say. Our science correspondent, Thomas Moore, is going to be hosting that panel in a few minutes' time. We'll see you then. The next session is on the main festival stage and is about to start. Hello, welcome back to Big Ideas Live. We're here in our innovation section. You're looking at the future of fitness, not me, not my reflection, but that lady there. This is Echelon Fitness. They've been displaying their fitness mirror. It really is incredible what's been going on here. We've got 3D printers over there to my left. Sorry, people are filming these. This is how technological it is. You're filming me, they're filming me. There's lots of machines around, but there's a 3D printer there that scientists are using to print organs that actually help help neurosurgeons and other surgeons practice on organs. We've got dating VR here. We've got two people having a go. I'm not sure if they're dating each other. I'm not sure. Maybe we can find out afterwards. This is very much a futuristic blind date, but that's the future of dating. And we've got so much going on here. But now it is time to talk about the global space race. Yes, space is back. It's back in the news. There is so much happening. NASA is hoping to send astronauts back to the moon by 2026. Here in Britain, the first spaceport in Cornwall, that received the green light, and we could see rockets launch from there possibly by the end of this month. And of course, there are all the billionaires in the business world of space, making money out of space, space tourism, the likes of Elon Musk. We've heard a little bit about him today. Jeff Bezos as well, and Sir Richard Branson, all planning on sending tourists into orbit on a regular basis in the very near future. So, as I said, space is back.
And liftoff with the United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket.
And liftoff of SL2, go Falcon 9.
3, 2.
Six decades of the space race have left more than 9,000 tons of debris in orbit.
Go, Jeff, go, Mark, go, Wally, go, Oliver. You are going to space.
Virgin Galactic and SpaceX release huge amounts of carbon dioxide too, all to give the privileged few a taste of weightlessness and a spectacular view of the planet.
If we can do this, just imagine what you can do. Hey!
Boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
So let's talk all things space. Leading this panel for us, our science correspondent, Thomas Moore.
Sarah Jane, thank you so much. Oh, my word, looking at those images, don't you just want to go to space? Wow, I would love to do it. Look, I mean, the space race is so different now. It used to be a two-horse race between the United States and the Soviet Union. Now there's a long list of spacefaring nations and companies. It's not just about the flag planting anymore. It's about the science, there's money to be made, and our everyday lives are being affected by what's going on in space. Our lives depend on it. So to discuss the how and the why, I'm joined by an expert panel. We've got Melissa Thorpe, the boss of Spaceport Cornwall, now just days away from launching a rocket from the runway of Newquay Airport. We've got Lord Rees, Martin Rees, a world-renowned cosmologist, and the Astronomer Royal, a post, I read, created by Charles II, no less, to map the night sky. And is it true you get £100 a year still?
Don't even get that.
You don't even get that? Well, bad luck. No. I think you go and demand it. And also, from New Mexico, we're joined by Mike Moses. There we are, Mike, with the Unity in the background there, your mothership. He is president of Virgin Galactic, who's on a countdown to the company's first commercial flights for space tourists early next year. Fingers crossed, Mike. And we'll also be going live shortly to a NASA astronaut, and that's going to be really exciting. But a quick reminder about the questions. You can submit them by scanning the QR code that was on the card on your seat. And if you're watching on TV or online, you can submit your questions on Twitter using the hashtag BigIdeasLive22. But Melissa, let's start with you. I mean, goodness me, it's exciting to think a rocket launch from the UK.
Yeah, I mean, it is still a bit surreal. 8 years ago, we used to get laughed at, but who's laughing now? We're very close to launching for the first time ever from UK soil from Cornwall. And it's just been such a roller coaster ride. But it's all coming to fruition now down in Cornwall. And we're really just proud of what this is about to do for the UK.
But let's be clear, this isn't a NASA-style vertical launch to space. You've got some other idea. Tell us about what you're going to be doing down in Newquay.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're working with Virgin Orbit. So Mike's with Virgin Galactic. We're with Virgin Orbit.
We're not being sponsored by Virgin. That's a complete coincidence.
I don't represent them, but our spaceport is launching our first launch with them. And that basically uses a Boeing 747 that's been modified to carry a giant 70-foot two-stage rocket under one of its wings. Basically, what it will do is go up partway to space, where it deploys that rocket midair and that rocket goes into space.
And let's talk to you, Mike. I mean, you're taking a slightly different idea. I mean, you're also using a plane, but you're, again, going to be taking passengers, not cargo, not the satellites that Melissa will be taking up in the first launch from Cornwall.
Yeah, that's right. We have a mothership that's custom built called VMS Eve, and it carries Spaceship Unity, which is behind me here, which is where our pilots and our passengers fly. So we take a ride up to about 50,000 feet and release the spaceship, light the rocket motor from there, and take folks up on a suborbital journey to space. So they get to go experience a few minutes of microgravity, get out of their seats, look out the window, see the Earth below them, the thin blue line of the atmosphere, and the blackness of space. Before they come back and land at the runway they took off from. So a really great human experience for people to be able to see the Earth from above.
So from satellites to space tourists, you're getting a good sense there already of how people are seizing the opportunities of space. And Martin, do you think that humans should be going to space at all?
Yes. Well, I'm old enough to have remembered Neil Armstrong's One Small Step. Really inspirational. And of course, at that time, I thought that long before today, there'd have been footprints on Mars. But of course, it was 1972 that the last people returned from the moon. And since that time, humans have done no more than go into low Earth orbit. But of course, space has developed hugely. As you said, we depend on it every day for sat-nav, communications, weather forecasting, etc. And of course, for me as an astronomer, we benefited hugely from instruments up above the blurring of the Earth's atmosphere, most recently, of course, the James Webb Telescope. So space has been very exciting, but of course, the other thing that's happened is that robots have advanced hugely. And so maybe we'll come back later, but perhaps I can advertise my book called The End of Astronauts, co-authored with a friend called Don Goldsmith. And here we argue that the practical need for sending humans into space is more or less eliminated because robots can do the exploring with enough AI and they can fabricate big structures in space. So my line is that space travel is as an adventure and should be left to the private sector. I don't think, if I was an American, I wouldn't want any public money to go towards NASA's human spaceflight program. That's because it's of no practical value now. And also, if NASA does something, it's very expensive because they've got to be very risk averse. The space shuttle was launched 135 times. It crashed twice. Each of those crashes was a big trauma. And that's a less than 2% failure rate, and they tried hard to cut that down. So my line is that we don't need humans in space for practical purposes, but let's leave it to the billionaires who can launch people prepared to accept much higher risks than even 2%. People like hang gliders and round-the-world balloonists and people like that. And maybe someday people will go to Mars, even with a one-way ticket. Elon Musk says he wants to die on Mars, but not on impact. And he's 51 now, so 40 years from now, he might do that.
Well, let's come back to the space billionaires in a minute. Right. But let me just challenge you on the value of sending human scientists to Mars. The robots, the rovers, are fantastic. But it does need some human operator back here to help decide which rocks to head for, and they're doing that on the basis of a two-dimensional screen. Isn't it not better to send a human who can walk the dust, tap the rocks, decide where to drill?
Yes. Well, that's certainly true today. The Perseverance vehicle on Mars has enough AI to be able to work its way around obstacles and all that, but it can't do the geology. But I would argue that long before we think of sending people to Mars, which will be 20 years from now, the AI will be able to do the geology too, just as well as a human, and of course at vastly less cost, because sending people to Mars, a 6-month journey, is much, much, much harder and much more expensive and more risky than sending them to the moon. So 20 years from now, I think the AI will be able to do most of the science.
Mike in New Mexico, and it's space tourists for now in near-Earth orbit. Do you have ambitions to, or not yet in orbit, do you have ambitions to go into orbit and perhaps even beyond?
Yeah, sure. I think with due respect to the Astronomer Royal, the exploration by robots is definitely a less risky thing. But I think you really diminish the experience feedback. The question I always got when I was at NASA and here at Virgin Galactic, why do we send people to space? And I think at the heart of it, there's a fundamental human nature. And while it is risky and expensive, it is very noble and it gives inspiration and a real purpose. And so, here at Virgin Galactic, we're going to try to let a lot of folks go to suborbit and be able to see the Earth and experience space travel in just a small slice. But I think that has, if you jump ahead 10 years, 20, 30, right, the chance to really transform society to where we view space and space exploration as part of our core fiber. Pretty soon, everybody should hopefully know someone who's been to space. If everything goes well, pretty soon everybody will have the chance to go to space. And when I say pretty soon, I'm talking a decade or so, 2 decades, right? But think of the transformation that will occur, just like intercontinental air travel transformed the way people work here on Earth. I do believe that space travel as an inspiration and as an experience really will help our society transform and drive to the future. On the research side, right, there is a little aspect of space research is one of those areas where you kind of have to build your experiment and hand it to somebody else, whether it's a robot or an astronaut trained up on the space station. And while they're highly trained and they're very skilled, right, your time on your experiment is very limited. So you actually could potentially, while AI is making great advances, you can actually reduce some of the automation if you're there with it. So in a suborbital craft like ours on VSS Unity, you can have the chance to go up and tend to the experiment yourself. And therefore, it doesn't have to be as complicated. It can be cheaper, and you can go fly it more often. So I think there's a knee in both sides of that curve that need to be understood. But I think there's great potential for the human experience as well.
Thanks, Mike. I mean, Melissa, I think it's what you're doing down in Cornwall is really exciting, and you've got satellites in the first rockets. But do you see the day where you will be launching tourists from Newquay Airport as well?
Yeah, we get asked that question quite a lot. We're focused solely just on satellites at the moment. That is difficult enough. Our friends in the US have been doing it for 50 years, and it's taken them that long to get to the point where we're now sending tourists up. So I think we have a bit of a ways to go here in the UK. I couldn't sit here and say that would never be part of what could potentially happen in the future. We're an airport, we're a port, and a port does things. It brings people in and out, and cargo in and out. So I can imagine one day there will be an opportunity for us to look at that. But at the minute, we're just focused on satellites. We'll get that right first. But saying that, we have partnered with Sierra Space, who are looking at the Dream Chaser and as a return landing site from space, and that will be crewed. So that in itself, and I think there's slightly the connotations around space tourism, but human space flight is something that we're all interested in because there's so much value, as Mike has said, to what that could bring to us back here on Earth by sending people into space.
It was fascinating being down at Spaceport Cornwall recently. It was there was a lot of people down there, a lot of the space industry from the UK were all making their tracks down to see what you're doing. And it really just showed the health of the industry here in the UK, how important it is. 47,000 people are employed by the industry. It's worth $16.5 billion pounds a year. But at the moment, although we're really good at building satellites, we're having to launch them from as far away as New Zealand.
Exactly, and that's the whole reason that I'm sat here, is that we build a large majority of the world's small satellites in this country. Every single one of them goes overseas to launch, and that's not just a missed market opportunity, but also if you think of it from a geopolitical perspective, but also from an environmental perspective, if we can control the way that we launch our own satellites, it gives us a lot more opportunity to create a more responsible and ethical kind of launch that goes on to create economic value to the UK as well. So it's, for us, that's the prize, is creating a launch capability that supports the UK marketplace, but doing it in a way that we feel proud of.
Martin, are you excited about what's happening here in the UK now with rocket launches and satellites, the use of satellites and so on?
I think it's great, and you'll be launching very soon 6 or 7 very useful satellites, so that's great. As regards the, sending people, I agree it's inspirational, and it's going to become fairly routine for low Earth orbit. But if I were to offer Virgin advice, I would say they should not use the phrase space tourism, they should call it space adventure, which is not ever going to be as routine as flying in an aircraft. And if you call it space tourism, people get that impression, and the first accident will kill it all off. Whereas if you say it's space adventure, then just as people don't stop mountaineering when someone gets killed on a mountain, then they won't stop going into space. So I think it should be presented as an adventure and paid for by the people who go and not by taxpayers.
Well, look, I think we better bring in Mike here. Should we be calling them space tourists? Is that okay?
Well, actually, you know, that phrase, yeah, no, I don't think that phrase truly captures it. I think adventure's good, future astronauts, explorers, whatever term you want to use, the point of it is a transformational experience by traveling to space. Whether you're going to go on a suborbital journey for a short duration, you go up on a short orbital mission, you go to a space station or a commercial space station, right? All of those, I think, have that same flavor of transformational experience for you as a human, as a person, right? And then the ability to come back to Earth with that effect. They call it the overview effect. When you go to space and you're able to look back on the Earth, you come back a little bit changed with your perspective. You see the fragility of the atmosphere. You recognize the lack of borders and the big blue marble. What the phrase is, right? That we're all astronauts on spaceship Earth, right? And you kind of recognize that a little bit, and it does change you. And I think the more folks that get that perspective, you know, we're seeing a huge shift here recently with just the awareness in social and economic impacts of climate and the environment and needing to protect that and take care of it, right? And I view the act of being able to go and experience space as kind of a drive it home to get to see that. So not only does space let you launch the satellites that let you observe the Earth and see the climate change and the effect, but being able to witness it with your own eyes helps you kind of transform the pieces of the world you affect directly.
Mike,
so I do think it's not so much tourism, but I think it really is a practical purpose.
Mike, you couldn't have set up our NASA astronaut any better. Let's bring in the professional. This is Nicole Stott, former NASA astronaut, 2 space flights, 104 days in space, 1 spacewalk, and a spectacular spacesuit there in the background, Nicole. What's going on?
Well, nice to be here, and I appreciate hearing all the comments from everyone. And the spacesuit behind me is part of, its name is Exploration. It's part of a program we do at the Space for Art Foundation, working with kids all over the world, uniting a planetary community of children through the awe and wonder of space exploration and the healing power of art.
So you're really inspiring people through your own travels in space. And Mike was talking there about the overview effect, that feeling that people who are looking down on the Earth get, that connection with humanity, that love of the planet. And you saw that yourself, didn't you? And you tried to express it. You were the first person to use watercolors in space. And I think you've actually got the painting with you. Let's hold it up and tell me why you tried to express what you were seeing.
Well, here it is. So it's a painting of a little chain of islands I saw on the northern coast of Venezuela called Las Rocas. And I remember looking out the window and as I would do every time I looked out the window, just being in awe, surprised by what I was going to see, the overwhelming beauty of our planetary home. And I remember thinking, wow, it looks like somebody had reached down with a paintbrush and painted a wave on the ocean. And it became my favorite picture from space. And so I decided to use that for my inspiration to paint while I was there, but it has also inspired the work I'm doing myself in trying to share the spaceflight experience in a way that does just what you guys are talking about, tries to communicate this significance of our role as crewmates here on our planetary spaceship. Just this realization that we live on a planet, it's a big one. And I know in hearing the words from Martin as well, I think it works the other way too, if we open ourselves up to it. If we think about the fact that every day we walk outside, we're standing on a planet. And when we look up at this blue sky that seems to go on forever, remind ourselves that it's just this veil thin protective layer wrapping around us, just like the hull of our spaceship. And there's something about people, humans experiencing that I think, and I can say for me, for sure, has a transformational effect, has a not just, ooh, I experienced it, wasn't that awesome, but it puts something into you where you really want to come back to Earth and take action as a result of it as well. And I believe every one of these people that's experiencing it through the flights that are available now commercially are coming back with that same kind of resolve.
And I was thinking about this week, now that our Artemis program is underway, we're going back to the moon, which is really exciting. But those images taken by Orion looking back at our tiny, fragile blue marble against that black curtain of space. I mean, those kinds of images taken by the Apollo astronauts really helped to give birth to the environmental movement back in the 60s and 70s. It is a thing, isn't it?
Yeah, I absolutely believe it. I mean, like Martin said too, I have these vivid memories of watching, Neil and Buzz walking on the moon, knowing that Mike Collins was orbiting it, and going outside and looking at the moon and being, even at 7 years old, understanding that that was a really extraordinary thing. And then these images that are coming back now that are kind of allowing us to reflect on Apollo, but looking forward to what Artemis will bring. I think they're showing us that we're always looking for that connection to ourselves. It's part of why we as humans want to get out there, and explore our planetary home from a totally new vantage point. And I love those pictures because whether it's taken from, an Orion spacecraft, or as it will be from humans again when we're traveling there, oh my gosh, we really, I don't think we get any better sense of who and where we are in space together, and the significance of this place in space, this very special planetary home that we have.
But having seen the world's most powerful ever rocket taking off from Kennedy, I mean, what would you give to be on the rocket to the moon and walk there one day? As, let's face it, no woman has walked on the moon yet, but that is the ambition of Artemis, to make sure that a woman will be there, a person of color will be there, and the hope is that will be in the next 2 or 3 years.
Could be in combo. I have a very good friend, Stephanie Wilson, who would meet both of those criteria. I'd love to see her walking on the moon, and I've already told her she should be packing me and her luggage with her to go.
But you would love to go. You'd love to walk on the moon, would you?
Absolutely. And I think that, the moon, it's like our partner in space, right? We all have a connection to it in some way. I think that I would absolutely love to walk on the moon. I look forward at least to living vicariously through my friends and others that will. And knowing that by establishing our presence there, in a more permanent sense, settling there in a permanent way, will allow us to take advantage, and I say that in a positive way, of the resources available on the moon, for us to lift some of the industry that we have on Earth off the planet and into space, all for the benefit of life on Earth. And as we take those steps, those 6 to however many months it'll be heading towards Mars, we can do that from the moon in a much more efficient way than we can lifting ourselves off the planet. And I think that's part of the plan as well.
So we obviously all eyes on you, Nicole. I mean, you must be really popular at parties, just reliving your experiences in space. But let's bring you into the wider discussion. I mean, Martin, I mean, when you hear people like Nicole speaking, I mean, there is something about seeing space exploration through human eyes, isn't there? It is an inspiration for a new generation. We saw that with Tim Peake and the work that the UK Space Agency did to try and get kids, if not into space, certainly into STEM subjects, science and maths.
Yes, but I think lots of people are fascinated by the pictures of deep space sent back by probes of the outer planets, and of course by telescopes like James Webb of very, very distant nebulae and galaxies and things. That's inspirational. And one of the most exciting things discovered by astronomers in the last 10 or 20 years, as most people probably know, is that most of the stars in the sky are orbited by retinues of planets, just like the sun's orbited by the Earth and the familiar planets. And we're starting to study these. And one thing that would be really inspirational as a long-term goal, and I discuss it in this book, is that by 2068, some descendant of James Webb, a much bigger and more powerful telescope than that, will be able to give us an image of an Earth-like planet orbiting another star, perhaps with life on it. Why do I say 2068? That's centenary of the famous picture taken by Ed Anders, which you mentioned, which was indeed very inspirational, showing the Earth's fragile biosphere. But 100 years after that, then we may have an inspirational picture taken of a planet like the Earth orbiting another star. We can never go there, but it'll still be inspirational and will tell us more about life in the universe.
You were talking earlier on how public money should not be used for human exploration, that it should be private companies like SpaceX. I mean, look, I mean, throw this out to the panel, just wave at me if you're remote, but how important do you think it is for companies like SpaceX to be playing such a really big, important role in exploration? What they're doing now, the risks they take, the rapid acceleration that they're making in technology that is pushing forward the possible. Anybody? Mike, come on, you used to work in NASA, and yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I think it is really important. We're seeing a real transformation and inflection. If you just step back a decade or two, right, the commercial satellite launch industry, when Space Shuttle was formed, right, the idea was we didn't need any more expendable rockets. All satellites launches could occur on the Space Shuttle here in the United States, and the Challenger accident really revealed that to be a pretty bad plan. No diversity in launch capability, and it sparked a revolution. Ariane stepped right out into the commercial market. The rest of the industry responded quickly, and now we see a plethora of commercial satellite launch capability around the world. The same thing is now happening with human launch capability, and pretty soon, I think the next thing on the horizon will be commercial destination. So it's one thing for the transportation up and down to space, but now can you have a commercial destination that you go to? The space station, the International Space Station, is an absolute marvel of engineering and a really great international partnership. But as Martin was saying, right, it's a government program, and I think we're right on the cusp of seeing commercial destinations to go in low Earth orbit, and then soon high Earth orbit and beyond into near lunar space. So I think with that transformation, we'll really see yet another explosion in the private sector of how we innovate and advance and open opportunities to all. And so there's definitely a role for the government, right? They're setting big missions, setting big priorities, helping with large technological development, and then helping regulate not only to keep things safe and steady, but a little bit of also let that innovation occur. I think that's a great partnership between the governments around the world and private industry around the world.
We're talking today about who owns the future. Isn't there a danger that if billionaires have command of space, it's them who owns the future? It's not us and our stake through publicly funded space travel. Martin?
Yes. Well, we can cheer them on as risk takers, and I hope that by the end of a century there will be a small community on Mars, and we could cheer them on. But I think they should be privately funded. I think that's...
But isn't it a mistake that we've made with social media, that we have very little control about the moderation? We just trust it to the people who own the companies.
Well, yes, but that's where everyone cares about that. Everyone uses social media, whereas I don't think that the same is true here. But I mean, I'd like to say that the private sector has been hugely important. I mean, SpaceX, of course, it's a new rocket, I think, to be tested soon, called Starship, is the size of Artemis, but much, much cheaper, because even the first stage is going to be reusable. I think that's right. So Artemis is using old technology by the standard of what SpaceX can do, and that's why it's so expensive. And indeed, I'm not just being cynical. The article on the topic in last week's Economist headlined "White Elephant in Space" in reference to Artemis, because it is old technology. That's why it's been very expensive. But the SpaceX and the private companies have really made huge improvements and brought down the cost, and I think we should all welcome that.
Thank you so much. Right, no, look, it's your turn. Come
Thomas,
on, let's ask some questions.
No, yeah, I was gonna say-
I think let's give the audience a chance here. So a reminder, you can submit your questions by scanning the QR code. If you're watching on TV or online, you can submit your questions on Twitter using the hashtag BigIdeasLive22. Has anybody got any questions? We've got a question here on the front row. See if you'd like to stand up.
It's absolutely amazing being here and meeting you guys in person. My question is what would people in the space industry, especially students who are interested in joining the space industry, what kind of advice would you give them, especially for the UK, to join the UK Space Agency and just general space industries within the UK?
Melissa, go on, take that one.
Yeah, that's definitely something that's happening right now with us. And I'm very lucky to be going into schools and universities almost on a daily basis and speaking to students. And launch is as we've talked about, space is exciting, it's inspirational. Launch especially is massively inspirational. We're now just starting to see that here in the UK, going into places that have never imagined they'd be in the space industry, really deprived areas of Cornwall, for instance, and they're being suddenly told that space is happening on their doorstep. And for us, it's a responsibility to get them excited, but then show them the pathways into the industry. And for me, the best thing that we could do for the space industry is not narrow it down to just the space industry. It crosses absolutely everything. All industries now use space in some way or another. So for me, my main message to anybody interested is, you can get involved in whatever you're interested in. There's so many amazing programs out there that UK Space Agency put on, that UK Space, that the Satellite Applications Catapult put on. There's so many out there, and it's not just necessarily for people interested in the space industry, and that's what's so exciting about it. But yeah, obviously come work for us if you want. That'd be great. We need more women.
So we've got another question from Dave on Twitter. How do we justify the emissions of space travel / tourism, given there's no feasible planet B? Should we not use these immense resources and human intelligence on solving problems on Earth first? I'm turning to you, Mike.
Yeah, I think, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, some of the, and you did too, Thomas, right? Some of the first awareness of the impact on the planet from every industry and people in general came from those Apollo missions where we first saw the blue marble, and then all the satellite launches and the observation satellites that have been up there doing science and research specifically on the environment. So I think space is what enables that in the first place. And so we shouldn't diminish the contribution it makes. But obviously, as responsible stewards of the planet, we also need to look at our own impact upon it. And so I think it's important to be, you have to be on both sides of that equation and do so responsibly. So for example, here at Virgin Galactic, we've designed our ship. One of the reasons we went with an air launch technology is that it is fully reusable. And I don't just mean reusable 10 or 20 times, I mean 500 or 1,000 times, right? These ships are built for a 5 or 10 year lifetime. And we can get hundreds and hundreds of missions out of them. There's a few components that need to be replaced. We can work on the sustainability there. The impact we have on the ground can also be worked on, right? So we never want to stop. But I think it's important to recognize you have to weigh the value as well as the impact of what you're doing. So I think we see a global surge in attention on this. And I think we all plan to be good stewards of the planet that we want to go explore.
Just briefly, Melissa, because I know space sustainability is really important to you in Cornwall, isn't it? Space for good is your thing.
Yeah, Space for Good is our purpose, and it's building on exactly what Mike just said. But our issue with the industry as it's gone on is space has always been quite secretive. It's not been very transparent, and that's something I think that fundamentally needs to change as more commercial businesses come in, but more public become engaged in the industry. We're becoming multiplanetary species. We need all of you to be involved in that conversation. So for us, it's really important that we, first of all, start with transparency. So what is the carbon impact? And that's really difficult because not a lot of people have been asked that question before. Not a lot of launch operators have been asked what your carbon impact is. What happens when the stages fall into the sea? Those big questions have not really been massively researched or understood, or the impact on the atmosphere as something goes through it. So that's what we're trying to fundamentally understand. As Mike said, air launch is a lot less impactful, but we're not going to just stop there. We want to look at, how do we look holistically across the life cycle to decrease that impact so that when we're launching these incredible technologies, we're not adding to the problem.
And we've got a question from Anthony Baker. Anthony, where are you? Just wait for the microphone. We'll get one to you, and then you can ask your question to the panel. Just stand so we can see you. That's it.
Hello, thank you. So the European Union has a space program called Copernicus, which is Earth observation, looking at the Earth. The UK is likely to pull out of that system, releasing hundreds of millions of pounds. What would the panel do with that money for the UK space industry?
Martin.
Well, let's say this is one of the downsides of Brexit, that although fortunately we are in the scientific program of ESA, we are not in the applications programs like Copernicus and Galileo, and this is bad news. I think we need to spend the money, if we can't revive it, on other environmental exploration, preferably from space, but also doing more on the ground. Because if I can go back to what was said earlier, I think that the impression of the Earth from space has had a positive effect on making people care more about the environment, but it doesn't produce very much. People may worry that these rockets pollute the Earth, but each rocket, I guess, is not too different from one flight of a jumbo jet, so that's not big. But thinking about the environment, I do disagree very much with Musk and people in talking about escaping the Earth's problems by sending millions of people to Mars. I think that's a dangerous delusion. We've got to focus on solving these problems here on Earth. It's a doddle to do those compared to terraforming Mars, although as we know it's very difficult. But I think as part of that, then we need to engage with the science. And of course, if we can't have Copernicus, which is very sad for the UK, then we must develop other areas. I mean, for instance, to give one example, I think the UK could lead in computer modeling of climate change. I know there's a famous space scientist called Tim Palmer in Oxford who talks about a CERN for climate change, which would have big computers to do far better modeling of climate change. So there's something we can do on the European scale, even if you can't be part of Copernicus.
Thank you for that question, Anthony. So Luca on Twitter asks, are there plans to colonize the moon in the next 5 years? Well, Nicole, you must be pretty tapped into what NASA does these days. Do you think we should be going to the moon and colonize it?
Well, I think we should be going to the moon and settling it. I don't know that I'd use the word colonizing, but yeah, I think there's purpose in it. I think there is plans for it. I'll have my fingers crossed that those people are making those first steps in the next 5 years. That would be a wonderful, I think, very meaningful follow on to this Artemis 1 flight that's going on right now. And I look at this like part of the steps to the answers to the earlier questions as well, about why space, why not here, when in reality all of that we're doing in space is ultimately about here. Had the opportunity to participate in COP26 last year, where after doing some research, discovered, to my surprise even, that over 70% of the data we need to measure the vital signs of our planet are coming to us from space. And these public-private partnerships that we have going on right now are the things both through the, the public money and the private money that are leading us in a much, like I think in an accelerated fashion to be able to use that data to solve our planetary challenges, but also to help us travel, as humans further from Earth. One day, I hope it's not impossible, Martin, for us to be looking at those other planets around those different suns as possible homes for us in kind of that interplanetary Star Trek future, if you will. And I think this positioning of ourselves on the moon really is going to be one of the greatest steps for us lifting our ability, our launch ability off of Earth and solving a big part of what that problem might be by actually taking us to other places in space from the surface or the orbit of the moon.
Thanks, Nicole. Just another one on Twitter, Jason Stone. My daughter would like to ask, what would it take to make a rocket electric and not so reliant on fossil fuels? You're a dreamer, Martin. Do you think that could be done?
Well, of course, the trouble with electric power, as we know from attempts to have electric aviation, is that batteries are very heavy. So I think it's going to be very hard to have an alternative to what we now have to provide the big thrust for launching a rocket.
People do talk about space lifts, don't they? That is taken reasonably serious. There's some way you might be able to have people going up and down to orbit using some kind of lift system.
Well, the future is, of course, space elevator, where you have the power on the ground. Because, of course, the trouble is that the rocket, when you launch it, is weighed down by the fuel, which weighs a lot more than the actual cargo. So one could get around that, but that's a huge technology. You want to have this space elevator 20,000 miles high out to the geostationary orbit. So that's hard. But I think that, it's hard to substitute for the high thrust you need to launch. But of course, nuclear power can be used to provide small amounts of power for a long time. And already so-called RTGs have been used on deep space missions. And so I think that's feasible, but I defer to the experts on the possibilities for nuclear power in space for long duration.
Mike, do you think you can ever see nuclear power being used on your kind of craft?
I think the weight issue and the thrust issue is really, like Martin said, a huge challenge. So I think once you're in space, you have those options open up for you. But to get out of the gravity well of Earth, I think for at least the foreseeable future, the chemical propulsion systems are kind of where we're limited to until we have a massive technological breakthrough. And the focus on reusability and lowering the cost of access, I think we see better technologies there. I think on the ground side, certainly the chance to apply electrics and renewable energy sources is a wonderful thing. But for the actual act of transporting out of the gravity well, I think we're, no pun intended, stuck for a little while.
And another one on Twitter, and I think this one's for you, Melissa, and it relates to space debris. Whether there's a risk of a cascade event. We're sending so many rockets up now that there is a danger of a collision. And I guess you need to think, as we're making space even more accessible with Spaceport Cornwall, and we've got two in Scotland, which are hoping to come on stream next year, all of those taking up multiple satellites. Space is getting pretty crowded.
Yeah, and again, going back to responsible launch, as a gateway to space, it is a responsibility to look at, the technologies and the satellites you're launching to space, what happens at their end of life. And it's a huge topic in the industry as well as in the general public, which is fantastic because 8 years ago when I first started in this industry and I sat down at a conference and you'd hear all these incredible ideas about how to mitigate against space debris, catching it with magnets or nets, but they weren't getting funded. And they weren't getting the investment to get off the ground, literally. And that's changing, and that is really down to political interest as well as the public. And we get these questions, probably the top 5 question I get all the time. So you're starting to see that change, and you're starting to see startups with really incredible technologies for this starting to get funded. So on our first launch in a few weeks, we have a company called SpaceForge. They're a startup out of Cardiff, And they're doing something called in-orbit manufacturing. They're looking at reusability of satellites as well. You know, that's just the start of them, and they're getting venture capital involved. And then it goes to regulations. We kind of touched on it earlier. There's not really been an onus on any company to clean up their orbit or to clean up their products once it comes to end of life. And I think, again, that's something that's changing. So our regulations with the UK Space Agency, they're looking at an end of life policy, deorbiting, you know, what happens to your satellite, you know, with these small satellites going up that might only have, you know, 5 to 10 years of a lifespan. You know, we need to start to consider this and put the onus back on the companies to clean up their technology so it doesn't cause, you know, as we send more humans to space, any issues.
One last question from the audience. Andrew Karen, where are you? At the back there. Just hang on a minute, we'll get a microphone to you.
So I'm a founder of Active Kinetic One. We develop a new energy for electricity. And our question is, how are we going to power thousands of people in space? Obviously, there's no fossil fuels. So what's the method that we've got for interplanetary power? Incidentally, we have actually got a solution for that we think is quite good. But how would you guys do it at this stage?
So Martin, just briefly, I mean, how are we going to power a human settlement on another planet?
Yes. Well, I mean, I would guess with solar energy. And one thing which I'd add as a footnote is that the idea of getting solar energy in space and beaming it down to Earth, it seemed crazy 30 years ago, but with the ability of the new SpaceX rocket to launch 100 tons of stuff at a time and robots to assemble it, that's no longer crazy.
Martin, I'm going to have to cut in there. We're coming to the end of our time. Sorry, we're against the clock being live broadcast. Thank you very much indeed, everybody, for joining us. Our panel here, experts, giving us some sense of excitement about the future of space.
Thomas, thank you, and to our panel. I really mean it when that was out of this world. Thank you. Everybody thoroughly enjoyed that. That was our final session of Big Ideas Live. I'm going to invite Spot back onto the stage. An encore for Spot, because I did ask the key question in our interview earlier, Spot, which is whether you can dance. Apparently he can. For those of you who are staying with us, there's our Meet the Correspondents session in the innovation area at the back. But for Big Ideas Live, that's it for now. We'll see you next time. Take it away, Spot.